In the 10th year of the apocalypse, a fierce battle erupted between humans and zombies on the contaminated land. The man was bewildered, as this was clearly not an ordinary zombie attack. There was a level 8 zombie butcher involved. Yang Gufan, a level 7 berserker, fended off the zombie's assault and urgently instructed Jing Shu to escape. The zombie knocked Yang Fan off his feet, sending him flying several meters away. As the zombie prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Yang Fan, Jing Shui dashed towards her brother to protect him. Jing Shu shielded her brother with her body. The zombie struck her back, causing a severe injury. Yang Fan cradled Jing Shu in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Overcome with rage, Yang Fan gripped his blade tightly and charged at the zombie to avenge Jing Shu. Yang Fan mustered all his strength and with a powerful swing of his blade, decapitated the zombie butcher. Yang Fan rushed to Jing Shu, urging her to hold on. He vowed to find water to revive and save her. Yang Fan carried Jing Shu to the third base of the main pulley. Upon entering, Yang Fan was shocked to see a couple engaged in a kiss. Yang Fan confronted Yuan Rong, demanding to know what they were doing. Yuan Rong was his girlfriend, and Xiao was the leader of the third base of the main pulley. Xiao admitted that he didn't expect Yang Fan to escape the clutches of the level 8 zombie butchers. Yang Fan, his voice rising, questioned Xiao on how he knew they were there. As Jing Shu writhed in pain, Yang Fan told them he'd deal with them later. He demanded Xiao urgently provide living water to save his sister. Xiao retorted that the medicinal value of living water was 1,000 times greater than that of aquamarine. He questioned why he should use it on Yang Fan's sister. Desperate, Yang Fan reached into his jacket pocket, shouting that he would trade whatever he had left for the water. Yang Fan produced a ring from his pocket, revealing it as his most significant secret. He explained that possessing the ring grants immense power, and upon reaching its highest level, one could become the ruler of everything. Xiao was incredulous, believing such an item could only be obtained by sheer luck. He coveted the legendary ring and told Yang Fan that it sounded promising, but if Yang Fan died, the ring would be his without the need to waste any living water. Xiao spread his arms and smiled, expressing regret that such a beautiful woman would end up as a zombie. Yang Fan gently set his sister against the wall, gripping his blade. He cursed Xiao as a scoundrel who deserved to die. Yang Fan attempted to strike Xiao, but Xiao dodged the attack and prepared to retaliate. Xiao countered, landing a severe blow on Yang Fan, leaving him gravely injured. Xiao approached the wounded Yang Fan, mocking him as worthless trash, questioning if he still intended to fight. Xiao attempted to seize the ring, eager to uncover the superpowers it allegedly possessed. Yang Fan swallowed the ring, defiantly telling Xiao that there was no harm in dreaming. Xiao scoffed, questioning if swallowing the ring would actually stop him. He then tore open Yang Fan's stomach, determined to retrieve it. A brilliant light burst from the ring, and Yang Fan's stomach, blinding everyone. Xiao was left baffled by what was happening. Yang Fan suddenly awoke, checking his watch to find there were only 3 hours left before the apocalypse. Pinching his cheek, Yang Fan confirmed he wasn't dreaming and was astonished to realize he had truly been reborn. Looking around, Yang Fan noticed Yun Rong sleeping beside him. He contemplated whether he should kill her or express gratitude. Anger surged within Yang Fan as he reflected that, had Yun Rong and Xiao not conspired to kill him and Xian Shui, he would never have been reborn. Yang Fan resolved that in this new life, he must protect his loved ones at all costs. Yang Fan vowed to exact revenge on those who wronged him, telling them to be ready because he would come for each of them. Suddenly, someone kicked down the door to his room, announcing that it was time for a room crawl. 2 guys armed with batons entered. The one in a gray t-shirt remarked that, as he suspected, those 2 troublemakers were here. Entering the room, the guy in the gray t-shirt confessed that he had loved Yun Rong deeply, but she had completely ignored him. He questioned if this was her boyfriend and warned that they were about to break all 3 of his legs. Yun Rong, feigning fear, asked who they were, claiming to be frightened. Yang Fan, seeing through her act, thought to himself how she was pretending to be innocent and wondered how he had failed to notice it before. The guy raised his bat, questioning how Yang Fan dared to take the girl he liked. Yang Fan dodged the strike, contemplating sharing a saying commonly spoken during the apocalypse. He then slammed the guy's face into the wall, proclaiming that the saying goes, "The end of the world is the domain of the strong." Yun Rong was bewildered by Yang Fan's newfound prowess. The gray t-shirt guy's friend admitted that Yang Fan was indeed powerful. Yang Fan turned his attention to the other guy, landing a punch, and declared that today, as the new world dawns, they, the bastards, would face a beating. He added that when the zombies nearly killed him, he missed his first chance to gain strength. Now, he was here to collect on old debts. Yang Fan commanded them to drag their injured bodies away and to get ready to feel the harshness of the new world. As Yang Fan was about to leave, Yun Rong asked where he was going. Yang Fan responded that he was fed up with her and declared that their relationship was over. While getting dressed, Yang Fan stated that the next time they met, it would be the day of her death. Yun Rong, confused by his words, thought this loser was speaking nonsense. She couldn't believe they were already breaking up just after things had started. Stepping outside, Yang Fan was puzzled by the darkened sky. He then realized that it was due to the seeds of darkness. Yang Fan realized that the apocalypse was going to start sooner than expected. He quickly called Jin Shu, thinking he urgently needed to warn her. Jin Shu, Yang Fan's younger sister, had just stepped out of the shower and was drying her hair when she noticed her brother's call. She answered, asking what was wrong, and teased him, saying he must have really missed his lovely, sweet, and beautiful sister. Yang Fan urgently told her to listen carefully, ordering her to lock all the doors and windows immediately. He stressed that no matter who came, she must not open the door and wait for him to arrive. Jin Shu questioned what was happening, insisting that their dormitory was safe and he was overreacting. As she walked towards the window, Yang Fan shouted through the phone for her to hurry and follow his instructions, warning that if she hesitated, it would be too late. When she looked outside, she saw people acting strangely and realized they were eating each other. Yang Fan tried to call out to Jin Shu, but she didn't respond. All he heard was silence. He noticed that the signal had disappeared. Yang Fan recalled that Jin Shu's dormitory had been relatively safe last time, but he knew he still needed to hurry. Then, he noticed the ring was reacting and realized a merchant was nearby. He felt that the universe was aiding him. The ring guided Yang Fan to the women's shower room on campus. He entered, observing that the men's and women's showers weren't much different. Then, he saw someone inside. It was a zombie. She rushed towards Yang Fan, who remarked on her good figure. Yang Fan broke the glass case holding a fire axe, declaring that he wouldn't show any mercy, even if she was a girl. With ease, Yang Fan decapitated the zombie girl. Yang Fan retrieved the crystal from the zombie's head, noting that even the weakest gray crystals shouldn't be discarded because consistent effort yields results. He knew he needed to quickly grow stronger to protect his family. A low-level gray merchant appeared next to Yang Fan. He was relieved and excited to have found the merchant so quickly, remembering that in his previous life, it took him 3 months to locate one. After the apocalypse, mysterious creatures known as traders emerged, ranging in strength from weak to strong. They were categorized into 9 levels: gray, white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. These traders could engage in commerce with humans, offering various development resources and specialized equipment. As Yang Fan approached, the merchant informed him that the trade session was beginning. Yang Fan noted that just like in his previous life, simply approaching the merchant with a crystal would automatically initiate the trade. Upon inspecting the goods, Yang Fan noticed that the discount from the ring still applied. He was curious to see if the special feature that allowed him to acquire high-level items at a low cost once a week was still active. To his surprise, the feature was indeed working, and he discovered an excellent artisan's hammer. After completing his inspection, the merchant informed him that the trading session had ended, and then the merchant vanished. Yang Fan realized he didn't have enough to purchase a development potion, even with the discount. He knew he urgently needed to level up to fully take advantage of the opportunities in this post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, Yang Fan heard screams coming from behind another door. He cautiously peeked out from behind the wall and saw more people. A girl was desperately pleading with a zombie to stay away. Another girl was frantically asking for a knife. A red-haired girl addressed the zombie, calling it Wang Yu, and warned that if it came any closer, it would be responsible for the consequences. Seeing an opening, Yang Fan swiftly decapitated the zombie. The red-haired girl, terrified, exclaimed that he had killed her. Yang Fan sharply told her to stop talking nonsense, explaining that the person had already turned into a zombie and was no longer human. He added that if they hadn't killed it, they would have been the ones to die. The red-haired girl, introducing herself as Manhua, thanked Yang Fan for his timely intervention and introduced her friend as Dongua. Manhua asked for his name, while Dongua pondered the nature of zombies and what kind of creatures they were. Yang Fan realized who they were and was surprised at how small the world could be. These two girls were among the top fighters at the Bloody Rose base: Manhua, a skilled shooter, and Dongua, a doctor specializing in animal mutations. Suddenly, another zombie appeared behind Yang Fan, ready to attack him. Something swiftly flew past Yang Fan, striking the zombie and knocking it to the ground. Manhua remarked that the zombie was getting back up. Yang Fan was impressed by the speed of her throw. Yang Fan explained that to effectively deal with zombies, hitting the heart wouldn't work. The only way was to decapitate them. As Manhua observed Yang Fan, she thought he was not only strong but also seemed a bit odd. She couldn't understand why he was looking at the zombie that way, suspecting something might be wrong with the corpse. Yang Fan recalled that in his previous life, these two women had organized the most formidable group, Bloody Rose. Manhua had become a legendary level 8 shooter with the ability to hit targets from an extremely long distance, while Dongua, a level 6 mutation specialist, could control mutated plants and animals. Looking at the zombie's head, Yang Fan reflected on how, before his rebirth, Bloody Rose had been in conflict with his third base, Heavenly Disc. He had even fought against them, but now he couldn't have imagined meeting them like this. Manhua approached Yang Fan, holding something, and asked if he was looking for it. She revealed a gray crystal. Yang Fan, curious, asked how she had obtained the crystal seed. Manhua learned for the first time that this object was called a crystal seed. Manhua pointed to Dongua, explaining that she had found it while examining the zombie, noting that Dongua had excelled in anatomy. Dongua, feeling shy, admitted that she just wanted to study it a little. Manhua then invited Yang Fan to join forces with them, explaining that adding another person would increase their group's strength. Yang Fan was taken aback, unable to believe that in this new life, the girl who had led a hostile group was now inviting him to join her. Yan asked Wan for her opinion, to which she replied that she didn't mind, and mentioned that Yang Fan had a pure look, believing him to be a good person. Yang Fan considered that if he truly wanted to take revenge, he would need to form his own group. Without one, it would be difficult for him to reach Xiao within the leadership circles of Heavenly Disc. He saw great potential in these girls, and thought they would be worth investing in. Dongua suggested they should probably get dressed. Manhua agreed, noting that Yang Fan had been looking at them for quite some time. Dongua asked Yang Fan if he would wait outside while they changed. Manhua warned him not to peek. Yang Fan agreed to step out and check for other zombies outside. After the girls changed, Manhua asked Yang Fan if he knew how Wang Yu had become a zombie and inquired if there were zombies only in the shower. Yang Fan replied that he didn't know, but noted that there were many dead people outside as well. Manhua commented that the scene outside looked like something straight out of an apocalypse movie and suggested that they should find a safe place to wait for help. Yang Fan countered by asking where they could possibly find a safe place in the city, given the rapid increase in the number of zombies, and added that the zombies were still evolving. Manhua was surprised to learn that zombies could evolve and asked if humans could evolve too. Yang Fan told them that they could talk while they walked since it was clear outside for now. Once they were outside, Yang Fan introduced himself and offered to help them develop and become as powerful as him, but under 3 conditions. First, they must follow his orders in any action. Second, he didn't need any burdens, so they must give him all the crystal embryos. Third, any traitors would be killed. Yan asked Wan for her thoughts. Dongua observed his body language and concluded that he was being truthful, speculating that he had already developed, which explained his strength. Manhua moved closer to Yang Fan and informed him that they agreed to his terms. Yang Fan then instructed them to follow him. Yang Fan led them to the first academic building. Manhua expressed concern about the large number of zombies in the area and asked where they were headed. Yang Fan told her that she was asking too many questions and ordered them to quietly follow him and focus on collecting the crystals. The girls were astonished that he intended to face a crowd of zombies on his own. With a single swing of his axe, Yang Fan sliced a zombie in half. A crystal dropped from the zombie, and Duanmu noticed it. Duanmu approached the crystal and picked it up. She examined the crystal and speculated that it might be a result of some elements combining in the human central nervous system, which caused a reaction leading to the formation of the crystal. She theorized that this might be the reason why people turned into zombies. Yan Yan asked Duan if she thought the crystal could turn them into zombies. Duanmu responded that there was a theoretical possibility, but said that she would need to study the crystal's composition in a laboratory to be sure. While watching Yang Fan kill zombies, Yan Yan wondered why he was collecting the crystals. Yang Fan was focused on fighting while the girls were momentarily distracted, and a zombie approached them from behind. Suddenly, they heard a loud impact. Turning around, they saw a yellow car that had just hit the approaching zombie. A guy got out of the car and said to Yan Yue that fate must be connecting them since they had met again even under such circumstances. This guy was Lin Tian, the son of Lin Ji, the founder of a corporation. Lin Tian had been persistently courting Yan Yue. He claimed that if he was nearby, no zombies would dare touch them. He urged Yan Yue to jump into the car so he could take her out of this dark place. Yan Yue was irritated and asked him why he was clinging to them like a bath leaf. Duanmu couldn't figure out how he had appeared there. Yang Fan killed the zombie that nearly bit Yan Yue and questioned why they were hesitating. He ordered them to follow him immediately. Yan Yue commented that the guy who had arrived was extremely annoying and was the main major of their university. Lin Tian approached Yang Fan, complimenting his impressive skills, and suggested that he could use a bodyguard. He invited Yang Fan to join him, boasting that he had plenty of money. Lin Tian handed Yang Fan a blank check and asked why he was looking down on him so much. He told Yang Fan that the check had a blank space in the amount field, and he could fill in any number he wanted, which would cover any expenses he had. Yang Fan thought to himself that this major served as yet another reminder that he needed to start accumulating money, food, and weapons as soon as possible. 2 zombies suddenly attacked, but Yang Fan swiftly killed them. He warned the others that more zombies were on their way, and it seemed they had drawn the attention of a larger group. He ordered everyone to move quickly and follow him. Lin Tian was baffled as to why that beggar wasn't acknowledging him or even bothering to ask who he was, despite being the son of the corporation's founder, Lin Ji. Lin Tian shouted at Yan Yue to wait for him. Lin Tian then noticed that the zombies were ignoring him as well. Confidently, he claimed he could take on 10 zombies alone and yelled at the zombies to come at him. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and the girls found themselves surrounded by a horde of zombies from all sides. Yang Fan couldn't comprehend how they had gotten into this situation. Duanmu observed that the flower ahead of them seemed different from the others. Yang Fan identified it as a second-level flower and couldn't understand how such advanced flowers had appeared so quickly. He was surprised that they were evolving even faster than he was. Duanmu asked if flowers could also evolve. Suddenly, the flower began spraying pollen throughout the area. Yang Fan warned the girls to be careful, explaining that this second-level flower could control and direct the attacks of entire hordes of zombies. Duanmu shouted in panic, asking what they should do as more and more zombies kept appearing. Yang Fan cut through the zombies, killing anyone who came close, and told the girls to stay behind him. He explained that these entry-level zombies were slow, so they could break through together. Yan Yue, while fending off the zombies, instructed Duanmu to stand between them while she dealt with the ones behind them. Yang Fan glanced at Yan Yue and thought it was no wonder she was the strongest fighter of the Bloody Rose, taking on a horde of zombies with her bare hands. Lin Tian got into his car and drove straight into the crowd of zombies. He talked about saving Yang Fan since he was already there. Lin Tian crushed the zombies under the wheels of his car, yelling at them to get out of his way. Yang Fan saw this as a great opportunity and ordered a retreat to the university building while protecting the entrance. Lin Tian rushed into the building first and locked himself inside. Yan Yue shouted at him, demanding to know what he was doing. Yan Wei pounded on the door, telling Lin Tian to open it immediately. Lin Tian responded that there was one condition. As soon as she agreed to be his girlfriend, he would let them in. Yan Wei called him a despicable jerk. Lin Tian retorted that he thought she was in danger, so he risked his life to find her. He reminded her that he had been pursuing her for a whole year, yet she had humiliated him and was now mixed up with an unknown beggar. The zombies kept attacking, drawing dangerously close to them. Yang Fan fought off the zombies as best he could. Manhua, realizing they couldn't get inside, asked what they should do. Yang Fan shouted for them to head to the nearby dining hall. Yang Fan continued to fend off the growing number of zombies while Duanmu warned him to be careful. Yang Fan found himself completely encircled by zombies and realized that he needed to address the mutant flower first, or the zombies would keep multiplying. As Yang Fan fought his way through the zombies, he was puzzled by how quickly the flower had advanced to its second level. Yang Fan reached the flower and, after taking a swing with his axe, declared that he had found a smith on a stone. Yang Fan struck the flower but noticed it had hardened at its current level, making it only possible to penetrate the outer layer. Yang Fan recalled that in his previous life, second-level mutant flowers only appeared a week after the apocalypse began and suspected that his rebirth had caused a butterfly effect. Yang Fan continued to fend off the zombies, lamenting that the flower's presence was causing more zombies to attack him. Yang Fan noticed a zombie closing in on him and realized he wouldn't have time to evade it. A knife suddenly struck the zombie's head, and Yang Fan was astonished by the unexpected intervention. Yang Fan looked to see who had just saved him from the zombies. He saw the girls had returned. Yang Fan asked why they had come back. Manhua explained that despite his earlier comments about not needing a burden, she and her friend, though not very strong, were willing to help. Yang Fan was pleased and found it surprising that he was now working with past life enemies. Yang Fan noticed that Yang was injured. Yang said she hadn't realized a zombie had grabbed her, but assured Yang Fan it was fine and that they should focus on dealing with the zombies first. Duanmu mentioned she had brought vegetable oil and suggested they could use it to start a fire. Yang Fan agreed that it was a great idea. Yang turned towards the zombies and said she would cover them. Yang Fan cautioned her to be careful since zombies surrounded them on all sides. Yang Fan began pouring the vegetable oil over the flower. Yang Fan and Duanmu observed the burning flower. Yang Fan remarked that it was fortunate he was at the second level, and noted that if he reached the third level, ordinary fire would no longer affect him. Yang Fan noticed the spreading pollen. He warned the girls to hold their breath as the pollen could paralyze and induce deep sleep. Manhua observed that even the first-level zombies were falling unconscious. Lin exited the building and wondered if all the zombies had bin eliminated. He approached the burned flower and began inspecting a peculiar bud-like object. Lin was pierced through by this mutant flower. Yan abruptly stopped, saying she couldn't run anymore and felt dizzy. Yang Fan examined Yan's wound and noted it was infested with zombie germs. Yan expressed her fear of becoming a zombie and asked him to kill her. Yang Fan reassured her, saying she shouldn't worry because there was still a chance for escape. He warned that if she did turn into a zombie, he would not show any mercy. Yang Fan realized that Yan's situation was critical, and since he hadn't yet advanced to the first level, the ring could only purify wounds from level 0 zombies. He decided they needed to return to the women's shower to level up and save her. Yang Fan instructed Duanmu to hurry after them. Duanmu agreed and stressed the urgency of rescuing Manhua. Yang Fan carried Yan back to the women's shower room. He asked Yan how she was feeling. Yan replied that she felt extremely dizzy. Yang Fan placed Yan on a bench and questioned Duanmu about her tears, reassuring her that Manhua would survive. He asked for the collected crystals as soon as possible. Duanmu was confused about why he needed the crystals and doubted they could save Yan. Yan asked who was in the gray robe and why there was someone else in the women's locker room. Yang Fan thought the gray crystals might barely be enough. Yang Fan approached the merchant and instructed him to begin trading. Yang Fan vanished immediately afterward, leaving the girls surprised by his disappearance. Manhua worried that he might not cure her and that she would end up becoming a zombie. Yang Fan was frustrated that the apocalypse had just begun, yet a bottle of mineral water already cost 4 gray crystals. He complained that these merchants were more like moneylenders. He was relieved that his ring had a discount function. He needed 1 bottle of development medicine for leveling up and 1 bottle of water. After applying the discount, Yang Fan needed 44 gray crystals. He had saved up 60 crystals. Yang Fan quickly drank the level-up potions as soon as the merchant handed them to him. In his previous life, Yang Fan had missed early opportunities for development, falling into the hands of Chao and unable to fully utilize the ring's powers. As a result, he had to watch his loved ones perish. This time, Yang Fan was determined that no one would harm his loved ones. Yang Fan thought that he couldn't fully trust Manhua and Duanmu yet, so he decided to keep the ring's purification method a secret. Yang Fan reappeared and inquired about Yanyua's condition. Duanmu asked how he had suddenly returned and said it wasn't the time to question it. She urged him to check on Yanyua, who had already lost consciousness. Yang Fan examined Yanyua and declared that her condition was critical and she would soon transform. With time running out, Yang Fan took some medicinal water and prepared to act. Duanmu asked what they should do next. Yanyua was in a coma with her teeth clenched. Even if he poured a lot of purifying water into her, he wasn't sure it would work. Yang Fan decided to be direct and poured the cleansing water into her mouth through a kiss so she could swallow the medicine. Afterward, Yanyua regained consciousness and questioned why he had chosen to save her in that manner. Yang Fan explained that she had fainted and couldn't take the medicine herself. He gave her the remaining potion and instructed her to drink every last drop. Duanmu broke into tears and embraced Yang Fan, expressing how terrified she had been for Yanyua. She said that without Yang Fan's timely help, Yanyua would have already become a zombie. Yanyua comforted Duanmu and asked Yang Fan why he had disappeared and why he had returned. Duanmu speculated that it had something to do with the man in the gray robe, noting that Yang Fan had vanished and then reappeared abruptly. Yang Fan complimented Duanmu for her astuteness and explained that the gray-robed figure was a merchant who appeared after the apocalypse. He added that you could trade with him by presenting crystals. Yanyua found it all very mysterious. She asked if he had bought the bottle of water from the merchant and wondered how many crystals he had spent. Yanyua promised Yang Fan that she would repay him in full with interest as soon as she had dealt with the zombies. Yang Fan advised her not to worry about it and urged them to move quickly, as they had already lost a lot of time. Duanmu helped Yanyua along, frustrated that she hadn't yet recovered. Yang Fan and the girls went outside to the educational building, intending to take advantage of the zombies being unconscious to collect crystals from them. Lin appeared before them, and they were puzzled by how he had turned into a zombie. Yang Fan positioned himself in front of them to protect them and warned them to be cautious, as the situation was more complicated than it seemed. Behind them, the root of a flower emerged from the ground and advanced towards them. Yang Fan grabbed Yanyua to protect her from the flower's attack, saving her in the process. The flower then targeted Duanmu. She tried to evade its strikes and keep a safe distance, knowing the plant's attack radius was limited and that maintaining distance was crucial. Despite her efforts, the flower managed to catch Duanmu, moving faster than she could. Yang Fan rushed to Duanmu's aid and instructed her not to move. He identified the spores from the second-level mutant flower as the source of their problem and expressed his desire for revenge. Yang Fan swung his axe with all his might, severing the flower's root. He asked if she was all right and if she could walk. Yang Fan instructed her to step aside and hide, as they already had enough problems. Duanmu apologized for being slow. The flower shot a stream of poison at Yang Fan. Yang Fan shielded his face with his hand and yelled at them not to inhale the poison. Yang Fan struggled to keep his eyes open due to the poison, and while he was distracted, the flower's root moved in to attack from behind. The root was closing in, and they warned him about the danger from behind. Yang Fan activated the ring's power, which began to glow. Yang Fan was fortunate that the ring could purify him from the poison, or they would have surely been defeated. Once the poison cleared, Yang Fan launched a counterattack and completely destroyed the flower. Inside the flower were 2 crystals, which he hadn't expected to find. Yanyua wondered about the white pearls. Yang Fan explained that they were crystals from the second-level flower, and that it must not have had time to consume them. Yanyua was surprised and asked if mutants could consume their own kind. Yang Fan confirmed that they could, and that mutants absorb both human and other mutant bodies to continuously develop and grow stronger. The world had become one where the weak perished and the strong devoured others. Duanmu noticed that spores were beginning to sprout from the ground again and advised them to be cautious. Yang Fan examined the flower and remarked that it was no longer an issue, noting that he had inherited the best from the mutant flower. Yanyua didn't understand what he meant. Yang Fan smiled and assured her she would soon find out. Yang Fan decided they needed to return to the shower. Yanyua suggested they should go back to trading. He agreed and praised her for her smart suggestion. They returned to the shower room. Yang Fan considered that even though 1 white crystal was worth 1,000 gray ones, buying the hammer would leave him with nothing. Yang Fan approached the merchant and began trading. Yang Fan purchased a hammer, 2 first-level development potions, and a pistol. This way, they wouldn't waste too much time, as they were not very skilled in defense. He spent exactly 1,000 crystals out of his total of after the purchases. He had 116 crystals remaining. After concluding the trade, Yang Fan distributed the development potions and pistols to the others so they could contribute in combat. MANHUA asked why he was giving them a gun when he didn't need one himself. Yang Fan showed them the hammer card and explained that he had this. MANHUA didn't understand what it was and inquired about it. Yang Fan clenched the card in his hand, and his eyes glowed. A bright blue light began to shine from his hand as he promised they would soon understand. Yang Fan was enveloped in bright light, and a magical circle appeared beneath him. He was acquiring a new ability. With his new craftsman profession, Yang Fan intended to create a powerful, fully armed group and exact his revenge. He wanted them to hold on and not die too quickly. MANHUA remarked that he hadn't changed at all. Yang Fan replied that the most important things couldn't be seen with the eyes, and decided it was better to show them. Having mastered the artisan profession, Yang Fan aimed to build the strongest fighting force and undermine the base of the heavenly disc. Yang Fan utilized his new artisan transformation power. The axe in Yang Fan's hand began to morph. He transformed the axe into a blade, explaining that an artisan could reshape materials into any weapon. Yang Fan didn't stop there. He decided to enhance the blade against zombies by infusing it with a crystal. The blade absorbed the crystal, and soon lightning crackled around it. Yang Fan applied an enhancement to the blade. Once Yang Fan finished, he revealed that the blade now had the ability to paralyze enemies. The girls were thrilled with the improvement. Duanmu handed her scalpel to him and asked if he could enhance it. Yang Fan agreed to add more material and transform it into something better. He attached a shower head to the scalpel and began reshaping it into a new weapon. He successfully created 2 daggers for the girls. Duanmu was astonished that he was able to reforge the scalpel by hand, finding it quite unscientific. MANHUA asked if drinking the development potions would upgrade them and grant them abilities. She handed the second potion to Duanmu to drink as well. Yang Fan shook his head and explained that the first-level potion would only slightly enhance their body's hidden capabilities. Duanmu considered analyzing the potion's composition in the lab, but decided she could simply buy more potions later. She chose to drink the potion completely. Shortly after, the girls felt a surge of strength, ready to tackle 100 zombies. Yang Fan instructed them to move quickly, as their next destination was the women's dormitory, where his sister Jing Shu was hiding. He threw a dead man out of the car and told the girls to get inside. Yang Fan drove quickly, determined to reach and rescue his sister. The zombies were in pursuit and kept up with them. They decided the best course of action was to block the entrance with the car to delay the zombies. They rushed up the stairs, and the girls asked which room his sister was in. Yang Fan said she was in room. When they reached the correct floor, they found the door open, and it looked like the situation was dire. When they entered the room, they found the window broken and the room empty. MANHUA began inspecting the room and noted numerous signs of a struggle. She feared that his sister might have already become a zombie. Yang Fan asked her to be quiet, unable to accept the possibility that he had failed to save his sister. Duanmu discovered a phone and showed it to Yang Fan, who recognized it as his sister's. Yang Fan noticed a notification on the phone indicating that the sports bracelet had been deactivated 15 minutes earlier. He suggested they split up to search, reasoning that his sister couldn't have gone too far. Meanwhile, his sister, along with other surviving girls, was held captive in the break room on the 7th floor, tied to a chair by some boys. One of them was attempting to inappropriately touch one of the girls, promising her pleasure. The boy grabbed Jing Shu by the face, his eyes filled with lust. He expressed his satisfaction with the apocalypse, noting that without it, he wouldn't have encountered someone like her. Jing Shu demanded he release her, threatening that her brother would deal with him. The boy mocked her, saying her brother wouldn't come to her aid and suggesting he might be her only hope. Jing Shu screamed for help, and the boy urged her to keep screaming loudly as it excited him. Jing Shu regretted not heeding her brother's warnings and lamented opening the door to these pretenders. She feared she might be dishonored that day. Hearing his sister's screams, Yang Fan burst through the door, demanding that they remove their hands from her. Jing Shu was relieved to see her brother had come to her rescue. Yang Fan, enraged, ordered the boy to remove his filthy hands from his sister. Without hesitation, Yang Fan struck the boy with a lethal blow, eliminating the threat to his sister. The others wanted revenge for their leader's death and questioned why Yang Fan was so eager to die. Yang Fan assured his sister not to be afraid, declaring that anyone who had wronged her would pay. He was determined to take on the rest. He swiftly advanced, closing in on them and delivering a powerful blow to their stomachs. One of the attackers, wielding a knife, called Yang Fan insane and attempted a downward strike. The attacker was instantly killed when Yang Fan struck him in the forehead. MANHUA came to Yang Fan's aid, managing to save him. The last surviving gang member fell to his knees before Yang Fan, pleading for mercy and vowing never to repeat his actions. MANHUA was horrified by the killing, barely processing it. Yang Fan tried to reassure her, explaining that in the end of the world, the rules had changed. If you don't kill, you will be killed. Yang Fan cut the ropes binding his sister, who immediately hugged him, crying and expressing how terrified she had been. Yang Fan apologized for being late. The two rescued girls thanked him and expressed their desire to join him. One mentioned that their safety now depended on him. Yang Fan declined, stating that he didn't need extra burdens in this apocalyptic world. He explained that in such dire circumstances, he couldn't afford to carry unnecessary weight. Yang Fan also warned them that if they didn't become stronger, they would meet the same fate as the two girls who had already died. Duanmu arrived and was surprised by the situation, asking if Yang Fan had found his sister. He confirmed that he had found her and said it was time to leave. As they exited, the rescued girls discussed Yang Fan's refusal to let them join, feeling they were less useful compared to the two girls with him. They were outraged that the three girls accompanying him seemed unbalanced. They descended to the second floor to investigate the situation around the car. Yang Fan observed that the area below was teeming with zombies. He resolved to handle them, planning to clear the path before they quickly descended. Yang Fan leaped down, intent on collecting as many crystals as he could. He crushed a zombie's skull with a single kick. Yang Fan dispatched each zombie swiftly and with great intensity, while his sister encouraged him, assuring him of success. Once all the zombies were defeated, he instructed them to proceed with the descent. As they drove through the city, Yang Fan requested a stop near a supermarket. His sister was puzzled by the request, especially given the supermarket's zombie infestation. Upon reaching the supermarket, they found it overrun with zombies. Duanmu suggested they urgently need to gather food and supplies. She mentioned that large stores like this usually have rear entrances and back alleys, proposing they use those to get inside. Yan instructed everyone to sit comfortably as they prepared to use the store's back entrance. Yang Fan exited the vehicle, intending to handle the zombies and asking the others to follow him. He dispatched the zombies with a single strike each. Once inside, they found the area free of zombies and in good condition. MANHUA suggested they rest and gather supplies. Jin Shou was pleased to find her favorite chips and cola on the shelves, feeling as though life had returned to normal. Duanmu was puzzled by the absence of employees and customers in the supermarket, despite the large crowd of zombies outside. It seemed as though something was drawing the zombies from outside. Jing Shu called out to Yang Fan, reporting that there was blood. Yang Fan's sister remarked that the situation was frightening, explaining why there were so many zombies outside. Duanmu tested the blood with her finger and identified it as human, advising everyone to stay alert. Yang Fan instructed everyone to retreat, find a secure location, and gather supplies. Yan Wei and Jing Shou returned with 2 full backpacks, which Jing Shou had found. Yang Fan observed the packed backpacks and realized that his ring allowed him not only to interact with merchants, but also to store items. He needed to find a way to acquire more supplies, as these 2 backpacks might not be sufficient. Yang Fan sensed that they were being watched, and that there might be other people nearby. Meanwhile, on the supermarket's second floor, they were being monitored via security cameras. The observer questioned if the person below was her ex, Yang Fan. The observer was Wang Lung, the head of security. Yun Rong, dressed in a bunny costume, was lighting a cigar for him. Yun Rong claimed that Yang Fan was no longer significant to her, and that only Wang Lung mattered now. She mentioned that Yang Fan had been acting oddly since morning, insisting that in the end times, only the strongest survive. Wang Lung questioned her about Yang Fan's statements, and Yun Rong assured him she was telling the truth. Wang Lung stroked Yun Rong's head, dismissing her as worthless, and warned her that he would not be merciful at night. Yun Rong accused Yang Fan of already being with another woman, leaving her behind at the hotel and now being in the hands of a pervert. She noticed that January's gun was glowing, which piqued Wang Lung's interest. Yunrong remarked on the beauty of the three girls with Wang Lung. He called his friends to come down and take the girls for some fun. One of the men, who had barged into Yang Fan's room earlier that morning, sought revenge for being beaten. He ended up nearly being bitten by zombies. Yang Fan instructed the girl to rest while he went to gather some items. He quietly informed Manhua that they were being watched and that they would need to split up. She was taken aback by the presence of others. Yang Fan whispered a plan into her ear on how to protect herself from the attackers. As he moved through the food aisles, he noted that during the apocalypse, a bottle of drinking water cost 4 gray crystals, and a bottle of cola could be sold for 20 gray crystals. He needed to use his ring to collect as much currency as possible. Yang Fan picked up a bottle of water, noting that his ring could now hold a space of 10 squares. He aimed to increase this capacity to store even more goods. He threw a water bottle into a cell to ensure no one could follow him. Once the camera was destroyed, he began storing food in the ring while the area was clear. While Yang Fan was preoccupied with collecting supplies, a knife was hurled at him. Lung, angry that this nobody dared to handle his belongings, had attacked. Yang Fan, anticipating such an attack, managed to dodge the knife as it lodged into the wall. The man observed and asked, "What?" Wang Lung. Yang Fan recognized him as the person who had tormented him at the start of the apocalypse, enslaving his soul and reducing him to a near-invalid state. Wang Lung derisively called him a puppy, claiming that Yang Fan's behavior was so audacious that it was inappropriate for him to act up on Wang Lung's turf. Wang Lung ordered his men to sever Yang Fan's legs, believing he would be better off without them. Yang Fan swiftly knocked out 2 of the men with an elbow strike, dismissing them as weaklings. The remaining men were intimidated by Yang Fan, and Wang Lung couldn't comprehend where this young man had gained such strength. Wang Lung warned Yang Fan not to overstep, as his men had captured 3 girls. He threatened that if Yang Fan tried to interfere, they would face consequences. Before he could finish his threat, he heard a heavy object fall behind him. Yuan arrived with 2 guards, dragging one by the hair. She confirmed Wang Lung's criticism of his henchmen, explaining that they had attacked after Yang Fan left, but she had dealt with them. Wang Lung was terrified and realized they were in deep trouble. He begged Yang Fan for mercy, blaming Yun Rong for everything and claiming she had forced him into this situation. Wang Lung's pleas were insincere. He attempted to distract Yang Fan and plot his own demise, suspecting Yang Fan was setting a trap. Wang Lung swung at Yang Fan, threatening to beat him to death with a baton. Yang Fan managed to catch the baton and, using his artisan's ability, altered it so that it pierced Wang Lung's hand. Wang Lung was baffled, thinking Yang Fan was using black magic. He ordered his men to release him quickly, or he would kill them. One guard fled, calling Yang Fan a devil, while another begged for mercy, insisting he was innocent. Yan looked at Wang Lung in surprise, noting his ability to change shape. Yang Fan confronted Wang Lung about his desire to kill him. Wang Lung blamed Yun Rong for provoking him, urging Yang Fan to understand that every crime has a criminal and every debt a debtor. He pleaded for his release. Yang Fan agreed to let Wang Lung go but began to reshape the baton. He reformed the baton so that it pierced Wang Lung's neck. Yang Fan then left, telling him to go to the underworld. Manhua gazed at Wang Lung's corpse and contemplated using magic herself. The remaining guards bowed to Yang Fan, promising not to cause any more trouble. They called him a great man and begged for his mercy. Yang Fan referred to them as despicable, but chose not to kill them since their attack had failed. He instructed them to leave immediately, and they complied, quickly exiting the scene. However, Yang Fan still faced another problem. Yun Rong, hidden behind a wall on the 2nd floor, overheard their conversation. She headed to the security room with the intention of framing Yang Fan by any means necessary. She decided to open the store's front door, doubting they would survive the incoming onslaught. As the store doors opened, a flood of zombies rushed inside. Yang Fan cursed Yun Rong for her actions. He instructed Manhua to go upstairs, find the switch for the induction door, and close it. Yang Fan, his sister, and Duanmu rushed to him. Jingshu pleaded for help, pointing out that the supermarket doors were open and swarming with zombies. Yang Fan was thrown into the midst of the zombies, while Duanmu was tasked with protecting Jingshu as Yang Fan handled the threat. Duanmu positioned herself in front of Yang Fan's sister, reassuring her and instructing her to stay calm and protected. Yanhua reached the control room, where she believed the switch was located. As she opened the door, Yunrong attacked her. Yanhua managed to react in time and evade the strike. Yanhua subdued Yunrong, revealing that she had anticipated an ambush. She noted that the evolution drugs had significantly enhanced her agility. She bound Yunrong to prevent her from interfering. Yunrong insulted Yanhua, demanding her release. Yanhua told her to be quiet and wait, promising to deal with her later. Jingshu called out to her brother, informing him that the doors weren't closing. Yang Fan continued fighting, reassuring his sister by staying close. Yanhua brought Yunrong to Yang Fan, asking how to handle her. Yunrong pleaded for Yang Fan to save her from Yanhua. Yanhua was baffled by Yunrong's actions, questioning why she had opened the door and whether it was due to Yang Fan's intervention. Yunrong lied, claiming she wanted to help them deal with Wang Lun and that they had killed the supermarket workers, intending to kill them next. Yang Fan touched Yunrong's face, questioning her claim of wanting to help. Yunrong seized the opportunity to seduce him, pressing her body against him and declaring her love. Yang Fan told her to go to hell and asked her to help him deal with Wang Lun one more time. He pushed Yunrong out into the street, sending her toward the swarm of zombies. The zombies attacked her as she begged for salvation. With the doors closed, Yunrong was devoured by the zombies, screaming that she would haunt Yang Fan as a spirit. Yang Fan watched in silence as she was torn apart. Jingshu expressed her anger, calling Yunrong trash for frightening her and threatening her brother. Yang Fan and Yanhua collected crystals from the zombies. Yanhua remarked that it was a bit harsh, but Yunrong deserved it. She confirmed that Yunrong had been his ex. Yang Fan agreed. Yanhua suggested that they could use the staff room on the second floor to take showers and stay overnight to clean up. The girls took showers, with Yanhua enjoying the hot water and feeling better. Jingshu commented on the busy day, and Yanhua advised her to go to bed early, as they might face even more challenges the next day. Duanmu, drying herself after her shower, mentioned feeling better thanks to the medicine, and noted that she no longer needed her glasses. While the girls were showering, Yang Fan was on the first floor, storing food in his ring. The next morning, 3 people sneaked into the store. They were frustrated to find it empty, and one of them sat on the floor, complaining about the effort they'd put in for nothing. They found it odd that the store was as spotless as a hospital. One of them noticed the stairs and suggested they go up to the second floor. Another was uneasy about the silence, fearing zombies might appear. The guy in the black t-shirt ordered the overweight man to go first, and he complied. When Cannon opened the door, a blade was quickly placed near his neck, and he was instructed not to move. Shanann, frightened, pleaded for their lives, insisting they were not zombies. The others, alarmed by the swift response, realized why the shelves were empty. Noise had attracted attention. Yanhua emerged from the next room and confronted the intruders, asking Yang Fan about them. The man requested Yanhua to inform Yang Fan that they had come only for food, specifically canned cat food. Yang Fan removed the blade and told them to leave, as there was no more food available in the store. One of the intruders was outraged upon seeing Yanhua's backpack, suspecting it contained something valuable. Another commented that such a large backpack would be useful for several days. A knife flew between them at high speed and lodged into the wall. The intruders were startled and scared. Yanhua, angry at their attempt to take her belongings, ordered them to leave. The guy in the t-shirt was terrified, realizing that if the knife had been just a millimeter closer, he could have lost his head. His friend grabbed him by the arm and apologized, claiming there was a misunderstanding and that his companion was not in his right mind. He assured them they were leaving immediately. They began to whisper among themselves. The guy in the t-shirt questioned whether they would just leave after almost being killed. His friend had a plan and assured him not to worry, saying they couldn't confront them directly now, but would find a way to steal the backpack later. Yanhua wondered why the guy was still there and hadn't left yet. He claimed he wasn't part of the group and had come to buy groceries, accidentally running into them. He inquired about canned cat food and offered to exchange information for it. He knew where a safe place was and where survivors were hiding, mentioning that it had no zombies and was protected by the military. Yanhua asked if there was nothing left on the first floor. Something quickly zipped past her, and she didn't even have time to see what it was. It was Sinan's cat, Shishi. He calmed her down, and Shishi jumped onto his shoulder. Sinan explained about the cat. When asked about his cat, Sinan confirmed it was indeed his. He said he needed canned cat food because Shishi had developed a huge appetite and refused to eat regular cat food, having consumed all the canned food in the house. Sinan was surprised that Yanyua didn't know the first floor was empty and the shelves were bare. Yang Fan had told him he had heard rustling noises the night before, suggesting someone was coming. Duanmu and Jing Shu emerged into the corridor. Jing Shu was charmed by the cat. She wanted to pet it, but Yang Fan advised against it, saying the cat wasn't behaving normally. Sinan was offended by the insult to his cat, insisting she was very well behaved and perfectly fine. Jing Shu continued to plead with her brother to let her pet the cat, but Yang Fan remained firm in his refusal. Jing Shu decided to take matters into her own hands and picked up the cat. She stuck her tongue out at her brother and called him a bad uncle. She cuddled the cat and noticed how smooth its fur was, deciding to share some of her food with it. The group headed outside. Sinan asked if they were sure they didn't want to join him at the safe place, but Yanyua declined, explaining they had their own tasks. Jing Shu said her goodbyes to Shishi, calling her a sweet kitty. Their farewell was interrupted by a cry for help and the sound of a motorcycle. Yang Fan immediately readied himself to protect his friends. Jing Shu was astonished to see a pack of zombie dogs charging toward them. The two intruders had brought the rabid zombie dogs with them and were trying to escape on a motorcycle. They took refuge and pleaded for rescue. Yang Fan accused them of deliberately bringing the zombie dogs. The intruders tried to excuse their mistake and begged for help, not wanting to be driven away. Yanyua called them cowardly idiots and ordered them to hide. The intruders exchanged looks, realizing it was time to execute their plan. One of them tried to take the food backpack from Jing Shu, while the guy in the t-shirt aimed to stab Yanyua from behind. He managed to inflict a shallow wound, but Yang Fan intervened, grabbing his hand to stop him. Yang Fan sensed that they were plotting something sinister. He twisted the guy's arm, causing him to drop the knife in pain, and demanded to know why he should let him go. Meanwhile, Duanmu, Jing Shu, and Sinan struggled to keep the backpack from the second intruder, who demanded it while claiming there were zombie dogs behind them. Everyone was deceived by the intruder's distraction and turned their attention away. Amidst the distraction, the intruder managed to grab the backpack and flee. He hopped on the motorcycle and told his friend he would drive farther away before coming back for him. He taunted them, thanking them for protecting him from the pack of zombie dogs. Yang Fan realized the dogs were closing in and needed to act quickly. Jing Shu, worried for her brother, urged him to take action. Yang Fan threw the guy in the t-shirt toward the dogs to divert their attention. He commanded everyone to quickly get into the car to avoid being caught while the dogs attacked the guy. Jing Shu asked Yan to take her backpack and give it to Duanmu to assist in fighting off the dogs. They began fending off the pack. Yanyua commented that the dogs weren't too strong individually, but Yang Fan noted that their numbers made them dangerous. As some dogs were killed, more quickly replaced them. He urged her to leave before it was too late. The others used the car to help clear the dogs, shouting for Yang Fan to get in. Jing Shu ordered her brother to get in the car as they drove away. While they were heading toward the car, they were pursued by a level 2 mutated zombie dog. Yanyua got into the car, and Yang Fan told them to leave while he stayed behind. Yang Fan ran in the opposite direction to draw the dog away and instructed Conan to leave quickly and not to worry about him. Conan followed his orders and drove off, wishing Yang Fan good luck. Yanyua wanted the car to stop to help Yang Fan, and his sister agreed, eager to assist him. Yanyua was about to get out of the car, but Duanmu stopped her, advising her to listen to Yang Fan and not interfere, as it could jeopardize their survival. She reassured Yanyua that Yang Fan was stronger and would handle it on his own. During the fight, the dog knocked Yang Fan to the ground. He taunted the creature, asking if it wanted to bite him. Yang Fan extended his blade and told the dog it would have to deal with his sword first. Thanks to the blade's length, he was able to decapitate the dog. Yang Fan was fortunate to retrieve a white crystal from the dog's remains. Even though he had defeated the level 2 zombie dog, the smell of blood attracted more, making it impossible to eliminate them all. His friends didn't abandon him and came back to help. Yanyua opened the car door and reached out to help Yang Fan climb in quickly. He grasped her hand, and she pulled him inside. This led to a bit of an awkward situation, and she urged him to sit down properly. Yang Fan glanced out the window and saw the dogs still pursuing them closely. He asked the driver to make a detour to help them evade the pack. Jing Shu noticed a pool of blood on the back seat and asked her brother if he was injured. He assured her that the zombie dogs were not a serious threat to him. Yan, weakened, collapsed onto Duanmu, and Yang Fan noticed she was bleeding. Yan reassured everyone that it was just a minor wound from the fight with the dogs, and that it wasn't serious. Jing Shu was distressed by Yan's bleeding and insisted that it was more than just a minor issue. Yang Fan began to examine the wound, and Yan was confused by his actions. After inspecting the wound, Yang Fan concluded that it was bleeding heavily and that she had lost a significant amount of blood. Yang Fan realized that he needed to urgently trade for medicine with the merchants before it was too late. He removed his jacket and instructed Duanmu to help stop Yan's bleeding. Duanmu started to tend to Yan's wound, while Yang Fan directed Conan to go to the pharmacy. Conan mentioned that all the pharmacies had been looted, but the safe place he had mentioned earlier had both medicine and a doctor. Hearing about the doctor, Yang Fan ordered everyone to head to the safe place immediately, believing it would be the best option. Conan complied, and they were only 2 intersections away from their destination, which was in the area of the largest shopping centers. Upon arrival, Conan pointed out that this was the safest place available. Yang Fan got out of the car, reflecting on how he hadn't known about this place during his previous struggles. Wang Lun and others had tormented him, causing him to spend a whole month reaching this location. The doctor had saved him then, but refused to follow orders and treated people for free, which led to his death. Yang Fan resolved to save the doctor this time, no matter the cost. Duanmu urged Yan to hold on, assuring her that the doctor would help her soon. Yan responded that her pain was bearable. Conan pointed out the entrance and urged them to follow him quickly. He approached the guards, pleading for them to open the doors because they had a wounded girl. The guards were hesitant to let them in, fearing that Yan might be infected with the zombie virus, and refused to admit them, even if it meant letting them die. Yan, frustrated, revealed her wound to prove it was a knife cut, not a zombie bite. Duanmu cautioned her to be careful and not worsen the injury. One guard refused entry, while the other asked his brother to wait. He mentioned that each guard had 100 gray crystals, while Yan had 1,000 crystals. Yang Fan showed them a bag of crystals and said he didn't have that many gray crystals. However, he could exchange 1 white crystal for 1,000 gray ones. One guard took the bag, exclaiming that they were now rich, while the other realized he should have asked for 2,000 crystals instead. The guards kept their promise and opened the gates for them. The guards discreetly hid knives behind their backs and whispered about their plan to first attack Yang Fan and then deal with the rest. They suspected there might be even more crystals to gain. Yang Fan grew suspicious of the guards' behavior. The guards instructed them to hurry, but Yang Fan noticed a knife glinting from behind one of them. The guards smiled and asked if they intended to attack him. Yang Fan drew his blade, stating that they were not strong enough to succeed. Yang Fan quickly dispatched the guard who had taken the crystals, causing the second guard to panic. The second guard, enraged, swung at Yang Fan in a bid for revenge. Yan Yue stabbed him from behind, stating that he would no longer have a chance for revenge. Yan Yue was in intense pain from her wound. Yang Fan held her, asserting that she shouldn't boast about her strength because he could handle the situation on his own. Yang Fan instructed Jing Shu to take the bag and check the guard's pockets, allowing her to keep whatever she found. Jing Shu promptly began searching the bodies, showcasing her expertise in scavenging. After Jing Shu finished searching the pockets, she handed the bag to her brother. She remarked that the guards were beggars, as they had very few crystals. Initially, the guards seemed friendly towards Sinan, but they had ended up killing and robbing 2 bouncers. Sinan decided that he would need to leave them once things settled down. Yang Fan noticed they were being followed and invited the pursuers to come down and talk. A man from the 2nd floor began to applaud Yang Fan. The applauding man was surrounded by armed guards. He praised Yang Fan's decisiveness and bravery, asking for his name. Yang Fan introduced himself, and the man identified himself as Boss Bo, the head of the place. He used to work in security and now ran this establishment. Boss Bo mentioned he was looking for a 3rd leader for his team and asked if Yang Fan was interested in the position. Yang Fan suggested discussing the offer later, as his friend was in urgent need of medical help and he had heard there was a doctor present. Boss Bo instructed a guard to take them to the medical facility. Boss Bo thought highly of Yang Fan's talents and hoped to recruit him to strengthen his base. If that didn't work out, he planned to have them dealt with by zombies. The guard escorted them to the first aid station and invited them inside. The place seemed unfamiliar and suspicious to them, raising doubts about the presence of a real medical center. Yang Fan led Yan Yue inside and asked if there was anyone available, as they needed a doctor's assistance. A man with glasses, seated at a desk and writing something, asked them to come in. Yang Fan observed the doctor and realized it wasn't the one he had hoped for, indicating that the actual doctor had not yet arrived. The doctor examined Yan's wound and determined it was caused by a sharp object, resulting in significant blood loss. He advised that she needed a transfusion and a tetanus shot, which would cost around 5,000 gray crystals. Sinan was outraged, accusing the doctor of extortion and questioning his conscience. The doctor became irate, insisting that if they didn't want to pay, they should leave and stop interfering with his business. Someone emerged from behind a curtain, offering to take over the patient if the doctor was unwilling. A dark-haired female doctor stepped forward. Yang Fan recognized her as the same doctor who had saved him in his previous life, and was relieved to see her. She examined Yan, noting that the wound was not deep, but had caused significant blood loss. The second doctor was upset by her actions. The second doctor was furious, accusing her of acting illegally and for free, and complained about the high cost of medications. She replied that as a doctor, her duty was to save lives, and she was prepared to face any complaints directed at her, advising him to take them up with Boss Bo. The second doctor, not understanding her motives, demanded she stop and tried to strike her, asserting his authority as the head of the hospital. Yang Fan intervened, grabbing the doctor's hand and warning him not to touch her. He threatened the doctor with serious consequences if he continued. The doctor, enraged, threatened them with retaliation and went to report them to Boss Bo. Lin Miao-chun thanked Yang Fan for his help and asked everyone to wait outside while she attended to Yan's wound. Yang Fan, catching everyone off guard, abruptly asked Lin Miao-chun if she would become his girlfriend. Yang Fan proposed to Lin Miao-chun because of the profound impact she had on his life in his previous life, and he felt he couldn't let her die this time. His sister thought he was crazy, and Sinan was taken aback by Yang Fan's boldness, especially since they had just met. Lin Miao-chun declined the proposal, saying they weren't close enough yet, and considered his advance inappropriate given their brief acquaintance. Yang Fan persisted, suggesting they should get to know each other better, but Lin Miao-chun rejected him, finding his approach tactless. Yan Yu was jealous and thought he was overstepping boundaries. Lin Miao-chun, unable to endure Yang Fan's pressure, asked him to leave because his friend needed immediate help. After a while, Lin invited everyone inside and assured them that Yan would be fine. The girls were relieved to hear that Yan was doing well. Lin Miao-chun advised her to avoid sudden movements and to return in 5 days to have the stitches removed. Yang Fan heard the doctor and Boss Bo arguing as they arrived, with the doctor complaining about the unpaid treatment. Boss Bo, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, explained that medical supplies were costly and the treatment price was justified. Yang Fan didn't refuse to pay, but felt that 5,000 crystals for a minor cut was excessive. He questioned if they were trying to deceive him. One of the bodyguards, infuriated by Yang Fan's tone, pointed a gun at him. Yang Fan activated his artisan ability, reshaping the gun to his advantage. He detested having guns pointed at him the most. Boss Bo, surprised by Yang Fan's superpowers, proposed that Yang Fan work for him in exchange for free treatment for his girlfriend. Boss Bo warned that breaking the rules would result in punishment. Wu Mai, who had fire-based powers, and Gao Liang, with earth-based abilities, were introduced as part of his team. Gao Liang used an earth trap to hinder Lin Miao-chun from evading Wu Mai's fiery attack. Yang Fan extended his hand to Lin Miao-chun. He pulled her out of the earth trap, saving her from potential harm. Lin Miao-chun was relieved, realizing that Yang Fan was more competent than just a dissolute womanizer. In his previous life, there were many superpowered individuals in this place, and he knew this time wouldn't be limited to just these 2. He was unsure if he could handle all of them, but he saw only one way out. Yang Fan proposed to join them and enhance their base's security with his superpowers, but he insisted on one condition: they must spare Lin Miao-chun. Boss Bo agreed to spare her, but he was skeptical about the benefits of Yang Fan's proposed enhancement of their base. Yang Fan realized Boss Bo was unfamiliar with the master profession and decided to leverage this. He explained that his abilities included not only transforming objects into weapons, but also creating them. Currently, he could produce first-level weapons, but with time, he could advance to second-level weapons. This would potentially turn Bo's people into a formidable force. To produce these weapons, Yang Fan needed crystals, metal, and natural quintessence. If Bo provided these materials, The cost of the weapons would be 80% less than purchasing from merchants. Boss Bo was impressed and agreed, saying there was enough material. If the first batch of 100 weapons met quality standards, he would provide Yang Fan with a drug to advance him to the second level and host a celebration in his honor. Bo instructed the guard to prepare accommodations for everyone. Jing Zhao whispered that her brother was impressive. Duan Mu questioned whether they could truly trust staying here, given the boss's dubious nature. Yang Fan was aware of this and requested that they wait until MANHUA recovered before leaving. In the meantime, he wanted everyone to rest and regain their strength. He decided they should first gather all their crystals and materials. In his private office, Bo instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch on this person. He planned to wait until Yang Fan created weapons for them, after which they would capture his friends. Bo intended to force Yang Fan to make weapons for them indefinitely, ensuring he couldn't escape. Wu Mei admired her boss for consistently coming up with such impressive strategies. The security guard directed the group down the hall and informed them that the dormitory was at full capacity, so they would be staying there. Gao Liang obstructed Yang Fan's path, saying he would be sent elsewhere. Bo had already prepared materials for him, and he needed to get to work. The realization dawned on him that their plan was to separate them so they could later use his friends to blackmail him. However, this was a miscalculation on their part. They had overestimated their own strength. Jing Shou was concerned about her brother and insisted on accompanying him. Gao Liang declined her request, explaining that the vault was filled with treasures and no one was permitted to enter. Yang Fan gently patted his sister's head and reassured her that everything would be okay. He told her to rest well and promised he would return for her soon. Gao Liang entered the access code to unlock the vault. The massive, secured door opened and they stepped inside. Inside the vault, one cell was open, containing 5,000 gray crystals. Boss Bao instructed them to test these gray crystals first. Gao Liang cautioned that failure would result in him and his friends being consumed by zombies. The guy considered how many crystals they had and noted that they must possess a significant amount of weaponry with substantial firepower, given their ability to amass such a large number of crystals in a short time. Gao Liang mentioned that there were additional materials in that direction, though their suitability for use was unknown. These items were souvenirs collected after battles. Yang Fan needed to examine them, as some might be useful. Yang Fan realized that these weren't merely souvenirs, and was puzzled by their careless handling. He saw potential for creating valuable equipment from these materials. Yang Fan expressed a preference for working without interference and requested Gao Liang to step outside and wait. Gao Liang warned him that the room was constructed with level B bank vault materials, impervious even to bombs, and that there was only one exit, so he should avoid any tricks. Among the trophies, Yang Fan found a white-level mutation horn, a cosmic mineral, and a rare ductile metal. He recognized that these individuals were unaware of their true value. Yang Fan decided that the small space mineral could be used to create a cubic chain for storing supplies. He also planned to craft useful equipment from the other items to expedite their escape. Yang Fan began to reshape the horn with his abilities. He arranged all the necessary artifacts and started crafting equipment, which caused lightning to appear. Yang Fan produced 10 first-level mountain-long swords, a protective shield scanner, glasses, ultra-thin body armor, a spatial chain, and a desert pistol named Eagle from the collection of weapons. After creating a large number of items at once, Yang Fan felt exhausted and pushed beyond his limits. To avoid drawing attention, he decided to conceal all the items in the spatial chain, and also took the gray crystals, as leaving them would be unwise. The guard questioned Gao Liang about whether Yang Fan could actually produce weapons with those materials. Gao Liang replied that Yang Fan only possessed a rare superpower and was not yet capable of performing their tasks. However, Gao Liang, like the girls accompanying this guy, considered them to be naive and immature. He was intrigued and wanted to get to know them better. The vault door began to open, catching Gao Liang off guard. Yang Fan emerged from the vault and warned that if Gao Liang dared to harm his friends, he wouldn't care about Gao Liang's superpowers and would deal with him ruthlessly. Gao Liang was displeased with this attitude and questioned why Yang Fan was provoking trouble. Yang Fan told him to remember his warning and go check the weapon. Gao Liang replied that if the weapon didn't meet their standards, Yang Fan would face consequences. Gao Liang was astonished by Yang Fan's skill. noting that he had produced 10 mountain swords using only 3,600 gray crystals and some seemingly worthless souvenirs. Purchasing the same quantity from merchants would cost at least 6,000 crystals. Yang Fan mentioned that due to his low strength level, he could only create up to 10 weapons per day. Gao Liang tested one of the swords on a piece of wood, and it cut through effortlessly. Realizing that Yang Fan had crafted a first-class weapon, Gao Liang acknowledged his usefulness. However, he decided not to interfere with Yang Fan, but would still take liberties with his female companions. With the weapons ready, Yang Fan asked to be taken to his friends. Gao Liang ordered that Yang Fan be escorted to his friends. The guard led him to the room where the others were located. Considering he had only made 10 weapons, Yang Fan anticipated that Chief Bao might demand more and provide him with a drug to enhance his strength. While he pondered this, the guard informed him that they had arrived and he could enter. Upon entering, Yang Fan saw that the girls had just finished showering and were not dressed. They were surprised by his early return. Embarrassed, they quickly tried to cover themselves and complained about his lack of courtesy in entering without knocking. Yang Fan ignored their reactions and removed his chain. He began to pull out the equipment he had crafted from the spatial chain. Jing Shu was amazed at how much could fit inside the chain. She took the chain from her brother, feeling a bit timid, and hurriedly instructed the treasures to be revealed more quickly. Yang Fan explained that the spatial chain's main feature was its empty interior space, allowing her to store whatever she wished. Jing Shu thanked her brother and said she would fill it with various items. He created a pistol with an unlimited magazine of second-level ammunition and second-level scanner glasses for Don Mu. They were pleased with these items. Manhua no longer needed to fear the zombies, and Don Mu could now use the glasses for scanning. At this moment, Nan arrived in the room. The guy received a level 1 shield that adjusts in size to protect him from mutants. Simon was thrilled with the gift. For Lin Miao Chun, Yang Fan made ultra-thin body armor capable of withstanding attacks from first-level mutants. He asked her to put it on. Lin Miao Chun wondered if Yang Fan could have designed something with a different style, but felt embarrassed and thanked him. Gao Liang presented Bao with the weapon Yang Fan had made. Bao was surrounded by a group of admiring girls. Gao Liang mentioned that while the weapon appeared to be of first level, its actual power was unknown. Bao decided to test the sword by cutting a table in front of him. The table was sliced in half effortlessly. Bao praised the sword's sharpness, comparing it to a Tier 1 dagger. He ordered that more crystals be acquired the next day, noting that making swords from 3,600 crystals was much more cost-effective than purchasing them from merchants. Gao Liang inquired whether Bao still intended to capture the girl to ensure Yang Fan would make weapons for them indefinitely. Bao advised against rushing into this plan, as he was confident the girl wouldn't escape. The girl seemed excited by Bao's bad reputation, which clearly intrigued her. The next morning, Bao's team set out for a hunt. In addition to their firearms, they now wielded swords made by Yang Fan, as firearms would eventually run out, and edged weapons were considered superior. The guy observed from the window, noting that they had American heavy machine guns and a variety of rare supplies. They were once again heading out to combat mutants. He realized Bao was pleased with the weapons, as Bao had sent his team to collect more crystals and materials. Yang Fan was eager to continue providing his creations. There was a knock on the door. Simon woke up and noted that someone had arrived. When Yang Fan opened the door, he found Lin Miao Chun waiting, accompanied by Wu Mei, the primary attendant. Lin Miao Chun told Yang Fan that she had waited for a long time and that the materials for today were ready. She wanted to witness firsthand how he crafted such impressive weapons. Yang Fan explained that he would attend to it after lunch, as he was not yet fully recovered and was not ready to work immediately. Chief Bao had sent some of his people to gather materials for weapons and directed Yang Fan to start working. Yang Fan understood that Bao was making efficient use of his time. The girl flattered Yang Fan, asking him not to be so rude and offering to wait either in the living room or his room if he preferred. She hoped to make him impatient enough to create a unique weapon for her. When she attempted to touch him, he took her hand and told her he had business to attend to. She inquired about his destination and offered to accompany him. Realizing her charm wasn't working, she decided to be more persistent. Yang Fan mentioned that they had a large base and likely some traders. She confirmed this but added that using their services required a payment of 3,000 gray crystals. The guy was taken aback by the high price but dismissed it, since he wasn't the one paying. He requested to be taken to a merchant to purchase some medicine. When they arrived at the merchant's location, he saw military-clad guards stationed there. The girl instructed them to open the doors, announcing that she had brought a customer to boost their business. He was led to the merchant, noting that 4 armed guards were present. There was a second-level merchant at this base, and Yang Fan hoped he would have the items he needed. The guard asked for payment. Without hesitation, the guy handed over a bag containing 3,000 crystals. The guard inspected the crystals and explained that with this amount, he could stay for 5 minutes. After that, the guard had the right to evict him. Once the guard left, the guy approached the merchant to initiate the transaction. Yang Fan observed that Bao had purchased all the useful items and a strength-enhancing drug. He now understood why Chief Bao preferred to delegate shopping tasks. He noticed that there was only 1 lot remaining in the store, a competition area with a mechanical bear. 2 out of 3 attempts had already been used. Bao had sent someone to fight, but after 2 failed attempts, he had halted the challenge. It was rare to find dealers with competition platforms. In Yang Fan's previous life, many saved up and acquired equipment to participate in such contests. Now, it was his turn. Yang Fan hoped the second-level merchant wouldn't assign him to an excessively difficult platform. He decided to take part and hoped to win unexpected prizes. After purchasing the pass, he began to teleport. Yang Fan found himself in a small arena with a single entrance. Time in this arena moved about 10 times slower than outside, giving him roughly 50 minutes. A large bear with mechanical prosthetics entered the arena. The guy decided to begin with his strongest attack and drew his blade. The bear immediately launched an assault, forcing him to block. He felt the full force of the bear's attack. Yang Fan realized the mechanical bear was at level 3. Unable to withstand the bear's force, Yang Fan was knocked off his feet and thrown several meters away. The bear was superior in strength, speed, and attack power, making it a formidable opponent. However, even the most powerful creatures have weaknesses, as even 8th and 9th level monsters have vulnerabilities. Yang Fan moved closer to the bear and identified its weak spot. He struck at the vulnerable area. The bear roared in pain, electricity coursing through its body. Despite the attack, the bear only slowed down. The paralyzing effect of his level 2 sword was insufficient. Determined, Yang Fan leaped to deliver a blow to the bear's head. He sliced the bear's neck, and it fell dead. Observers were watching the fight and found Yang Fan to be quite intriguing, awaiting the outcome with interest. He looked around and asked if there were others present. The system declared him the winner and awarded him a level increase. Yang Fan felt his effort was worthwhile, as advancing his level was crucial for him. The soldiers prepared to remove Yang Fan, as he had only 5 seconds left. He exited on his own, rendering their intervention unnecessary. The chief of the guards ordered him to be surrounded and searched. Yang Fan was baffled by their audacity, reminding them that he was the 3rd deputy chief of Bao and questioning if they were ready to face consequences. The guard explained that the 3,000 crystals covered only the entrance fee. An additional amount was required to make any purchases. Wu Mei asked to allow them to search him, not wanting to trouble Chief Bao as his friends might be harmed. Yang Fan responded that he detested people who threatened him using his friend's safety. Yang Fan informed the guards that he hadn't purchased anything since the merchant didn't have the medicine he needed. The guards were told the same by everyone, but they were lying. Yang Fan questioned what would happen if nothing was found. The guard suggested that if nothing was found, Yang Fan could decapitate him, as staying there for 5 minutes without making a purchase was unacceptable. Yang Fan agreed to the search and reminded them of their promise. The guard instructed that every corner and the soles of his shoes be thoroughly checked. After the search, the guards reported finding nothing but 4 gray crystals. The chief of the guards was incredulous. Yang Fan grabbed the machine gun from the guard, confusing the guard with his action. He shot the head guard in the head, as he had found nothing. Yang Fan turned to Wu Mei, asking if she wanted to be searched as well. She decided against it, preferring to avoid any risk. He warned her that any further attempts at blackmail would result in her being decapitated. Her reaction was one of excitement, as anger seemed to make her more alluring. She pleaded with him to stay and expressed a desire to become his friend. Wu Mei caught up to him, grabbing his arm and asking him to teach her how to make weapons. He withdrew his arm and instructed her to step away, as he wasn't interested in married women. Wu Mei was displeased by his rejection. She hoped that one day he would regret his decision and come running after her, wanting him to become her personal servant. Miao Chun, who had been examined, noticed that her wound was healing remarkably fast. She was curious about the reason for her rapid recovery and asked if anyone knew what was causing it. Yan Yu guessed that her swift recovery might be due to her being a first-level evolved. Miao Chun had heard that such individuals had potent superpowers, but she didn't expect the recovery rate to be so impressive. Jing Shou was concerned about her brother since half a day had passed since Yang Fan left, and he still hadn't returned. Duanmu reassured her, saying Yang Fan would be fine. Her greater worry was that Chief Bao hadn't provided them with water or food, and with their remaining supplies, they could only last another day. Jing Shu glanced at Qian, who asked her not to look at him like that due to the minimal food left. He was cautious not to eat more than necessary. Yang Fan came back and told them not to worry. They were relieved that he had finally returned. He retrieved food from his ring for them to eat. He decided this amount would be sufficient and mentioned that he had finished his work for the day and received food from Bao. Jing Shu was pleased with the abundance of food. Dawn's worries proved unnecessary, and Duanmu cried with joy at being able to eat their fill. Yang Fan instructed them to eat and keep watch at the door. He requested not to let anyone in while he dealt with a businessman. He planned to use special materials to create something for them and test a new power. His friend began eating, and his sister, with her mouth full, reassured him that she would handle the door and keep everyone out. Conan fed his cat, who was as thin as he was. Jing Shu decided to take food to Yan Yue and Miao Chun, as they were also hungry. Yang Fan sat on the bed, contemplating the hierarchy of craftsmanship. The master professor includes levels 1 to 3, beginners are levels 4 to 6, intermediate levels are 7 to 9, and advanced is the highest level. In his previous life, only one person reached the highest level. This individual's super fortification was an impenetrable stronghold, surpassing even those with superpowers. This achievement earned him a distinguished place among the top leaders of the strongest bases. Yang Fan was confident that he would succeed in this world as well. A first-level craftsman needs rare materials to create unique weapons, while a second-level master can produce something extraordinary from ordinary materials, and with the addition of rare materials, achieve a high-level product. The red refined stone he found in the trash today was of second-level mutation. If the fusion succeeded, his sword could advance to the second level and might gain new properties. Upon completing the fusion, the sword transformed into a red lotus. Yang Fan was puzzled by the lack of visible changes to the sword, fearing that the fusion had failed. He decided to test the sword, and its shape altered. Yang Fan realized this was an extremely rare fire mutation from his past world, valued at 100,000 white crystals. Bao commented that the batch of swords made today was of decent quality, but wouldn't last long. Once their firearms were depleted, they would rely on these swords to fight the zombies. Gao Liang inquired if it was true that once Yang Fan made 100 swords, Chief Bao would provide him with a strength-enhancing drug, which cost 100 white crystals. Bao chuckled, revealing that the drug was Gao Liang's. Bao's plan was to have Yang Fan make 99 swords and then claim that any subsequent work was of poor quality. Yang Fan spent 7 days making weapons and had one batch left to reach a total of with the remaining materials, he could only craft light armor. After completing the light armor made of golden thread, Yang Fan placed it in his ring. He was eager for the weekly exchange of high-quality items at a lower price and was curious about what he would receive this time, having previously obtained a master's card. Yang Fan arrived at the trading point, where the new guard greeted him respectfully as the third deputy. The guard informed him that entry cost 3,000 gray crystals. Yang Fan handed over a bag of crystals. The guard noted the third deputy's positive reputation, assuming he would receive a strength-enhancing drug the following day and depart. Yang Fan proceeded to trade with the merchant. When the lots appeared, he discovered that everything had already been purchased. He used his ring to make an exchange, hoping it wouldn't let him down. A very rare card appeared in the store. The perfect sage card emerged. In his past world, this card was extremely rare, representing an 8th-level sage capable of reviving the dead. Such individuals were highly coveted by all powerful bases. Yang Fan decided to persuade Lin Miao Chun to join them, as the perfect sage card would greatly enhance his team's strength. Yang Fan asked Wu Mai to wait a bit longer, promising he would soon be back to complete his task. Upon leaving the merchant's location, Yang Fan encountered Wu Mai, who had already conducted the search. Someone knocked on Yang Fan's friend's room. They thought it was Yang Fan returning early. Jing Shu hurried to open the door, expecting to see her brother. Instead of Yang Fan, she found Gao Liang and his henchmen. When she asked where her brother was, they ominously told her she would see him soon, but now she belonged to them. Gao Liang ordered his men to capture everyone, intending to abuse all the girls. Among the intruders was a man who had previously fled on a motorcycle with their supplies. He threatened Yan Yan, vowing to avenge his friend. Han Lian Yan Yan brandished a pistol and warned everyone not to move. She threatened to shoot anyone who did, mentioning that Yang Fan, the third deputy, would come after them if they harmed her or the others. Her threat did little to deter the attackers, as they were also armed. Her gun could not harm Gao Liang, whose skin was as tough as stone. He dismissed her threats and ordered her to stop her futile attempts. Despite her disbelief in his invulnerability, she shot him in the shoulder. The bullet barely affected him, only causing minor irritation. Gao Liang commended her bravery, though he was not impressed. Gao Liang deduced that Yang Fan possessed a second-level weapon. He easily disarmed Yan Yan and told her that without her weapon, she was powerless. Gao Liang seized her by the neck, instructing his henchmen to capture everyone, with the captured individuals becoming prey. Duanmu and Miao Chun fought back with knives, warning the attackers not to approach them. Duanmu knew their vulnerabilities and was prepared, thanks to the scanner glasses provided by Yang Fan. One of the henchmen restrained Miao Chun by grabbing her knife hand, preventing her from defending herself. Miao Chun urged Simon and Jingshu to find Yang Fan quickly. Gao Liang's henchman managed to grab Yang Fan's sister with one hand, taunting them and expressing doubt about Yang Fan's abilities. He mocked their situation, saying that even after 5,000 years, trash remains trash. Jing Shu tried to escape. Jing Shu demanded the henchman release her. Simon, enraged, ordered Zishi to attack the henchman. The cat attempted to claw at the offender's face, but Gao Liang commanded everyone to halt. She held the girls hostage, threatening to crush their small heads if they made any attempt to move. Nan and Duanmu were visibly enraged, with one of the girls calling him a bastard. They were also restrained, their arms twisted to prevent any chance of escape. The cat continued its efforts to shield Cannon, despite Gao Liang's henchmen aiming to strangle her. However, it became apparent that the cat had undergone some mutation. Gao Liang had to tolerate the situation for now, and planned to later find a gun to deal with it. Gao Liang retrieved his pistol and instructed everyone to follow him, believing that Chief Bao would be pleased to receive such a weapon. Yang Fan was puzzled about the reason for her search for him. She explained that Gao Liang had gone to apprehend his friends. Yang Fan was clearly displeased by this news and became very agitated. Wu Mei stated that they would capture him along with his girlfriends, and mentioned that they would soon come for him as well. She took his hand and urged him not to rush in, warning that it was dangerous to go alone given the large number of people. Wu Mei proposed a deal. She would assist him in rescuing his friends if he provided her with a strength-enhancing drug in return. He pulled his hand back and told her to stay away from him. She watched him leave, believing he would come to regret his decision. Yang Fan was hiding around a corner and saw Bao's guards rushing toward the workshop, thinking he was still inside. He realized Wu Mei had been truthful, fearing that Zhanjua and the others might already have been captured. Yang Fan knew exactly where they were being held, because he had studied the location in a past life. After Miao Chun rescued him, he had been imprisoned in a dungeon and forced to perform menial tasks, managing to escape only on the day Miao Chun died. Since Chief Bao had removed the mask of virtue, he saw no reason to continue pretending to be kind, believing that the suffering he endured in a past life would be returned to them 100-fold. The man descended to the lower levels where the basement prison was situated. He peeked around the corner to assess the situation. He retrieved his light armor from the ring, realizing it would be highly beneficial now. Yang Fang activated the armor and merged with it. All the friends were moved to the cell and instructed to hurry. Yan Yan couldn't just wait idly while they faced potential death. Duan supported her, noting that, thanks to her glasses, she had noticed the rope binding her hands had several weak spots. Yan used a piece of glass to try and cut the ropes, hoping Duan would take advantage of it to free herself quickly. Jing Shu commended her for being very clever. She approached Nan, who urged her not to scream but to chew through the rope. The girls began cutting the rope, but the glass began to glint. Gao Liang's henchman noticed the glint and suspected something was amiss. He quickly opened the cell doors and saw what they were doing. Pan began attacking the girls for attempting to escape. Yan tripped him, causing him to lose his balance and fall. She scolded him for having no right to strike women. At that moment, the cat managed to chew through the rope. Sinan tackled the man and crushed him, clearly causing him pain. The second guard burst into the cell and aimed a gun at the man's head, threatening to shoot if he made any sudden movements. Sunan was struck for daring to crush the man. The man began violently attacking the fat man, intent on beating him to death. Z rushed to defend her master. The scoundrel seized the gun from the guard. He intended to shoot the cat for scratching him and obstructing his efforts. Sinan shielded CC with his own body, and the man fired, hitting Sinan in the hand. He decided to shoot Sinan first and then deal with the cat. Someone threw a shoe at him to create a distraction. He tried to determine who had dared to throw the shoe at him. Yong Fan entered the cell and confessed to the act. The man planned to deal with Yong Fan after finishing with his current task, but he didn't expect Yong Fan to confront him directly. Yang Fan warned him to prepare for death. The scoundrel aimed his gun at Yang Fan, confident he could kill him, and ordered his men to open fire. The girl screamed, pleading with the man to leave and forget about them. Despite the gunfire, he remained where he was. The man effortlessly deflected the incoming bullets, unable to understand why he couldn't just flee and hide. The guards continued to shoot at him. Due to his light armor, the bullets deflected off him, leading Nan to believe he wasn't human and that the bullets wouldn't harm him. He waited until the guards exhausted their ammunition and then decapitated them. Lin Miao Chun was astonished by his true strength, finding it beyond her imagination. His sister was taken hostage, and he threatened to kill her if she didn't let him leave. Miao Chun snuck up from behind, striking the scoundrel in the eyes and feet, pleading with him to drop the gun and lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Shu dashed to hide behind her brother. The scoundrel raised the gun, aiming to kill Yang Fan's sister as she ran. Yang Fan severed the hand holding the gun and told him he had no chance, then stabbed the scoundrel. Yang Fan declared that they were severing all ties with Chief Bao and ordered preparations to leave the base. Nan helped Jing Shu free herself from the ropes. Chief Bao asked Yang Fan if they intended to escape. The man saw Chief Bao arriving with guards along with Wu Mai and Gao Liang. Bao claimed that he had treated Yang Fan well, only for Yang Fan to kill one of his men. Gao Liang was confused about why the boss was wasting time talking instead of seeking revenge. Nan stood in front, using his shield to protect everyone, while Yan Yi and the others aimed their guns and threatened them. Duanmu was scanning for weak points. Bao admired the boy's bravery and offered another chance. He proposed that if Yang Fan surrendered one of his team members and continued as the third deputy, he could forget about the past incidents. Yang Fan considered the proposal sensible, noting that with his arsenal of powerful weapons and superpowered individuals, and only a few girls and a chubby guy on his side, arguing with them felt like trying to break through a wall with his head. Yan Wei wanted to leave because she owed her life to Bao. Sinan felt worthless, particularly since he had deliberately deceived them and led them to the base. Miao Chun decided to go, reasoning that she had joined their team later and was essentially still part of this base. Yang Fan explained that there was no need for competition since the offer was genuinely beneficial. Duanmu indicated a weak spot in the wall behind them, noting it could be easily broken through. Yang Fan struck the wall to create an escape route, determined never to abandon his friends. The wall crumbled under their blows, opening a passage. The entire group began to climb through, with Yang Fan urging them to hurry. The girls raced towards the hole, relieved that he would never abandon them. Bao commanded his men to open fire on them. The guards shot at the escaping group, with orders to kill everyone if they couldn't be captured alive. Chief Bao was determined not to let them leave the base. Shinan urged everyone to leave quickly while shielding them with his own protection. Gao Liang decided to join the battle, testing whether his attack could penetrate Shinan's shield. He activated a new ability that he had not previously used. Sinan was terrified, unprepared for Gao Liang's involvement in the fight. Yang Fan succeeded in protecting the chubby guy, but Gao Liang narrowly avoided a lethal strike, managing to dodge. Gao Liang leaped to a safe distance, activated petrification, and launched an attack with an earthen pyramid. The attack was too slow, allowing Yang Fan to dodge by leaping aside. Yang Fan quickly counterattacked, using his abilities to close in on Gao Liang and launch an assault. Yang Fan managed to land a cut, and despite Gao Liang's attempt to dodge, he still suffered a wound. Gao Liang's neck began to bleed and he cried out in pain. He covered the wound with his hand, confused about how he had been injured since his earth power was only at the first level. The man delivered a final strike with his fiery blade, sealing Gao Liang's fate. Yang Fan noticed Yan's pistol on the floor and realized he hadn't wanted to give it to Bao but to keep it for himself. However, he no longer needed it. Jing Shu peeked out of the hole, urging her brother to hurry and escape. Yan Yi offered to help Yang Fan upstairs, extending her hand and hoping to be of assistance. Bao, enraged, ordered that no one should leave alive since his best fighter had been killed, and the perpetrator must pay with his life. The soldiers reloaded their weapons and continued firing. Yang Fan and Sinan remained inside, and Yang Fan urged him to leave quickly. Yang Fan took the shield from the chubby guy and instructed him to go first while he provided cover. The chubby guy thanked him, noting the shield's strength, as the girls assisted him upstairs. One of the guards used a rocket launcher. The projectile hit the ceiling. MANHUA shouted for Yang Fan to escape quickly. As the ceiling began to collapse, Yang Fan climbed over the debris to avoid being buried. At the last moment, Yang Fan jumped through the wall's hole, and the ceiling completely fell, sealing off the passage. Jing Shu was thrilled with her brother's bravery and urged them to leave quickly since the hole was now barricaded and escape was no longer possible. The man returned MANHUA's gun. She was surprised by his gesture and expressed her gratitude. She blushed, amazed that even in such a crisis, he had taken the effort to find her pistol. A massive explosion erupted near the hole. A monster emerged from the explosion, declaring that none of them would escape because Yang Fan had greatly angered him. Yan Yi reassured them not to be afraid and instructed them to leave while she covered their escape. She began firing at the monster, but it was incredibly fast, easily dodging bullets from her level 2 pistol. The monster mocked her, questioning the purpose of her efforts. It leaped toward her, asserting that as a level 2 mutant, he was impervious to defeat by a mere pistol. The man protected MANHUA while the mutant swung his sword but failed to hit anyone. Yang Fan urged everyone to escape quickly, explaining that mutants were far stronger than ordinary superpowered individuals and they were unlikely to defeat him. The sounds of the battle attracted zombies from all around, who began pursuing them. The mutant shouted for the vile zombies to leave the area. He unleashed his power, shredding the zombies with the energy. Yang Fan used his shield to protect his friends from the mutant's energy, finding the shield to be very effective. As the mutant advanced, zombie bodies littered the ground. Someone commented on the mutant's immense strength, attributing it to raw animal power. Duanmu spotted a car nearby and quickly ran toward it to ensure their escape. Yan Yi called her brother to join her, but he decided to stay behind to buy them time, planning to follow them to the car as soon as he could. The mutant doubted that Yang Fan could hold him off and decided to test his strength. He threatened to first break Yang Fan's legs so he'd never escape, intending to turn him into a slave who would spend his life at the base crafting weapons. He began gathering energy in his hand. Dropping to all fours, the mutant prepared to attack. He threatened that if Yang Fan disobeyed, he would make sure his girlfriend was violated right before his eyes. The mutant leaped toward Yang Fan, promising endless torment and suffering. Yang Fan activated his sword, ready to determine who would fall first. The mutant was skeptical that this insignificant first-level opponent could harm him. Yang Fan struck the mutant with his sword, forcing him to leap back. The mutant blocked the sword's blow with his claws. Although the mutant saw that the sword could cut through his claws, he didn't think it would be enough to defeat him. Yang Fan revealed that he had used special materials to forge this powerful weapon. Understanding that he was weaker, he decided to use the red flame to create a diversion and buy time. Mutant Bao believed Yang Fan was deceiving him, considering the materials to be mere trinkets and doubting that Yang Fan could produce anything beyond first-level weapons. Yang Fan was astonished that Chief Bao fell for this deception. Bao realized that a level 1 weapon couldn't harm him and began to suspect that the sword was of 2nd or even 3rd level. The mutant planned to wait for Wu Mei and the others to join, intending to overwhelm Yang Fan with gunfire. Yang Fan managed to stall long enough for his friends to arrive. He started to flee as Bao was left bewildered. Yang Fan got into the car and they began driving away. He laughed at Bao, reveling in having tricked such a fool. The mutant recognized that Yang Fan had been bluffing and that, in reality, he was weaker. Yang Fan had merely been buying time. Bao was determined not to let them escape and pursued them vigorously. His 2nd-level mutation allowed him to easily close the gap. From inside the car, Yan Yan fired at Bao in an attempt to force him to stop chasing them, but he managed to evade all the bullets. Bao's mutant abilities allowed him to predict and dodge her shots. making her realize the formidable strength of mutants with animal-like bodies. Bao was now very close to the vehicle. The group turned to Yang Fen for advice on how to escape. Yang Fen instructed them to head towards the city center and plunge into the heart of the zombie-infested area. Sinon expressed concern that this might lead them into a trap. Puffy glanced out the window and noticed that the mutant was dangerously close to them. Donmu realized that Yang Fen was suggesting using the zombies to obstruct the mutant's path. Yang Fen approved the idea, noting that zombies below the first level wouldn't be able to damage their vehicle. They reached the city center, where they encountered a large number of zombies blocking their way. Yang Fen instructed her to drive straight through the zombies without swerving. Duanmu simply knocked down everyone obstructing their path. The zombies ceased trying to get under the car and started attacking from all directions instead. Jingshu saw that the mutant was under assault and was relieved that her brother's plan was working. Despite the assault, Mutant Bao continued to fight back, using his immense strength to scatter the zombies around him. Bao's roars echoed throughout the central region. The group hadn't gotten far before the mutant caught up with them again, leaving them baffled at how he managed to do so. Jingshu urged Duanmu to accelerate, as the mutant was closing in on them. She noticed a large object approaching them from the front. A level 3 zombie, drenched in blood, was advancing towards them. Due to the dense population in the city center, a zombie king appears every few dozen days. The guy got out of the car and drew a sword, intending to fight the zombie to buy time for his escape to Nunu. He knew zombies were extremely dangerous, lacking intelligence but driven by bloodlust. Yang Fen warned him that level 3 zombies possess unique superpowers and are far more formidable than Bao. This zombie can't be killed easily and is solely focused on bloodshed. The zombie approached them from the front while Bao pursued them from behind, wondering where the guy would try to escape now that they were surrounded. Deciding to stay and fight, the guy instructed his friends to leave without him. His sister yelled that they wouldn't leave without him and would stay to fight alongside him. Yan Yan supported Yang Fen's sister, declaring that they would all die together if necessary. Shannan, unwilling to die, prayed to the Heavenly Lord for salvation. The zombie ignored the car and the guy, focusing its attack on Mutant Bao. Bao was puzzled by the zombie's aggression towards him and decided to eliminate it first before dealing with Yang Fen and his friends. As Bao was distracted, the guy jumped back into the car and urged Duanmu to drive away quickly. Duanmu was confused, wondering why the zombies weren't attacking them. Yang Fen was unaware that level 3 zombies could choose their prey. He speculated that top-level mutants might supply zombies with energy to boost their level, so they owed Chief Bao some gratitude. When asked if this meant higher-level mutants were more dangerous, Yang Fen explained that it wasn't necessarily the case. High-level mutants seek high-level crystals to increase their power, and these zombies could become their food. Thus, it's a life-or-death struggle where only the strongest survive. Miao Chun interrupted the group's story and inquired about their next destination. Yang Feng proposed traveling to Haishen, where a military camp is located, and the city has become one of the safest places for people. His sister agreed, expressing a desire to visit their parents, as they were unsure of their current situation. The guy noticed that Yan Yang seemed unwell and asked her what was wrong, but she assured him it was nothing and that she was fine. Duan mentioned that Yan Yue wanted to head to Dechuan because her parents were there. Yan Yue felt a bit annoyed with her friend for revealing this information. The guy remembered that even before the world ended, Dechuan was known for its chaos and decadence. It was a tough place for ordinary people to live, but it also had a high concentration of mutants and individuals with superpowers. However, what concerned him more was that the despicable scoundrel Xiao hailed from this city. Driven by a desire for revenge, his thoughts became muddled, and he mentioned they should head to one place since Haishen is currently peaceful. He assured that the parents were safe and could be visited later. His main focus was on getting there swiftly to kill Xiao Yan. Yu thanked him for reconsidering, but his sister pouted, feeling upset with him. Yang Fan asked her not to be upset, explaining that he had recently spoken to their parents. They had assured him they were fine and promised to visit them another time. He was confident in their safety, because the last time they had lived in Haishen, it took 6 months to reach them, and they were alive. Yan Yan blushed, thinking that Yang Fan had changed their course for her and even gave her a second-level weapon. She wondered if she liked him, but then doubted it because he had openly asked Lin Miao Chun out in front of everyone, without offering her anything similar. She questioned if she was better than Miao Chun since her chest wasn't small and her legs were long. Then, Miao Chun. Yang Fan was pulling something from inside his jacket, nearly forgetting to hand over something important. He pulled out a card with a profession and handed it to Miao Chun, thinking it suited her best, as they didn't need a super-powered doctor at the moment. She was surprised that the card was meant for her. Manhua was astonished that he gave such an expensive card to Miao Chun instead of her. The guy pressed the card to her forehead, saying she would soon understand everything, and that this card would reveal a whole new world to her. The card made her feel slightly hurt, as all the information was transferred to Miao Chun, transforming her into a perfect sage. Nan asked if she had lost her mind. The guy cut his hand, explaining that the card was simply being installed, and from that moment on, it granted the superpower of a perfect sage. He offered his cut hand to her, and with her new ability, she easily healed his wound. Not even a scar remained after her treatment. Everyone in the car was shocked by what she could now do. Jing was relieved that they no longer had to worry about someone getting injured. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion hit her. She was unsure if this was normal, but Yang Fan reassured her, explaining that installing the ability drained a lot of energy, especially given her previously low level. The guy gently patted his sister's head, advising her to take care of herself if she didn't want Lin to be exhausted. She promised to be cautious and didn't want her to suffer. Given so many restrictions, she asked if it would be easier to rely on medicine or pills. Yang Fan explained that a perfect sage of the highest level could revive a dead person, something pills could never achieve. He recalled that in a past life, a 7th-level perfect sage could already perform real miracles. Lin was pleased that she now had this ability. Manhua considered conserving her strength because she also wanted to help him. She assumed that the card was meant to significantly boost her strength. She decided that she should also take the crystals and visit the merchant. The guy thought that Boss Bao wouldn't be at the base for at least another hour and a half, and the remaining thugs posed no real threat to him. Yang Fan asked for the car to be stopped so they could return for some business, suggesting they go to the ditch and wait for him there. Duanmu thought he was crazy for wanting to return to that cursed base. His sister didn't want to let him go anywhere, but he reassured her that everything would be fine and that he only needed to collect some things that belonged to him. Manhua wanted to accompany him, but Duanmu stopped her, explaining that if they went with him now, it would drain more of his strength to protect them. They should head to Taiwan for reconnaissance and then get help for the guy. Yan realized Duanmu was right and acknowledged her own weakness. Yang Fan got out of the car and approached the base, sword in hand. There was still one zombie near the base, but it posed no threat to him. With a single strike, he split it in two. He reached a hole in the wall, and from there, he could easily access the vault. Before leaving, Boss Bao had created a convenient path for him. When he jumped down, he saw 2 remaining guards who didn't understand why he dared to return and opened fire on him. He killed them both, remarking that they were simply unlucky to cross his path. The vault door was no match for his weapon. He effortlessly sliced through the door. Inside, all the items were still in place, and he decided that Boss Bao's entire stash was now his. The guy cut open the doors of the locked cells. Inside, he found 2 level 1 drugs. Yang Fan gathered all the items into a ring and realized that in just a few days after the apocalypse, Bao had managed to amass a considerable collection of various weapons and crystals. The guy figured this was because Bao had accidentally initiated the deal and picked up a lot of knowledge from it. He knew he needed to level up since the ring was nearly full, and the time was ripe to plan a grand fireworks show for Chief Bao. Yang Fan started crafting an object using the bear's paw and bullets. Advancing to a level 2 master was truly worth it. He created a bomb that ignored physical effects. Bao entered the storage room, bruised and battered, bewildered as to why Yang Fan had returned. Seriously injured, Bao demanded to know if Yang Fan had completely lost his fear, returning to his base and stealing what belonged to him. Yang Fan hadn't expected him to return so quickly, realizing that level 2 mutants were indeed formidable. Bao transformed back into a beast and ordered Yang Fan to put everything back in its place. The guy didn't even consider it since Bao was injured and his days were numbered. Yang Fan declared that he would finish him off right then. Bao insisted that despite his wounds, he still had enough strength to kill him. They engaged in battle, with Bao vowing to crush Yang Fan and disgrace his girls one by one. Yang Fan ordered him to stop speaking about his friends like that. Bao struck at Yang Fan, but he blocked the attack, seizing the upper hand in the fight. Due to his injuries, Bao's claws were weaker than the blade of Yang Fan's sword, and he realized he needed to retreat. Bao fled from Yang Fan, declaring that while he would leave him for now, next time, he would definitely kill him. The guy hurried after him, determined not to let such a villain escape. Yang Fan knew that Bao could no longer get away. He caught up with Bao and drove his sword straight into his heart. After confirming that Bao was dead, he was relieved that his bomb remained intact. A second-level strength-enhancing drug rolled out of Bao's pocket. The guy was surprised that Bao carried it with him instead of hiding it in the storage room. Wasting no time, Yang Fan quickly consumed the drug while no one was around. He felt a surge of new strength coursing through his body, and with the second-level power, he could now compete with formidable masters. Once he was done, the guy decided it was time to catch up with the girls. When he stepped out into the street, he saw that the zombies were still near the base. With his newfound strength, these weak zombies were no match for him, and he could easily slice them to pieces. The guy looked around and noticed a motorcycle parked nearby, just what he needed to catch up with his friends. The keys were in the motorcycle, and he was able to start it. Along the way, he killed any zombies that got in his way. As Yang Fan left the city center, he realized that it could be dangerous here. In the post-apocalyptic world, laws no longer applied, and people could quickly turn into cruel monsters, capable of anything. As he rode, he noticed that the ring started to react, indicating that there was a dealer exchange nearby. He also spotted tire tracks, realizing that someone had already been there. He continued driving, thinking that regardless of whether anyone was around, he couldn't resist checking out the exchange office. There might be something useful there, which would give him an advantage on his journey to Wuhan, leaving Xiao with fewer trump cards. After driving a bit further, Yang Fan spotted the abandoned car that the girls had used to flee. He examined the car and noticed tracks but couldn't understand why they changed their route. He was worried that something might have happened to his friends. Since the motorcycle was too loud, he decided to follow the tracks on foot. As the sun set, he arrived at a village and saw a crowd gathered around a man tied to a pole. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Sinan was tied to the post. He was relieved the girls weren't there, but was concerned that these people, who seemed to be just ordinary villagers, might be the type who resort to cannibalism. Yang Fan quickly moved to rescue his friend, deciding he wouldn't hesitate to kill them if necessary. The entire crowd, along with Sinan, saw Yang Fan charging toward them with his fiery sword. Sinan shouted at Yang Fan not to kill them, explaining that these people were good. The villagers cried out that they didn't want to tie up his friend, but were forced to do so by the new village chief. They said if they hadn't done it, the chief would activate the magic tree and turn them into zombies. Yang Fan asked about the magic tree and the whereabouts of his girlfriends while cutting Sinan's ropes. As soon as Sinan was freed, he ran off, urging Yang Fan to follow, explaining that there was no time to deal with the tree now. They needed to save the girls first. The new village chief had taken them and intended to harm them. Yang Fan demanded to know what exactly had happened. As they ran, Sinan began recounting the entire story from the beginning. They had been leaving the city center when they stopped in this area. A girl suddenly jumped in front of them, and they didn't have time to react, hitting her with their car. They were frightened after realizing they had hit someone. Duanmu was especially scared, feeling guilty for the accident. Sinan quickly got out of the car to check if the girl was alive and how badly she was hurt. The girl clung to Sinan's leg, pleading with them to help her father, who was dying and unable to save himself. Yan insisted they didn't have time for this and urged the girl to leave, but the girl remained determined, begging them to save her father. Jingshu felt deep sympathy and wanted to help, while Miao Chun believed she now had enough strength to heal the girl's father. Duanmu, feeling guilty for hitting the girl, also urged them to help. Under pressure from her friends, Yanyua reluctantly agreed, but insisted they wouldn't stay long. The girl realized that she had successfully lured another group of naive people. She led them to the village, explaining that her family lived on the mountain, and thanked them for their kindness. A man they passed noticed that Li Dan was becoming increasingly skilled at her tricks. This time, she had managed to bring several women. He decided to inform the village chief immediately, hoping to gain something from the situation. The girl ran to an old rundown shack, claiming it was her home and that her father was inside. Yanyua looked around uneasily, sensing something was off despite the absence of zombies in the village. They entered the house and the girl announced her return. Her father, bedridden from an illness, couldn't rise. Miao Chun approached the father, activated her ability, and began to heal him. As Miao Chun's hand glowed, the father realized they were no ordinary people. The man's cough disappeared, and he genuinely felt better, recognizing Miao Chun as a true doctor. Jing Shu gently patted the girl's head. The girl thanked them, saying they were truly kind people. Yang Fan's sister cut her off, but Jing Shu suggested they could go for a walk together next time. Using her healing superpower was a draining task for Miao Chun. She longed to be as strong as Manhua. Feeling weak, Miao Chun suggested it was time to leave. The girl's father tried to stop them, but Jing Shu and Lin insisted they had to go now that he was feeling better. The villagers broke down the doors, armed with various tools. The new village elder entered the house, mentioning that he had heard there were guests in the village. The girl's father pleaded with the headman to let the group go, promising to lure someone else in their place. Sinan realized they had walked into a trap and understood why the girl's father had given them such strange looks earlier, as if he had something he wanted to tell them. The headman ordered the villagers to capture everyone, looking forward to having fun with the girls that night. The girl's father got out of bed and ran toward the headman, begging him to stop. One of the villagers struck the man. Sinan and Yan rushed to protect him. Yan pointed a gun at the villager's face, warning him that if he moved, there would be nothing left of his vile head. The villager raised his hands and ordered everyone else to stay still, threatening them not to move unless they wanted to see him get shot. While everyone was distracted, another villager quietly approached Jing Shu from behind with a knife. He took her hostage, threatening to cut open her stomach if anyone moved. He demanded that Yan immediately drop the gun if she didn't want to witness Jing Shu being killed, and ordered Sinan to surrender his shield as well. As soon as they complied, two villagers started beating them, believing they were unworthy of such weapons. The headman praised the villagers and said that after he was done with the meat, he would give them whatever was left. He ordered the girls to be taken to his huts and the fat one to be tied up at the village entrance and roasted over a fire. The girl's father grabbed the headman's leg, pleading with him to stop because they had saved his life, and among them was a doctor who could help the seriously ill villagers. The headman struck him, asking why he thought he could tell him what to do. The elder ordered Liu Jin to tie up the girl and take her to the sacred tree. The headman threatened that if the fat one wasn't roasted by the time he returned, the sacred tree would tear his daughter to pieces. As they fled through the village, Sinan cursed himself. Yang Fan asked what was wrong. Sinan admitted he didn't know where the new headman's house was, leaving the guy shocked and speechless. The girl's father ran up to them, saying he knew the way and would show them. The guy was skeptical, thinking that the man couldn't be trusted because his friends were in danger because of him. The man apologized sincerely, expressing deep regret. He couldn't repay kindness with evil because the girl had healed him. Furthermore, his daughter's life was now in Yang Fan's hands, and he begged him to save her. The man ran ahead, explaining that the headman could control the sacred tree, and if they didn't hurry, they might be too late. The man began to recount the story of an ancient tree that had protected their village for generations. If you prayed to it, you could be cured of disease. However, not long ago, something went wrong with the sacred tree. It suddenly turned against the villagers and started killing them. As soon as a new figure appeared in front of the tree, it abruptly halted. From then on, the other villagers began to show him respect and made him the new leader of the village, believing that he had the ability to control the sacred tree and shield them from harm. Yang Fan realized that the so-called sacred tree had gone berserk after being exposed to the dark seeds, turning into a mutant tree. Ordinary people can't control such mutated plants unless the new village leader has superpowers. Upon reaching the designated location, the girl's father pointed out the hut where the new village leader resided. The guy immediately took action and broke down the door to the hut, but they urged him to be cautious as there might be significant security inside. Just moments before the headman restrained all the girls, Manhua had already tied them to the bed. He removed his clothing and remarked that the 4 girls were of superior quality. He admired their figures and beauty, intending to enjoy their company for an entire year. The headman warned that if she resisted, his affection would be harsh rather than gentle. Manhua, infuriated, threatened to pulverize him. Yang Fan arrived just in time, preventing the headman from abusing the girls. The girls were relieved and grateful for his timely rescue. The headman summoned his guards for protection. Yang Fan informed him that it was pointless since they were already dead. With a swift movement, Yang Fan reached the headman and kicked him. The guide warned him not to harm his people. The guy cut the ropes binding the girl and suggested she dress quickly, as there were people outside and he didn't want them to see her. Young Ul gazed at him lovingly and reflected on his statement about them being his people, concluding that she was his. Yang Fan held the sword at the headman's throat. The elder, on his knees, begged for his life and suggested they discuss things instead. The guy told him that a coward like him couldn't be a chosen one with superpowers and questioned why he deceived the villagers. The headman, hiding a pistol behind his back that he had taken from MANHUA, was caught. The headman rose and aimed the gun at the guy, asserting that he does whatever he wants, and no one has the authority to tell him otherwise. Before he could fire, the guy swiftly severed the headman's hand holding the pistol. The girl's father pleaded for the headman's life, but the guy insisted that this scoundrel couldn't control the tree and that there was no reason to fear him. Yang Fan realized that his real fear was not the sacred tree itself, but the threat it posed to his daughter. The girl was taken hostage, and the man demanded the headman's release, or he would kill the girl. The headman lay on the floor, trying to staunch the bleeding from his severed hand, and acknowledged Liu Jin's strength. The father, on his knees, begged the guy not to proceed with his threat. Ignoring the father's pleas, the guy swung his sword, yelling for him to die. Liu Jin brandished his knife and warned that if he made another move, he would stab the girl, showing no concern for her age. Yang Fan continued without hesitation, killing the headman with a single strike to the neck. True to his word, Liu Jin stabbed the girl in the back, causing her to scream in agony. The father rushed to his daughter, his anguished cry echoing his deep internal suffering. He begged Miao Chun to save his daughter, but she tried to calm him, admitting that she had never been able to save anyone before. Yang Fan asked her to take care of his daughter and assured the father not to worry about anything else. Instead, he should go and gather all the villagers at the central location in front of the sacred tree. Miao Chun began to tend to the girl, and the father hurried to follow the guy's instructions, expressing his gratitude and promising to resolve everything swiftly. The guy noticed that the elder was still alive and conscious, and Yang Fan ordered him to stop pretending to be dead, as he had not struck any vital organs. He instructed the headman to act as their guide, having heard that he could control the sacred tree and wanting to give him a chance. The headman attempted to rise and speak, but was unable to. Nan kicked the headman and told him that his words were irrelevant. The headman's sole duty was to follow orders. The elder guided them to the tree, which was large and tall, surrounded by a purple aura. A merchant was standing beneath it. Before entering, the guy sensed the presence of a merchant. He recognized it as him, but hadn't anticipated encountering a second-level merchant. Don Mu examined the tree using his glasses, which revealed that it was 3,000 years old. He mentioned that while legends say 1,000-year-old trees might possess a spirit, this is not scientifically proven, though research does include such claims. Jingshou noticed someone under the tree but couldn't understand why he wasn't afraid of the tree's anger. The headman attempted to deceive everyone by accusing the merchant of being the one who had ordered him to commit evil, hoping to shift all the blame onto him since he assumed they were unfamiliar with the merchant. Yanhua clarified to Young Fawn that the figure was not just anyone but a merchant, and if she had crystals, she could engage in a trade. She explained that when they first met her brother, there had also been a merchant, and merchants, she said, are not capable of such manipulative thinking or coercion. The girl's father assembled all the residents and reported back to Young Fan. The residents noticed the tree's anger rising again and panicked, wanting to escape to avoid death. They fled, shouting that the new village head controlled the sacred tree, desperate to avoid their doom. The headman resolved to stand his ground to the end, trying to scare them further. He warned the guy that if he wasn't released, he would command the tree to destroy them. Yang Fan pushed him toward the tree, hoping to see how the headman would fare if the tree were used to kill him. The residents, believing the guy had lost his mind, decided to free the new head of the village. As the headman approached, the tree struck him through the chest, killing him instantly. The residents were astonished that the sacred tree had killed the headman, especially since he was supposed to have control over it. The guy demonstrated to the residents that the headman was incapable of controlling the sacred tree and that only he could quell its anger. The residents pleaded with him to indeed take action. The girl's father tried to dissuade Yang Fan, claiming that the tree would not allow him to survive. Ignoring the warning, Yang Fan crossed the barrier and advanced toward the tree. Out of sight, he used a ring to bless the water, hoping that the dark seeds hadn't yet reached the roots, as that would make it impossible to cleanse the tree. Yan Yan wanted to assist him, but Donmu stopped her, saying that the guy knew what he was doing and her help wouldn't be beneficial. Duanmu asked her to stay and observe from a distance. Yanyua agreed, acknowledging that her friend was right. As Yang Fan got closer, the tree began to attack him, but he managed to evade the strikes. He engaged the tree in battle, using his sword to fend off its assaults. Yang Fan noticed that the tree could alter the direction of its attacks, with one beam striking from behind. He was unable to avoid the attack in time and was hit in the back. The tree's assault was powerful enough to wound him. He realized that the tree had mutated so extensively that even his sword was ineffective against it. Yang Fan continued to fight, but the tree maintained a strategy of attacking from both the front and the back. He was unable to block both attacks simultaneously or dodge them. Yang Fan saw that the beam coming from behind was dispersed by a bullet that struck it. Yanyua came to his rescue, and she was shocked to realize that if only a bullet could sever the tree's beam, it must have mutated to a horrifying degree. She saw 6 wooden rays aiming at the guy and yelled at him to run faster. Seizing the moment, the guy jumped and pulled out a bottle of blessed water, causing all the rays to pass beneath him. Faced with the impossibility of destroying the tree or escaping, he decided to take drastic measures. While fleeing, he splashed the water onto a tree post. Steam began to rise from the spot where the water touched the tree, and a black aura emanated from it. As the black aura dissipated, the tree began to calm down and ceased its attacks. The guy approached the merchant and started negotiating with him. Although he wasn't sure if the purified water would have a lasting effect, he felt confident it would protect him from further attacks from the tree for now. The tree's roots fell to the ground, and an eerie silence fell over the area. Yanyua asked if everything had worked out, and Jing Shu, having always believed in her brother, was confident of his success. Duanmu felt pity for the tree but was relieved that it was finally freed from its torment. The residents were astonished that the sacred tree had calmed down. They couldn't believe that the young man had managed to control it, and they were puzzled about where he had gone. The guy examined the merchant's goods and found many useful items, including 2 profession cards. He realized that the tree had been protecting the merchant, which explained the high prices. Fortunately, he had obtained 40,000 gray crystals and 4 white ones from Boss Bao. He bought strength-enhancing drugs, healing drugs, an air defense card, and an elf card. The air defense card allowed control over air and space properties, including teleportation, which would be useful for his sister. Duanmu had previously possessed the elf card in his past life. He spent nearly 42,000 crystals on the items. After the purchases, he had only 30 gray crystals and 4 white ones left. Surprised by the small amount remaining, he realized he would need to find a way for everyone to earn more crystals to advance to the next level. It seemed he would have to ensure everyone worked hard to gather crystals once they reached Sichuan. After completing the transaction, he returned and immediately took the drug, determined to fully address the issue with the sacred tree. As he prepared to continue the fight, he noticed the tree was no longer attacking him. Turning around, he saw the villagers bowing to him, calling him a great prophet and vowing to worship him for saving their village. Duanmo informed him that he had successfully subdued the tree and that the villagers were both fascinated and grateful. His sister ran up to him, asking where he had been and if he had really gone to the merchant. He gave the first-level strength-enhancing drugs to Sinan Ling, Miao Chun, and his sister, instructing each of them to take a vial. For Yanyua, he bought a second-level strength-enhancing drug and handed it to her, explaining it would make fighting at higher levels easier. They all expressed their thanks. Yanyua thought that receiving such an expensive drug meant he must have feelings for her. Upon taking the drug, she immediately felt a surge of power throughout her body. Miao Chun's weakness vanished. Jingshu asked her brother why she didn't experience any change, while Sinan noted that it felt like his muscles had grown. He patted his sister on the head and gave her a profession card, explaining it would allow her to teleport and even fly, ensuring she wouldn't be easily captured. She was thrilled and said she knew he loved her. He handed a card to Duanmu, which would enable her to communicate with plants and alter their properties. She was pleased to have a new role in battle. They used the cards and their new abilities were activated. Duanmu heard the tree speaking, revealing that it had been confused and unable to control its powers. Once it regained its senses, it discovered the new village head was misusing his position and causing harm. Now, with the guy's help, the tree was finally free of its mutation and was very angry. The tree was relieved that her friend was unharmed and recognized that the guy had helped remove its mutation. It expressed hope that its new life would be beneficial and requested to accompany them. Dongmu carefully interpreted the tree's message. The tree provided her with a gentler seedling that had undergone a level 3 mutation. It also mentioned that its discarded mutated roots, which were very strong, should be collected and made into weapons. Dongmu thanked the tree for these valuable gifts. Jingshu asked if Dongmu really communicated with the sacred tree, to which Dongmu confirmed it was all thanks to Yang Fan's efforts. Dongmu explained that the tree not only gave them a gift, but also instructed them to create weapons from its roots. The guy saw that the seedling was a level 3 mutation with powers exceeding that level, and realized it was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. He advised Dongmu to train the seedling well, noting its great potential and usefulness in the future. He instructed everyone to gather near him as they prepared to leave the village. The girl's father invited them to stay for dinner as a token of gratitude for saving their village. The girl took Dongmu's hand and mentioned that the aunt's cooking was excellent. Xinyan eagerly asked if the meal would be delicious. Jingshu and Sainan also asked Yang Fan to stay for dinner, as they were very hungry. That night, the village celebrated with a feast, dancing and singing around the fire. Miao Chun wished that their current peaceful moment could last forever, free from the threat of the end of the world, hoping everyone could live each day like this. The guy wanted to savor this brief happiness because he knew that once they reached Huan, their most terrifying challenges would begin. After 2 weeks, they finally arrived in Sichuan City and were relieved, as those 2 weeks had been filled with terrifying experiences. Sinan mentioned that the car had run out of gas, leaving them to walk the rest of the way, as the vehicle had used up all its fuel. Dongmu remarked that the road conditions were extremely poor, but she was grateful for their enhanced strength, which helped them endure. Without Yang Fan's guidance, they would have likely perished and failed to achieve their goal. Yun reflected on her parents and how her rigorous training over the past half-month had significantly strengthened her. Jingshou noticed a zombie approaching and prepared to face it. She taunted the zombie, confident that it couldn't catch up to her. These first-level zombies posed no threat to them. Yan quickly dispatched the zombie, killing it instantly. Dongmu shielded Miao Chun and instructed her to stay put. She commanded the sapling to attack, and it efficiently dealt with the zombies. Nan observed from a distance that one zombie could jump very high and fast. The girl warned Conan to be cautious as there was a second-level zombie nearby. She scanned the area and realized that even close to the border, there were second-level zombies present. Puffball activated the second-level defensive shield he had prepared for Yang Fan, ensuring he was safe from such threats. Yan was ready to attack and had already destroyed 5 zombies, while the healer was prepared. Jingshou was ready to retreat swiftly, with only her brother being able to keep up with her. Dongmu instructed Yan to keep shooting while the sapling distracted the zombies. Yang Fan applauded their improving teamwork, impressed by their progress in just half a month. Jingshu teleported to the zombie's corpse to collect its crystal. She brought a white crystal to her brother, who praised her and patted her on the head. They heard a gunshot and saw a bullet heading towards Yang Fan, leading him to believe they were being ambushed. Jingshu quickly reacted by teleporting them, saving her brother from the attack that could have gone unnoticed. Dongmu scanned the area and identified the enemy's location to the northwest. Yan immediately fired at the enemy who had ambushed them. A bullet struck a girl carrying a sniper rifle in the shoulder, causing her to scream in pain. Yanyua approached the girl, aiming her gun and demanding to know who she was and why she had shot at them. The girl revealed that she shot because she wanted to kill them, believing they were merely bandits who preyed on others. Jinx asked the girl if they had stolen anything from her and was puzzled by her accusations. The girl accused the guy of stealing a crystal that she claimed was rightfully hers. She explained that she had tracked the second-level zombie for 5 days and intended to kill it today, but they had taken it from her. The girl cried, saying she needed the crystal to trade for medicine for her sister. With the crystal gone, she believed her sister would die and felt utterly useless. She asked them to kill her since she could no longer save her sister. Yan told the guy that the girl was speaking the truth and was a local. She suggested they offer her some gray crystals in exchange for showing them around the city, which would be more efficient than wandering aimlessly. Yang Fan recalled the strong and courageous sisters from the past in Chuan, who both possessed formidable superpowers. The guy asked the girl for her name. She refused to provide her name and told them they could kill or even quarter her if they wished. She only wanted them to choose, as she was not seeking mercy. Yang Fan thought this situation was miraculous. He mentioned her sister's name was Cho Xiao Yun, which puzzled her as she wondered how he knew her sister. Yan wondered how Yang Fan knew the name of the girl's sister. They were approximately 1,000 kilometers from Wuhan, and the girl saw Yang Fan for the first time. Yan contemplated the many secrets Yang Fan seemed to be keeping from them. In Yang Fan's past life, the two sisters had achieved extraordinary feats. Despite each having only 8 levels of power, their combined abilities made them nearly invincible at the 9th level. Yang Fan felt it would be a missed opportunity not to utilize this information. He asked to be taken to her sister, offering their healer with a perfect sage card as potential help. He suggested that they might be able to assist her. The girl refused, insisting she would not let a group of robbers see her sister, even with a healer. She feared they wanted to take her sister because of her beauty. Yang Fan offered her the white crystal, explaining that they were looking for someone in the city and wanted to collaborate with her sister. He provided the crystal as a deposit. The girl was astonished that he would offer such a valuable white crystal just for cooperation with her sister. She noted that one white crystal could hire 5 first-level guards in this place. Yang Fan noted that it was merely a white crystal. MANHUA convinced her to assist them, explaining that helping them could be beneficial to her as well. If their friend could heal her sister, they would save a substantial amount of crystals. Moreover, they were unsure where to find guards in the current situation. Chu Qian agreed with MANHUA and, being a local, said she could provide the assistance they needed. The girl instructed them to follow her but warned them to avoid any tricks, as they had already encountered enough troublemakers. Chu Shaquan felt that without crystals, she couldn't afford medicine, regardless of its quality. She insisted they treat her sister first, and then they would handle the situation quickly. The girl pointed to a building and mentioned that it was their underground hideout, where zombies couldn't penetrate, ensuring their safety. Chu Xiaofan knocked on the door and announced that it was her requesting entry. Yang Fan noticed that the ring was glowing, indicating the presence of a merchant nearby. When the doors opened, Chu Xiaoyun and 2 guards emerged from the shelter. She inquired about Chu Qian's whereabouts, as she had been missing for 5 days, expressing her deep concern. The guards aimed their guns at the group, and Chu Xiaoyun asked if they had brought allies or foes. Sinan quickly activated a shield, and MANHUA readied her weapon in response. Xiao Yan explained to her sister that they had been taken hostage, but clarified that they were actually good people who had helped with the zombies and shared the crystal. Xiaoyun realized they were allies and agreed to open the doors and admit them. She understood that if they intended to harm them, her sister wouldn't have brought them in, so she decided to monitor them more closely and get to know them better. Zhao Huan expressed relief and happiness, saying that her wounds could now be treated. She directed her finger at them and mentioned that their purpose was to locate one individual. She indicated their desire to collaborate and pointed out that their team included a healer with a perfect sage card who could potentially cure her. Xiao Yan criticized her, noting that a first-level perfect sage would not be able to heal her injuries. Her sister stayed hopeful, suggesting that if this attempt failed, they still had 1 white crystal. This meant they would have enough crystals to purchase an antidote, which would alleviate the pain of her injuries. Xiao Yan reassured her sister that the pain from her injuries was manageable and advised saving the white crystal for a more opportune moment. She tried to explain that, despite her unusual abilities and superpowers, the 2nd-level zombie attack had left her in a condition that might only last a few days at most. One of the guards asked her not to blame herself, saying it was his fault. He blamed himself for his inability to do anything, having ventured to hunt zombies and subsequently falling into the clutches of 2nd-level zombies. Because of this, the leader had to trade all their white crystals for a 2nd-level antidote to save him. Xiao once remarked that she shouldn't have sacrificed herself. When the guy heard about the antidote, he thought about the fact that cleansing drugs were sold at exchange offices in this world, which struck him as somewhat odd. Yang Fan asked how many crystals they needed and expressed his willingness to lend them, but on the condition that he would be allowed to use a merchant's services. Xiao Yan informed him they needed either 4 white crystals or 4,000 gray crystals, and inquired if he had that amount. He handed her 4 white crystals and requested to be taken to the exchanger. She was puzzled by his willingness to part with the crystals so easily and his kindness towards her. Additionally, he had also brought her sister home. Xiao Yan wondered why he was helping them despite not knowing them, and speculated that he must have his own motives. The guy responded that he needed both her and her sister. They were taken aback by this response and found it very surprising. Miao Chun thought he was a jerk, considering he had recently insulted her, and now seemed to be playing tricks on them. Manhua was very angry with Yang Fan, feeling that he had taken advantage of them. Sainyan was shocked that he appeared to be trying to win over both sisters at once. The guy mentioned he had heard that Chu Qiao Yun possessed basic superpowers and that his team was lacking such a fighter. He also needed a local resident to act as their guide. Yan Wei was curious why she hadn't heard about this before and was unaware of the situation. Puffy was impressed by how knowledgeable Yang Fan seemed about everything. Xiao Yun agreed to act as their guide in exchange for the crystals, but she didn't want to join their team. She explained that there were many groups, large and small, in Dechuan with many strong competitors. It wasn't that they weren't being recruited, but they didn't want to be under anyone's control. They entered Xiao Yuan's hideout, where he led them to the merchant. She requested that they keep the presence of the merchant a secret, as he could both save their lives and potentially be a danger. She brought them to the merchant's location and showed them where he was. The guy approached and saw that the merchant was at second level. He wondered if there was truly an antidote available. He asked his friends to wait while he conducted the trade. Yang Fan approached the merchant and began negotiating. When the items were displayed, he noticed a profession card and a strength-boosting drug, realizing the locals were quite poor. Fortunately, he had managed to save a significant amount of crystals over the past 2 weeks. Curious about the antidote's effectiveness, he decided to purchase it and have Duanmu examine it. He took the necessary items and a profession card, knowing that the strength of the two sisters would rely solely on him. If they didn't agree to join them, he planned to give the items to Shishi, ensuring they wouldn't get them. He wasn't being heartless. It was simply a matter of self-preservation in the apocalyptic world. He reviewed the transaction details and found he had spent 802 gray crystals and 40 white crystals, leaving him with 621 gray crystals and 2 white crystals. Despite his significant expenditure, revenge still drove him. He wanted to become wealthy again to grow stronger and exact his revenge. After completing the deal, he heard screams as Xiao Yun urged her sister to kill her quickly before she fully turned into a zombie. He looked around and saw that his friends had enclosed the guard in a barrier shield, preventing him from escaping because he had turned into a zombie. Zhao Yun was on the floor, beginning to mutate. They were confused as to why he had turned into a zombie despite taking the medicine. The guard had transformed into a higher-level zombie, possibly even second level. Yan ordered everyone to take cover behind her. She began shooting at the zombie, but the bullets had no effect. The zombie remained unharmed. The zombie, ignoring Yun Yue's attacks, was focused on attacking the Cho sisters. Jingshu attempted to use her teleportation powers to save them. Sean was puzzled as to why Shu Jun had turned into a zombie despite taking the antidote. Xiao Yan suggested that the antidote might be ineffective, and a zombie bite meant certain doom. Sister Yang Fan teleported to them, urging them to stay hopeful as she intended to rescue them. She realized the zombie was too close, and that she wouldn't have time to teleport again. Yang Fan intervened just in time to save everyone, decapitating the zombie with a single strike. She was overjoyed and expressed that she had always known he would come to her aid. The guy was furious with his sister, warning her never to take such risks again and reminding her that having superpowers didn't make her invulnerable. He cautioned that next time, she might end up losing her legs. Once he had calmed down, the guy embraced his sister and expressed that he couldn't bear to lose her again. He was haunted by memories of a past life when she had sacrificed herself to save him. Jin Shu was confused by his insistence on not losing her again, as she recalled being kidnapped previously. Yang Fan handed over the test tube with the antidote, asking her to analyze its composition and determine its effectiveness. Yang Fan inquired about the sister's condition. Sean was in tears, explaining that her sister was turning into a zombie just like Shui Jun, and that the antidote had failed. Xiao Yun pleaded to be put out of her misery, as it was becoming increasingly hard for her to control herself. She begged them for a swift end. Xiao Fan was reluctant to kill his own sister and believed there must be another way. She asked Miao Chun to save her sister, as she was a healer. Duanmu examined the drug and revealed that it was intended to counteract heavy metal and nitrite poisoning, a common hospital antidote. It couldn't stop the mutation process, but only slowed it down slightly. Yang Fan wondered why the drug had allowed Shuajun to delay becoming a zombie for so long, if it only slowed the mutation. In this world, merchants also lacked means to purify the body. Xiao Yun, now a zombie, attacked her sister. She hadn't fully transformed and could still control herself somewhat. She urged her sister to run and survive. Xuan was prepared to die alongside her sister, not wanting to live without her. Yang Fan felt it was inappropriate to disturb them, especially in such a dire moment. However, if they continued to hesitate, there might be no chance to save her. He handed the medicine to Xiao Yuan, assuring her that it would definitely help her recover. Siobhan questioned whether he was sure it would work. If not, she suggested they leave quickly. The guy kicked Xiao Yun to make her release her sister and told Shaquan to stop complaining and doubting. He warned that she too would eventually become a zombie and urged her to administer the liquid to her sister as quickly as possible. Yang Fan held her hands to keep her still and administered the medicine. The medicine made her feel extremely nauseous. Shortly afterward, she returned to her normal self. Her sister, relieved, asked how she was feeling. Yang Fan reassured the plump that she was fine and suggested removing the barrier shield. Xiao Yun inquired about her sister's condition and her wounds, expressing how frightened she was and fearing her sister would remain a zombie forever. Xiao Yun couldn't recall what had happened and wondered why she had been given the medicine. Xiao Zhan explained that it was Yang Fan who had saved them both. Xiao Yun was baffled by how he had managed to do so. The guy explained that the exchanger offered only a basic antidote that merely slowed the mutation process. He had used the medicine he had purchased earlier. She realized that if a drug that only slows down the mutation was so costly, a drug that could actually stop the transformation would be even more expensive. Despite this, he had still saved her, and she wanted to find a way to repay his kindness. A man ran toward them, shouting that their situation was dire. He reported that their sworn enemy, Zhang Zhong, had arrived with his men, and they were locked in a fierce battle in the main hall. The brothers were struggling to hold their ground. Xiao Yun got up and headed for the exit, realizing that Cheng Xiang had learned of her injury and had come to cause chaos. She vowed to confront him, determined that he would not leave alive. Xiao Zhan stopped her, advising that she was still too weak to engage in a fight. Yan Yaya asked if they would go to help. The guide suggested they first assess the situation and mentioned that the sisters might prove useful to them. The main hall was in chaos, with a brutal shootout ongoing. Zhang Zhong announced to his men that Xiao Yun had turned into a zombie and was no longer a threat. He ordered them to break down all the doors. Zhang Zhong was searching for an exchanger to gain more power, while one of his thugs was eager to obtain superpowers. An explosion shattered the armored door, and Xiao Yan was bewildered by the audacity of these insignificant creatures to cause such destruction on her turf. Everyone was stunned to see Xiao Jun arrive, visibly furious. Young Chan was confused about the unfolding situation. He knew Xiao Yun had been injured due to Xu Jiang's actions and wondered how she had managed to survive. Xiao Yan reassured her people that she was still alive and noted Zhang Zhong's audacity in coming there. Her people were heartened to see their leader was all right and prepared to fight. Despite her resolve, Xiao Yan's wound began to flare up, causing her to collapse to one knee in pain. Observing her struggle, the attackers decided to exploit Xiao Yun's weakness, while she had not fully recovered. Zhang Zhong ordered his soldiers to attack, knowing she was wounded and unable to use her superpowers. They aimed to capture her and take control of the exchanger. Xiao Yun's allies held their ground to protect their leader. Zhang Zhong managed to get close to her, aiming a gun at her. He threatened that if anyone moved, he would shoot their leader. Siobhan came to her sister's aid, aiming her gun at Zhang Zhong. She demanded that he drop his weapon and release her sister, or she would kill him. Zhang Zhong complied with her demand, agreeing to let her sister go. Quietly, Zhang Zhong instructed his man to disarm Siobhan. The thug followed orders and shot Siobhan in the hand, causing her to drop her weapon. The remaining people with Xiao Yun ceased their resistance and surrendered, pleading for their lives. Zhang Zhong ordered everyone to leave the area, threatening to shoot if they didn't comply. One of his men was eager to see what would happen next. The guy stepped out alone, curious about what would unfold. The sisters were astonished that Yang Fan had actually come to their rescue. Siobhan pleaded with him to save them, as they were at risk of being killed. Zhang Zhong noticed that Yang Fan was different from the Chu sisters' usual guards, and sought to negotiate, hoping to avoid conflict with both Yang Fan and his own men. Yang Fan's presence made Zhang Zhong cautious, suspecting there might be a trick. Yang Fan inquired about the status of the analysis. He was informed that there were 6 opponents, the strongest of whom was at first level, and was given their coordinates. The guards aimed their guns at them after overhearing Yang Fan's conversation. The fighter warned that they couldn't afford to let the information about the exchanger leak. Zhang Zhong ordered his men to open fire on Yang Fan. From the darkness behind Yang Fan, 2 hands emerged with pistols, starting to shoot at the enemies. Zhang Zhong's gang retaliated, and the guy found himself caught in the crossfire. Jing Shu, along with a cannon and shield, teleported in to shield Yang Fan from the incoming bullets. She reassured her brother not to be afraid, though he didn't seem visibly frightened. The bullets hit all their intended targets except their leader. Yang Fan managed to evade the bullets, which skimmed past him. He realized that there were individuals with superpowers among the attackers. The girls emerged from the shadows. Manhua was impressed, noting that if she had known the coordinates, she could have hit the target even with her eyes closed. Miao Chun explained that this was due to her special talent, as ordinary people couldn't achieve such precision. Miao Chun went to assist the wounded as much as possible while it was still safe. Xiao Zhan tearfully expressed gratitude to her sister, relieved that they had been saved and everything would be all right. Jing Jing was puzzled by the presence of such powerful individuals who were helping them. Xiao Yun, with a grin, attributed their good fortune to luck. Xiao Yan demanded to know how he learned about the exchanger and her illness. She warned him of consequences if he didn't answer. He revealed that it was Qin Jun who informed him. He found it amusing that she had spent white crystals to buy a second-level antidote for him. After divulging everything, Xiao Yan decided that was enough and shot him. Xiao Yun expressed her gratitude to Yang Fan for his assistance. He not only saved her but also her brothers. She was unsure how to properly thank him. She realized that if the situation had persisted, it might have been disastrous. But he managed to resolve it with skill and ease, and she felt she could depend on him. Sean apologized for being overly anxious and not noticing her calls earlier. He thanked Yang Fan for rescuing them. Yang Fan said his primary goal was to find one person and that they didn't need to thank him excessively. Xiao Yun decided she had a duty to help him find this person and couldn't refuse. However, she had one request. She asked if the 10 surviving members of her camp could join his team. The remaining members gratefully acknowledged Yang Fan and referred to him as their master. Jing Shu informed them that from now on, they were all comrades and encouraged them to study and train diligently. Since they were no longer strangers, Yang Fan decided to give them something. He reached into his inner pocket. He pulled out a card, which was the only one capable of revealing the true power of their elemental superpowers. Xiao Yun was astonished that he was giving away a card of such high value, worth 2,000 gray crystals, and felt a bit embarrassed by the generosity. Sean took the card and kissed Yang Fan on the cheek to show her gratitude. Jing Shu was shocked by Sean's boldness in kissing her brother. She wondered if Sean had intentions of becoming part of their family and felt some jealousy. Janeway also felt a pang of jealousy. Xiao Yun had hoped to buy medicine for Xiao Yun but couldn't afford it. She had always dreamed of having this card. Seeing Yang Fan's generosity, she felt even more certain they hadn't misjudged him. Once Xiao Yun finished merging with the card, she was eager to test her new abilities, and Yang Fan didn't object. She chose to test her powers on Zhang Zhong's corpse to get revenge for the harm he intended to inflict on them. She was amazed by the card's power, creating a large block of ice to encase the body. Yan Yan felt disheartened by the addition of another mutant to their group, leaving her as the only ordinary person. Yang Fan advised Xiao Yun not to overexert herself, as her body was still weak. He warned that using her strength recklessly could be harmful. Yang Fan asked Xiao Yun to gather everyone so he could assess the situation outside. He needed to quickly understand the current conditions. With no updates from Yan's parents, he needed to act fast. Xiao Yun decided to accompany him, noting that Lin's gift had made it easier, especially since she was familiar with the area. She thanked Lin for his assistance. Miao Chun commented that any good doctor could have provided this help. Yang Fan's sister expressed a desire to join them and asked him to take her along. He declined her request to join him, explaining that inspecting the nearby territory could be dangerous. Instead, he assigned her a different task. He asked her to check the camp's food supplies. If they were insufficient, she would need to acquire food from the chain and distribute it to everyone since they were now a unified team. The news of food excited everyone, as their camp had been suffering from a food shortage since the apocalypse. They hadn't been able to reach Chuan, and their remaining supplies had long been exhausted. Jingshu joyfully announced that there was plenty of food, allowing everyone to eat their fill. A massive pile of various foods emerged from her chain. The survivors were thrilled to see noodles and spicy chicken feet. They had lost track of how many days had passed since they last ate meat. Yang Fan observed from the sidelines as the survivors eagerly rushed toward the food with smiles. He told them to eat and wash up, instructing that they should eat first before moving on. In the post-apocalyptic world, food had become incredibly valuable. Even in exchange offices, food prices were exorbitant and out of reach for ordinary people. In Yang Fan's previous life, acquiring food required immense sacrifices. Men became slaves, and women were forced into selling their bodies. Xiao Yun wiped her mouth and told Yang Fan she was done eating, ready to head out. Yang Fan noticed a chocolate bar in Xiao Yun's pocket, realizing that in the apocalypse, such a treat was a rare luxury. As they walked through the ruins, Xiao Yun explained that Wuhan City has a central area, surrounded by 5 rings, and they were currently at the 5th ring's border. Suddenly, a zombie rushed towards them. Xiao Yun quickly defeated the zombie with her fire powers, burning it completely. She mentioned that within the 5th ring, first-level zombies are common, but occasionally, second-level zombies appear. As you go deeper, stronger zombies are more likely. She extracted a crystal from the dead zombie and added that within the 3rd ring, second-level zombies are as prevalent as first-level ones here, and sometimes even 3rd-level zombies show up. Xiao Yun told Yang Fan that her parents used to live in the 3rd ring, but now reside in the 1st ring, sparking his curiosity about the 1st ring. Xiao Yun admitted she had only been to the 3rd ring's border and was too scared to venture further, but she had seen people there. The people in the inner rings live more organized and disciplined lives, easily handling second-level zombies without much effort. Yang Fan asked if she could defeat a second-level zombie if he guided her. She hesitated, admitting it would be tough, and just then, another zombie attacked them from above. Xiao Yun tried to strike the zombie, but it evaded her attack. She shouted at Yang Fan to duck, warning him that the zombie was aiming for him. Yang Fan took her hand and corrected her grip, advising her not to throw random punches, but to keep her hand steady for a deadly blow. He then guided her hand, telling her to harness her powers freely. Xiao Yun attacked again with her move, Fiery Sun, and this time it was much stronger. She was surprised at how easily she hit the target and admired Yang Fan. After returning from their reconnaissance, Yang Fan shared details about a special training. His sister didn't understand the need for it, preferring a quick walk to kill zombies and gather a few crystals. He explained that Wuhan was unlike any place they'd been before, extremely dangerous. To rescue Yanyua's parents, they needed to be fully prepared. The special training consisted of 3 stages, starting with a detailed study of their abilities. Mastery of their powers was essential for victory, as it formed the foundation. Jingshu mentioned that her superpower was air defense and teleportation, useful for self-rescue and aiding comrades. She felt confident and thought she didn't need extra training. Seeing her confidence, Yang Fan asked her about the maximum teleportation distance, the number of times she could use her power in a short period, and how many people she could teleport at once. Hearing these questions, she stammered, realizing she didn't know the answers and hadn't considered them before. Yang Fan understood that no one had explored the specifics of their powers, and he worried about the consequences of mistakes in real combat. Yan was sad, feeling left out because she didn't have a superpower, even though Sinan did. Yang Fan reassured her that he hadn't intentionally withheld anything from her, explaining he just hadn't found the right power for her yet. Yan realized he remembered her and believed she would eventually gain a superpower. She tried to push those thoughts away, focusing on the mission to save her parents rather than her lack of powers. She comforted herself, believing she was the best with a gun, even without superpowers, and remained strong. Yang Fan explained the 2nd stage, emphasizing the importance of improving their physical fitness. He stressed that they shouldn't rely solely on mutations or drugs, but should enhance their natural abilities, as these could be crucial in critical moments, greatly boosting their survival chances. The 3rd stage focused on refining their teamwork. Duanmu believed they had already mastered teamwork and questioned the need for further practice. Yang Fan clarified that this time, teamwork would be different. He would form teams of 3 to hunt zombies daily, mixing up the groups. The goal was not just overall team coordination, but ensuring that even smaller groups of 2 or 3 could work together effectively. Since the teams would vary, it was essential for them to develop versatile battle strategies that could adapt to different situations, whether the members had superpowers or were ordinary. Miao Chun was confused and asked if this meant they would all be working separately. Yang Fan responded that they would need to split up because he couldn't afford to exhaust all of the team's resources at once. They needed to preserve their strength and dignity, keeping some power in reserve for critical moments to maintain hope for victory. Lin realized Yang Fan was right since they had no idea what kind of enemies they might face. Having reinforcements would be key to their success. The sisters understood that Yang Fan cared for them and recognized that in this apocalyptic world, their survival depended on following his orders. Yang Fan announced that, unless there were any objections, the first round of special training would begin that night. He assigned Duanmu, Sainyon, and Chu Sha one to the first group, while Yan Yuwa, Lin, Miao Tuan, and his sister were placed in the second group. Xiao Yun was tasked with taking an inventory of weapons and equipment, preparing a list of personnel, and reporting to him. Jing Shu, curious about his plans, asked what he would be doing. He replied that he had his own tasks to handle. That evening, Yang Fan wandered the city alone, deciding to focus on his own tasks while the others prepared. He had thoroughly studied the area during the day and identified the shortest path leading to the inner rings. He arrived at the third ring, where third-level zombies and mutated animals could be found. Although he had collected various low-level materials from Boss Bao, he now needed high-quality equipment for his team, which meant hunting a powerful monster. He spotted a large mutated boar roaming the area. Yang Fan deemed the boar suitable for crafting weapons and launched an attack. The boar immediately noticed Yang Fan and focused its attention on him. Even Yang Fan had to be cautious with a level 3 mutated animal. Additionally, he was curious to test the limits of a level 2 body paired with a level 4 weapon. The boar flung Yang Fan into the air, revealing that its power was at the peak of the 3rd level, close to advancing to the 4th. It seemed this boar had consumed many of its kind. The boar tried to impale Yang Fan with its horn, showing a level of intelligence that indicated reaching the 4th level wouldn't be easy. Yang Fan felt a twinge of pity for the boar, knowing it had no chance. Yang Fan stabbed his sword into the boar's eye. The boar's attacks were ineffective against him because of his countless hours of practice in his previous life. Yang Fan asked the boar not to take offense as he planned to take its crystal. The boar resisted and hurled Yang Fan a long distance away. Even near death, the boar had enough strength to fight back. Yang Fan had rarely encountered such resilience, but 3rd level was still just 3rd level. The boar began to glow, indicating it was breaking through to the 4th level. In his past life, Yang Fan had heard of mutated animals with strong survival instincts that could initiate a breakthrough in the middle of a battle out of sheer rage. However, he never imagined he would witness such a phenomenon himself. Yang Fan realized that if the boar successfully advanced to the 4th level, its physical strength would increase significantly, and it might even gain superpowers. This could pose a real threat, even to him. However, if he killed the boar now, he'd only get a red crystal. But if he waited until it advanced, and then defeated it, he could obtain an orange crystal worth 1,000 red crystals. Additionally, he could craft top-quality weapons from the boar's fangs. Suddenly, a grenade launcher shell flew over the boar. The explosion was powerful, and Yang Fan immediately realized there were people nearby. The man with the grenade launcher was excited about their cool catch, thinking they could buy many things with the red crystal. Yang Fan corrected him, stating that it was his catch since he had weakened the animal, and they only finished it off. He then asked if they wanted to argue about it. Unhappy with Yang Fan's words, the man fired the grenade launcher at him, declaring that if Yang Fan wanted the red crystal, he'd have to survive and leave alive. Yang Fan easily sliced the incoming projectile with his sword and asked them if they had a death wish. The second man quickly asked for forgiveness, admitting his brother had acted impulsively and begged for mercy. He insisted that they were the ones who killed the 3rd-level monster and proposed splitting the profit 40. The man with the grenade launcher thought his brother was being foolish for wanting to give Yang Fan 40%, arguing that there were 2 of them and only 1 of him, so they could just finish him off. The second man urged him to be quiet, fearing that Yang Fan might be part of a powerful gang, and that touching him would be their doom. Yang Fan responded that he wouldn't harm them, but he would only agree to a split if he got 80%, and they took 20%. The man with the grenade launcher was furious at such audacity, questioning why they should give up 80% to him. The other man warned him that he was overstepping. These men had stolen his loot and demanded half. Yang Fan questioned who among them was really overstepping. Realizing there were only the two of them, he decided to act quickly. The guy was reloading his grenade launcher, furious that Yang Fan wanted to take their loot. He believed that while Yang Fan had withstood the first shot, he wouldn't survive a second. While the man was distracted, Yang Fan swiftly jumped forward and sliced the grenade launcher in half. The man yelled to his brother that Yang Fan's weapon wasn't ordinary, but his brother already knew that, without needing the reminder. Yang Fan decided to attack the second man, striking from above. As he hit, he realized his opponent had superpowers and managed to escape thanks to a barrier. The fact that this guy could withstand the blow of his sword meant he had third-level iron superpowers. The man transformed his hands into blades, taunting Yang Fan to beg for mercy, claiming that on the outer border of the third ring, no one could defeat him. They clashed in battle, with the man boasting that even though Yang Fan was new and from a big team, today would be his last. Yang Fan was surprised that these were considered the strongest fighters on the outer border of Dechuan. They had abilities, but they weren't going to save them. Yang Fan managed to break through the barrier with little effort. This was a fight to the death, and the man wasn't afraid of Yang Fan. Yang Fan successfully pierced his opponent's chest. The man realized why Yang Fan was so confident. He was wearing a bulletproof vest. However, the man wasn't disheartened. His heart could turn to iron, which meant he wouldn't die easily. He believed Yang Fan would still meet his end. Yang Fan remarked that understanding an opponent's abilities and weapons is crucial for survival in the apocalypse. He was surprised that such a clumsy and ignorant fighter had lived this long, attributing it to mere luck. However, his luck had run out. Yang Fan's weapon was far stronger than the man could have imagined, and with an upward slash, he inflicted serious damage. Yang Fan then swung to finish off his opponent, sending him to the next world. He delivered a fatal second blow, slicing diagonally from bottom to top. Despite this, Yang Fan found himself covered in wounds. This was the man's final attack before dying. His blood, which could also turn to iron, had splattered onto Yang Fan's clothes, allowing him to launch this last strike. Furious, the man's younger brother aimed to blow Yang Fan's brains out, pointing a gun at him. Yang Fan swiftly cut the incoming bullets with a single swing of his sword. He immediately counterattacked, killing his final enemy. After the battle ended, Yang Fan retrieved a healing drug from his ring. He hadn't expected to encounter such skilled opponents on the third ring. If they planned to move closer to Dechuan, they would need to grow even stronger. He had one healing drug left and planned to restock the next time he encountered a traitor. Yang Fan returned to the shelter and knocked on the door. Xiao Yan opened it, initially mistaking him for someone else and ready to drive them away. Upon seeing Yang Fan, she noticed a hole in his t-shirt and asked if he had encountered a zombie. He replied that he hadn't met a zombie but had fought a master with third-level superpowers. Xiao Yun was astonished that he had faced a third-level master and only ended up with a hole in his shirt. Curious, Yang Fan asked how the others were doing and whether they had returned from special training. She told him to see for himself. He noticed that everyone was bruised and wounded and saw that Sinan had a metal rod protruding from his body. Yang Fan asked what had happened to them and where Lin Miao Chuan was. He was informed that they hadn't returned yet. Xiao Zhan cried, blaming herself, saying that it was all her fault because Nan had tried to help and save her. Duanmu explained in more detail that they had encountered two powerful second-level zombies. A battle broke out, and though they fought hard, Conan was severely injured. Sinan insisted that it wasn't easy to kill him because he had strong bones, and then asked if Yang Fan was disappointed in him. Yang Fan praised him, saying he had done the right thing. Yang Fan gave Duanmu the last healing drug. Sinan thought that the healing drug must have been extremely expensive and felt like a burden, bringing only trouble due to his size and clumsiness. Yet Yang Fan was always kind to him, making Si feel indebted for life. Yang Fan took hold of the rod, instructing them to pour medicine into Sinan's mouth once he pulled it out, assuring that this would save him. Yang Fan told his friend to brace himself, then swiftly pulled the rod from his chest. Duanmu poured the medicine while Sinan lay on the floor, resting. Yang Fan said that he was no longer in immediate danger, but that they would need Ling Miao Zun's powers to fully heal him. Duanmu informed him that the others had gone in a different direction to the northeast, but it was already 3 a.m., and they should have returned by now. Yang Fan grew concerned, fearing that something might have happened to them. He decided to go search for his friends, instructing the others to take care of Sinan. Yang Fan wandered around the city, searching for his friends and killing any zombies he encountered along the way. Yang Fan thought about how Yan Wei liked to brag about his strength, and with Jing Shu and Lin Miao Chuan's unique abilities, it shouldn't be too hard for the three of them to get out of any trouble. He smelled blood and saw signs of a recent fight. Yang Fan peeked around the corner and saw Yan Yue surrounded by zombies. Jing Shu and Lin Miao Chuan were lying unconscious nearby, with Yan protecting them. She pointed a gun, explaining that during the fight with the zombies, they released poison. Yan was defending the girls from some armed men. The leader of the group told her that it wasn't poison, but his power, rosemary, that had knocked them out. He assured her they were only unconscious, not dead, and warned her to stop, or she would end up like them. He offered her a deal, saying she could consider the 3 white crystals and her gun as her dowry, promising to treat her well in the future. She shot at them, shouting that he could dream on, as she would never deal with a scumbag like him. The man, who also had superpowers, stopped the bullets with a barrier. He then ordered his men to open fire on them and turn them into a sieve. Yan realized she could dodge the regular bullets, but the girls couldn't. She blamed herself for being greedy, as they had chased 3 level 2 zombies beyond the 3rd ring, leading them to these idiots. She understood that if she continued like this, only death awaited them. Yan proposed that they wait and listen to her offer. She suggested a deal, a single fight without weapons and no interference. If she won, they would let them leave, but if she lost, she would comply with their demands. Yan Yue pointed out that while he could refuse, order them to shoot, and kill her friends, she would take out his fighters at the cost of her own life. Yang Fan, watching from the corner, drew his sword from the ring. He remembered that in a previous life, she was one of the most skilled fighters. Now was the perfect opportunity for her to rise to that level, so he decided not to interfere. The fighters believed that she had great confidence in herself, as she chose to leave them to face the leader alone. The gang leader found her suggestion intriguing and agreed to her plan. She pulled her companions away while his men stood by, merely observing. Clenching his fists, he asked if she was ready, mentioning that he wasn't accustomed to waiting. January launched herself at him and swung her fist. He began to counterattack in the same manner. He was a master in hand-to-hand combat with no equal. He warned her to prepare for death, but she replied that today he would be second best. Yan ducked. He missed, and she struck him in the liver. He felt nothing and questioned why. She then decided to scratch his side with a second strike. He retaliated with a powerful punch. The force of his blow sent her flying back, crashing into a wall. The man approached her, demanding that she concede. Although they were both at the 2nd level, each had their own vulnerabilities. She struggled to recover from his intense attack. He explained that everyone has a different physical makeup, and thanks to a strength-enhancing drug, the disparity between them was enormous. He was at least 3 times stronger than her. Yang Fan emerged and stated that while she couldn't overpower him physically, she had other advantages. The man asked who Yang Fan was and ordered him to stay out of it. One of the men aimed a gun at Yang Fan, threatening to shoot if he dared to touch their leader. In her weakened state, Yan Yue could only utter Yang Fan's name. Realizing that her ally had arrived, he decided he needed to act quickly. She reflected on what Yang Fan had mentioned about her advantage. As she pondered, understanding began to dawn on her. Just before the blow landed, Yan Yue vanished, realizing the advantage she possessed. Her advantage lay in her speed. She could move so swiftly that she left behind afterimages. She managed to create 4 afterimages, all striking him at once. However, her efforts were in vain. Despite her incredible speed, her blows felt like mere tickles to him. She then targeted the man's weakest point. She reminded him that every man has a vulnerable spot, and he was no exception. Writhing in pain from her strike, he called her a heartless fiend. She kicked him, stating that they were far from finished. Yan put every ounce of her strength into her next blow, sending him crashing into the wall. His men, concerned, asked if he was all right. Though this man was incredibly tough and resilient, she had managed to find his weak points, giving her a chance at victory. However, using her speed and power at this level came at a great cost. She glanced at Yang Fan, feeling that she had performed admirably this time, and believed she owed him special thanks for it. She couldn't comprehend the expression on Yang Fan's face or why he looked that way. Yang Fan observed that the scarred man showed no signs of fatigue, with only steam rising from his body. Yan Yan was shocked when she heard her opponent admit that he hadn't expected her to be so skillful, knocking down even a strong man like him. He told her that the fight would soon be over and hinted that he might enjoy the company of 3 girls tonight. He stood up, surrounded by an aura, and decided it was time to take things seriously. He altered his form. The scarred man was a mutant who transformed into a dog-like creature. Once his transformation was complete, Yan got a clearer view of him. She found his appearance amusing and tried not to laugh but couldn't hold it in. Infuriated, he attacked her, as he despised those who mocked his superpower. He decided he could settle for 2 girls instead. She dodged his strike, and he told her to go to hell. MANHUA noticed that his speed had increased after activating his superpower. He kicked her and asked if she thought dodging 1 blow meant she could avoid the next. His speed now exceeded hers by 3 times. Yan Yan was once again sent crashing into the wall, realizing that his speed had significantly improved. He approached her, stating that he would soon send her to the next world. Grabbing her by the neck, he told her that before her body cooled, his men would take care of it. She looked at him and thought that if he struck her, he might actually die. She couldn't believe he was really about to die now. Yan Yan recalled her childhood, particularly the time she climbed a rock wall. Her hands were trembling. She could have fallen and died. The girl regretted arguing with her coach, who should have secured the safety rope. Onlookers saw someone attempting to climb without safety measures. They didn't understand what this person was doing and assumed he was trying to save her. She asked her father if he was coming to rescue her. He told her that since she chose to climb without safety gear, she had to take responsibility for her decision. He encouraged her, shouting for her to keep climbing to the highest point. She needed to hold on and keep ascending. She remembered her father's words about taking responsibility for her choices. Yan Yan resolved to keep fighting because she had to protect her friends. She couldn't afford to lose. Summoning all her strength, she managed to grab hold and cling to his arm. She succeeded in taking him down. The scarred man was shocked that she knew such techniques. Watching the fight, Yang Fan realized he hadn't been wrong about her. If she were a coward, she would never have become one of the best fighters in their previous world. Without releasing him, she broke his arm. The scarred man tried to fend her off, swinging with his other hand. Before he could land a blow, she leaped away, causing him to miss. She then grabbed his other arm, determined to break it as well. Janowski drew a knife and pressed it to her neck, but she declared that he had lost. He pleaded with her not to kill him and was willing to admit defeat. She told him that if he meant it, he should keep his word and let them go. He agreed but asked to be released first. She had used a clever technique to defeat her opponent, but she wasn't sure if Yang Fan would be disappointed in her now. Yang Fan looked at her, smiled, and told her she had done a great job. His words brought her joy, and she began to cry with happiness. The scarred man, unwilling to back down, tried to bite her neck while Yan Yan was distracted. However, Yang Fan managed to save her by moving her out of harm's way. He then stabbed the man with his sword, feeling that he had no right to take the lives of his comrades. The scarred man begged him not to do it and pleaded for his life, genuinely appealing to Yang Fan for mercy. Yang Fan ignored his pleas and sliced him in half, telling him that he lost his chance to live when he attempted to bite MANHUA. After their gang leader's death, the remaining fighters scattered in all directions. Only one guy with superpowers remained, but he was terrified and couldn't understand how Yang Fan managed to kill his boss. Yan Yan pointed out that this guy had a superpower that could make people lose consciousness and blamed him for getting them into trouble. The boy prostrated himself before Yang Fan, calling him the new master. Within the 4th ring, the victor had the right to claim the savings and members of the defeated team. Yang Fan sheathed his sword, saying he didn't need any underlings and ordered him to leave. The boy pleaded, arguing that since Yang Fan had killed the man with the scar and he only had a minor superpower, he wouldn't even be able to find food for himself. He continued to bow and begged Yang Fan to take him along. MANHUA opposed the idea, reminding them that he was their enemy after all. Yang Fan knew the boy had an unusual superpower, Rosemary, and believed that to kill Xiao, he needed a first-class specialist who could control the situation. Eventually, Yang Fan relented and agreed to accept him into the team, but with one condition. If he ever tried anything malicious, Yang Fan would grind him to dust. The boy introduced himself as Chung Yu and assured them he would remember everything, then thanked his new master, Yang Fan. Yang Fan gave him his first task, which was to ensure that everyone regained consciousness. The boy knelt down so she could climb on his back, but Manhua didn't understand why he did this. He explained that he thought she wouldn't be able to walk on her own. Yan brushed him off, assuring him that she could move around just fine on her own. Yan believed that women should never show weakness and wanted to prove that she wasn't helpless, but rather strong. However, after taking just a few steps, she collapsed as her body couldn't withstand the toll of the battle. She realized that her sense of authority was gone, which brought her great shame. Yang Fan suggested she climb onto his back. He asked her to stop being stubborn and just accept his help. Embarrassed, she finally agreed. Chung Yu asked them to wait for a moment as he helped Miao Chun regain consciousness, and she treated Yan. Chung Yu sat down beside the sleeping girls and snapped his fingers. Within moments, they began to wake up. Yang Fan asked if they had fully come to their senses. Zheng Zhou was confused about why she fell asleep, recalling that the last thing she remembered was chasing zombies. Miao Chun mentioned that before passing out, she smelled something odd, like rosemary. Chung Yu apologized to the girls, explaining that it was his superpower that caused it. Yan reassured them that everything was fine now, telling them they had defeated 3 second-level zombies and earned white crystals. Jing Shu was thrilled they had accomplished this. Jing Shu then asked her brother why he had come to them. Yang Fan told her that he came to check on their training progress, and along the way, he met Chung Yu, who would now be part of their team. Chung Yu, realizing she was the master's younger sister, complimented her, saying she was so cute she looked like a goddess. Miao Chun glanced at Yan, noticing her wounds and realizing that while they were unconscious, a battle had taken place, and Chung Yu had initially been on the enemy's side. But then, Yang Fan accepted him into their team. She understood that they still lacked experience and needed to listen to Yang Fan and train diligently. Suddenly, the ring began to react and glow, catching the guy's attention. He looked off into the distance, and Yan noticed his shift in focus, asking what was wrong. Yang Fan said there was something ahead. Before this, the ring hadn't shown any reaction, but suddenly, it responded sharply to the appearance of the exchanger. Yang Fan suggested that the ring was reacting to an exceptionally rare, random exchanger. The guy instructed Miao Chun to tend to Yan's wounds and asked Jing Shu and Chung Yu to ensure their safety, while he intended to go investigate the situation. Chung Yu assured him that he would faithfully carry out his master's orders and wouldn't let anyone harm the ladies. He even promised to protect them with his life. Miao Chun was puzzled by his dramatic display. Jing Shu grabbed her brother's hand, insisting on accompanying him because it was too dangerous to let him go alone. He asked her if she was certain she could protect him. She winked at him and giggled, telling him she wasn't necessarily there to protect him. The guy pondered whether to bring her along and decided that he hadn't spent much time with his sister lately. She was probably frightened by the apocalypse. Even if she didn't show it outwardly, she was likely worried inside. He agreed to take her with him, but on one condition: if anything happened, she must run back immediately and not wait for him. His sister listened and agreed to do so if there was danger. They entered the building, and he advised her to walk quietly in unfamiliar places. Upon entering one of the rooms, the guy saw that it was indeed a random exchanger. Jing Shu was curious why this merchant was so different from the ones they had encountered before. Her brother explained that this was a random exchanger, which appears in different places each time and stays for only 5 minutes. Jing Shu noted that the exchange feature was similar to her superpower, which she found amusing. She felt like they were colleagues in some way. The guy began trading, and an assortment of items appeared around them. Yang Fan's sister was surprised to be inside and see how it all worked. The guy realized that she had once again secretly hidden a crystal, as the only way to access the exchanger was by establishing a connection between the crystal and the exchanger. She made a playful face at him, claiming that this was her catch for the day, so it was all fair. He quickly sorted through the merchant's goods, coming across various useless items. The guy called his sister over to take a closer look, pointing out that there was another card. She started to pick it up, asking if she was doing everything correctly. They discovered a very rare card for the mechanic profession. His sister wondered if this was a good thing. Yang Fan believed that this superpower would be perfect for their friend, Yan. The guy suggested they buy the card quickly. His sister agreed and decided she would buy it herself and gift it to Yan Yan, as it would make her very happy. As soon as Jing Shu purchased the card, the system announced that the transaction was complete and forcibly ejected her from the exchanger. The girl found herself standing in the middle of the room with the card in her hand, unsure of how she got there. She felt the room was cold and called for her brother to come back quickly. Right after the purchase, the random exchanger immediately began to forcibly extract them from the transaction space. Yang Fan hadn't tried upgrading the ring's ability this week, so he decided now was the time. He continued searching through the goods, unable to believe that he couldn't find anything worthwhile in this exchanger. He eventually found a set of 9 fourth-level auxiliary equipment ear transmitters. This device could transmit information across a distance of at least 100 square kilometers, making it an extremely rare and highly innovative invention among auxiliary equipment. While Jing Shu was alone, she looked around the room and realized that the place was a library. She picked up a book from the floor and blew off the dust, which made her start coughing. Upon examining the book, she realized it was a mathematics textbook. She nearly forgot that just over a month ago, she was an ordinary student. She remembered that on the day the world ended, she had been in a student park. Her nostalgic thoughts were interrupted when her brother returned from the exchange and touched her shoulder, telling her it was time to leave. She had a question for him and asked if they could ever return to their normal lives. In his previous life, she had asked him a similar question, but back then, he didn't have the abilities he possesses now and couldn't even answer it for himself. But now, things were different. He reassured her that as long as they were alive, there was still hope. She hugged him, expressing her belief in him. She was certain that everything would turn out fine, and they would eventually see that day. He embraced her, and felt an urgency to return to the others because they were waiting for them. As they left the building, she asked him what he thought Yan's reaction would be when he received the card. He suddenly grabbed her hand and told her to be quiet. Meanwhile, Miao Chun was treating Yan and scolded her for being seriously injured this time. He reminded her that she was still a girl and advised her to stop trying to prove her strength, suggesting that sometimes it's okay to just run away. Chung Yu reassured the girls not to worry, boasting that he could handle everything in one go. Jing Shu asked her brother why they weren't helping, to which he replied that he wanted to wait a bit. Chung Yu had just joined their team, and he wanted to see how he would behave. Miao Chun continued treating Yan, but it was clear that she was reaching her limit. Yan, concerned, asked her to take a break and then continue later. Yan assured her that she was fine now, though she might need their help later on. Chung Yu apologized, admitting that it was his cruelty that had caused them so much trouble. Yan told him not to apologize, explaining that they all acted based on their own motives. Even if he had killed her, it would have been due to her own weakness. He urged her not to say that because if Master Yan heard, it could cause him a lot of trouble. Chung Yu mentioned that he had heard she was from Wuhan. She confirmed that she had recently returned there and was searching for her father. Yan mentioned that her family had lived within the second ring. Chung Yu turned pale and remarked that survival in that area was only possible for the strongest. He assumed that everyone else there had likely already perished. She acknowledged that she knew they were probably dead, but she still wanted to find her family, holding on to even the slightest hope that they might be alive. Chung Yu remembered that her surname was Yan, and there was a man with the same surname in the second ring, a man named Yan Lei, the head of the Bloody Rose community, also known as the Thunder God. He had third-level Thunderer superpowers, and his body had reached the third level of evolution. Curious, Chung Yu asked what her father's name was. She told him that her father's name was Yan Lei and asked why he wanted to know. Chung Yu was shocked to learn that her father was the Thunder God. Yan had no idea about this nickname and asked who he was talking about. He explained that her father was one of the most powerful people in Huan City, ranking among the top 3. Jing Shu was amazed to discover that Yan had such a formidable father. Yang Fan realized that Yan's life trajectory had completely changed in this world compared to her past life. Her name had indeed been well known, but he had never heard of her father before. The guy understood that everything was different in this world. Yan said that her father was a retired military man, and she had always believed he could survive. However, she had never imagined he would become so powerful. Chung Yu handed her a photograph and informed her that there are several powerful figures in Taiwan who should not be interfered with. He had specifically printed out pictures of these individuals. He asked her to take a look and confirm if one of them was her father. After examining the photo, she recognized him and confirmed that it was indeed her father, feeling relieved to have finally found him. Yan felt relieved that their efforts had not been in vain. Chung Yu initially believed that Master Yang was the most influential person in the area, but he realized that there was someone even more powerful, the daughter of the Thunder God himself. The siblings rounded the corner, and Jing Shu announced their return. Yang Fan remarked that now that they had found Yan's father, it was time to initiate Plan B. The others were unaware of any Plan B. The young man mentioned that they would venture into the underworld, prepare for the journey to the second ring, and locate Yan's father. Miao Chun questioned if he was certain about this, expressing her doubt that they were even capable of approaching the third ring at their current level. Chung explained that the second ring was vastly different from the fourth, with second-level zombies roaming around, along with many third- and fourth-level ones, as well as numerous mutated plants and animals. He believed that with their current low strength, they would only face death there. He understood the risks, but believed that strong individuals chose the second ring as their base, which not only meant a lot of wealth, but also excellent opportunities for training and increasing their strength. However, he was concerned that Xiao was close by. The young man didn't know how powerful Xiao was, but knowing Xiao's exceptional abilities and strong backing, he wanted to confront him before Xiao grew even stronger. Yan Yan asked Yang Fan if he wanted her to reunite with her father as soon as possible and expressed her gratitude for his kindness. However, she insisted that they should continue to train more. Yang Fan advised them that Sinan was still injured and needed time to recover. Once healed, their chances of success would increase significantly. Jing Shu congratulated Yan Yan on finding her father and mentioned that she had the perfect gift for her. Yang Fan's sister handed Yan Yan a profession card, which took her by surprise as she hadn't expected such a gift. Yan Yan thanked her, and Jing Shu explained that her brother believed becoming a mechanic was the best fit for her. Yan Yan felt embarrassed and realized that he had been thinking about her constantly. She vowed to follow him for the rest of her life. Wasting no time, Yan Yan decided to immediately merge with the profession card. Yang Fan informed her that with this card, she would be able to master any mechanism in a short period. He then asked her to lend him her gun for a while so he could make some modifications. He planned to modify the pistol using ice bullets he had taken from Boss Bo last time, and was pleased to have finally found a use for them. Chung Yu also wondered why his master had such impressive weapons, but he now understood that it was because his master possessed a unique superpower. Once he was finished, Yang Fan handed the gun back to Yan Yi, apologizing that he could only upgrade it to the third level due to the lack of a unique expansion. Chung was shocked that he would give away a third-level weapon so easily. Chung clung to his leg, pleading with him to create a third-level weapon for him as well, reminding him that they were close friends and brothers. Yang Fan tried to pull away, explaining that he didn't have the necessary materials. Zhang refused to let go and asked him to tell him what materials he needed, promising to search for them day and night. Yang Fan agreed and said he would give him the list later, but finding the materials would be Chung's responsibility. Chung was overjoyed and exclaimed that he adored him, almost kissing him out of excitement. The young man then asked her to try activating the gun using her superpower, noting that ordinary people wouldn't be able to shoot it. Jing Shu thought her brother was bluffing and grabbed the gun, claiming that she could fire it herself. After pulling the trigger a few times, she assumed there were no bullets in the gun. He had designed it so that only a true mechanic could operate it. From now on, he intended to make Yan Yan the most formidable, heavily armed mechanic. Yan was surprised by his decision and the plans he had for her. When Yang Fan's sister returned the gun, he realized she really couldn't use it. Yan took aim and fired 3 bullets. The pistol could handle 3 types of ammunition. First, regular bullets. Second, ice bullets. The third mode allowed the pistol to fire bullets capable of causing an ice explosion. Jing Shu was thrilled, noting that this weapon was even more terrifying than Xiao Zhan's pure soul ability. It could strike from a distance and culminate in an internal explosion. Chung Yu praised him, calling him a master for creating such an impressive weapon, but Yang Fan asked him not to exaggerate. The young man then pulled out a set of headphones and asked everyone to put them on, explaining that these would allow them to stay in contact with each other. Miao Chun was skeptical about the transmitters since there was no electricity, and even batteries were scarce. She couldn't understand how they could work. But when she put them on, she heard Jing Shu's voice explaining that these were no ordinary headphones. Yang Fan's sister explained that this was a fourth-level auxiliary device that didn't require electricity. They only needed to think, and they could hear each other from up to 100 kilometers away. At first, Yang Fan's sister had also been doubtful, but after her brother gave her the headphones, she was amazed by how much better the sound quality was compared to her previous ones. They were amazed that her voice was so clear, and with this device, they no longer feared getting lost. It was Chung Yu's first time seeing level 4 equipment. The young man gathered the entire team and announced that Chung Yu, who had already been to the third ring and possessed the power of control, would lead them. Everyone would go except Chu Xiaoyun, Sinan, and Shishi. They were to stay at the camp with the other ordinary people, continuing their preparations and crystal searches. Xiao Yan felt that he still hadn't accepted her. Someone else questioned why she couldn't accompany her sister. Sinan asked if Yang Fan thought he was too weak to go with them. The young man explained that it was quite the opposite. Only the two of them could provide adequate security at the camp. Chu Xiaojun, who has the Fire Soul ability and was originally the leader, excels at command, while Sinan is the team's strongest defender. One is strong in offense, the other in defense. If an unexpected situation arises, they would undoubtedly handle it. They were pleased and determined to fully meet Yang Fan's expectations. After discussing all the details, the young man announced that they were moving forward. Yan Yue looked at her father's photo, resolved to find him, as she deeply missed both him and her mother. The inner rings are always far more dangerous than the outer ones, and Yang Fan likely understood this, but he specifically instructed him to lead the way, indicating that the young man recognized his abilities and was giving him an excellent opportunity to prove himself. Chung Yu believed that Yang Fan had thoroughly planned out their actions and admired the meticulousness of his work. He noticed that the path he had taken last time was now destroyed, supported only by weak structures. Chung Yu thought that if Yang Fan had been involved in creating the path, it would have been much sturdier. Someone suddenly appeared behind him and asked where he was headed. When Chung Yu turned around, he saw a group of 4 people nearby. The largest, Tianjin, had the second-level superpower of Copper Torso. In the middle was Xiao, who wielded the second-level superpower called Flame. Chung Yun, holding a sword, had the second-level Devil Sword superpower. The man in the suit was Jin Ji, who possessed the second-level superpower Sonic Boom. Tianjin accused him of sneaking around in the darkness and assumed he was also searching for an exchanger. Chung Yu tried to mislead them by saying he was just out looking for some food. He sensed that these guys had an incredibly strong presence and realized they were likely very powerful. Tianjin attacked him, claiming that his sneaky and dishonest face clearly showed he was up to no good. He declared that it was his lucky day, as Jin was bringing justice and would start with him. Meanwhile, the rest of the group traveled separately. Duanmu reminded them that most of their food was left at the camp, so they should ration their supplies carefully. She told Yun Yan that Yang Fan might not worry about this, but they should take care of it for his sake. The entire group heard Chung Yu's terrifying screams through their earpieces. Yang Fan immediately realized that something had happened to him. He ordered all the girls to rush to Chung Yu's aid. Jing Shu pointed out that it would take a long time to reach him on foot and suggested using her ability to save time. She explained that she could only teleport one person at a time and decided to take her brother first. The young man instructed the others to follow as quickly as possible. Yan Kit told Duan to jump on her back, as she was a second level and could run much faster. Duan refused, suggesting instead that Yan Kit should take Miao Chun, as Miao Chun's superpower would be essential if they were truly under attack. Xiao discovered that Chung Yu had the superpower Rosemary, but dismissed it as too weak to pose any real threat, no more dangerous than a bug. Even as Chung Yu continued to resist, Xiao commended him for trying. Chung Yu warned him to stay put because his master would arrive soon and could easily handle even 4th-level zombies. He threatened that Xiao's end was near. Yang Fan, observing from around the corner, saw Xiao and, in a fit of rage, squeezed the corner of a building so hard it cracked under the pressure. His sister urged him to stay calm, explaining that she had a plan to rescue Chung Yu. Xiao sneered, saying they were just worthless scum from the outer rings and that he could kill every single one of them, no matter how many there were. He struck Cheng Yu with his superpower, slamming him into the ground. Xiao sat above him and taunted him, asking if he still planned to make threats or wait for his so-called master, because he would do the same to him as he had done to Cheng Yu. Just as Xiao was about to finish off Cheng Yu, Yang Fan shouted at him to let him go. While everyone was distracted by Yang Fan, Jing Shu teleported to her injured comrade to save him. She began dragging Cheng Yu toward the portal, but Xiao was determined not to let them escape. Although teleportation only takes a fraction of a second, Xiao's speed was incredibly fast. Xiao leaped back as Yang Fan intervened. Yang Fan aimed to sever Xiao's limbs with a single strike. Xiao noticed that Yang Fan wielded an impressive weapon and was surprised that something like it could be found in the outer rings. They realized their outing wasn't in vain, and Xiao suggested they have some fun. Jing commented that even the heavens couldn't resist Xiao's charm, given the gift he was about to receive today. Jing Shu said she would take Cheng Yu away from the scene but was unsure of what to do next. Yang Fan instructed her to immediately find Miao Chun to heal Cheng Yu, promising to handle the rest himself. The young man hadn't expected that these four had already formed a team, making it unsurprising that Xiao was thriving even in the central part of Wuhan. Cheng Yu and Jing Shu both realized that Yang Fan needed help because these adversaries were extremely dangerous. He ordered them to return immediately. They complied and urged him to be very careful. Jing Shu decided she would find Yan Yue and they would return together to support him. However, Yang Fan intended to confront them alone since they were old acquaintances from the third camp of the Heavenly Disk. Tianjin wanted to take the sword for himself, but Zhang Yun told him to hold back, as the sword was more suited to him. Tianjin agreed, but warned that if Zhang failed to claim it, he would take it, and reminded Zhang that he would owe him several 100,000 gray crystals. Zhang was confident he could seize the guy's sword, but worried that his strike might be too powerful and could kill him. Zhang Yun, the chief commander of the third camp, was renowned for his incredible speed, exceptional body evolution, and mastery of Japanese swordsmanship. Even Xiao couldn't always defeat him. Yang Fan managed to deflect his attack, having previously learned how to counter this technique. Zhang Yun was impressed by the guy's sword, which was truly remarkable. Despite having a second-level forged blade and investing heavily in it through the exchanger, cracks appeared on his blade after that strike. Jing Ye hadn't expected Yang Fan to so skillfully deflect Zhang's deadly technique. He considered it a disgrace and resolved to take the extraordinary weapon from him. The last contender was the Governor-General of the third camp, ranked just below Xiao, with an extraordinary 8th-level sonic boom ability capable of destroying all living things within 100 meters. He could be a match for Xiao Ao. Jin Ji remarked that the space between them was necessary and questioned if he could evade the speed of sound before launching an attack on the opponent. Genji heard gunfire and saw bullets heading his way. He had to maneuver to avoid being hit, which led him to redirect his attack, causing damage to a building instead. Yan Yan and Miao Chun came to his rescue, stating that their commander wouldn't fight alone as long as they were present. Xiao was confused by their sudden appearance and commanded their execution. Tianjin volunteered for the task, relishing the chance to harm women. Yan Yan began firing at him and remarked that he had underestimated women too much. The bullets couldn't pierce his skin. He recognized that she possessed a third-level weapon, but he wasn't intimidated. He claimed that she didn't have such a gun and that he would take it for himself. Yan asked Miao Chun to move quickly because of his strength, while she would try to hold off their attacker. He then took off and flew toward them. He was confident they wouldn't escape and would end up dying. Yang Fang managed to block the attack and declared that no one had the right to harm his friends. The girls felt both embarrassed and relieved by his timely rescue. Yang Fang swung his sword, causing Tianjin to leap back and evade the strike. He recognized that Yang Fang wielded an exceptionally powerful weapon, but found it hard to believe that Yang Fang could withstand his second attack. Xiao instructed him to stop, stating that Yang Fang was not his match. Xiao praised him as talented, and commented that someone like him deserved more than to languish in the outskirts of Huan. Xiao prepared to attack, lamenting Yang Fang's unfortunate opponent and declaring that they would celebrate his funeral that day. Yang Fan successfully blocked the attack, preventing anyone from countering. Yang Fan realized that Xiao was as formidable now as he had been in his previous life. Xiao recognized that this boy was more complex than he initially appeared. Xiao acknowledged Yang Fan's strength, noting that not only had he managed to block his attack despite Xiao's full effort, but he had also caused Xiao's hand to shake. Additionally, Yang Fan wielded a powerful weapon, making it clear that victory was not guaranteed. Despite his reputation as a genius, and being one of the top 10 leaders in all the support bases, Xiao was impressed that Yang Fan nearly dropped his sword from the impact. Yang Fan realized he needed to quickly enhance his strength, aiming to reach at least the 3rd level of evolution. He knew that to have a real chance, he needed to force the others to retreat, as they were currently at a severe disadvantage. Miao Chun was concerned about their situation and what actions to take, given the dangerous nature of their opponents. MANHUA was prepared to die rather than surrender and wanted to communicate something important. Yang Fan instructed them to be quiet and assured them that none of them would die. Miao Chun placed her hand on his shoulder and treated him, which Xiao noticed. Xiao identified the girl as a healer with the rare and valuable superpower of a perfect sage. Jin Ji remarked that their camp lacked such a sage and suggested that capturing her would be a significant achievement. Tianjin leapt from his seat, declaring that no one should interfere with him as he aimed to achieve this feat. Yan Yi was astonished by Tianjin's impressive speed. Yang Fan also launched an attack and questioned whether someone with such limited abilities could truly capture his man. When the sword made contact with Tianjin's fist, it began to bleed, an outcome Tianjin had not anticipated. The man commanded Tianjin to stay still, warning that any movement would result in more bleeding. Tianjin thought the man's confidence came solely from his exceptional sword. Without it, he believed he could easily defeat him. Yang Fan warned that he would count to 10, and if they didn't leave, they would be killed. Xiao laughed and offered to help with the count, starting with the number 1. As his friends activated their abilities, Xiao questioned whether Yang Fan really believed he could kill him, declaring that Yang Fan lacked the necessary strength. Xiao instructed everyone to capture the perfect sage and then heal Tianjin. The man admitted they weren't a match for each other, but if 4 superpowered individuals and 1 mutated creature joined them, he would be 70% confident they could win. Xiao commented that superpowered individuals weren't common and that a mutated creature couldn't be controlled by a person's will. An ice wall appeared between them unexpectedly. Xiao was astonished to see that reinforcements had arrived. Yang Fan was relieved that help had finally come. The other team members arrived to assist him. Jing Shu urged Chen Yu to hold on as they would be helping soon. Yang Fan's sister shouted at Miao Chun to hurry and help because Chen Yu was barely hanging on. She wanted to stay but was told by Yan Yol that she didn't belong there. It would be better for her to heal Chen Yu so she could use her powers effectively, Jing Shu cried, blaming herself for the mess and the suffering Cheng Yu had endured. Miao Chun comforted her, saying it wasn't her fault and that the wound wasn't severe and could be treated. Xiao was surprised that reinforcements had actually arrived and noted that the creature's strength level was quite high. Jin Ji remarked that they seemed to be trapped. Yanas pointed out that there were still more of them and questioned whether they intended to keep resisting. Yang Fan observed that their opponents were acting unusually calm despite being surrounded by so many superpowered fighters. He speculated that their calmness might be due to hidden abilities revealed by his own rebirth. Xiao instructed his allies to stop hiding their true powers, given the number of superpowered individuals present, and to fully unleash their abilities. Tianjin had eagerly anticipated this moment and was pleased to finally unleash his full power. He activated his true power and immediately launched an attack on Yang Fan. Yang Fan evaded the direct hit and struck Tianjin on the shoulder with his sword from an angle. Tianjin boasted that his body was as tough as copper, and that he wasn't afraid of even 4th-level weapons. Yang Fan was astonished that his attack failed to cut through Tianjin. Cheng Yun also joined the fight, using his superpowers to launch an attack. He aimed to take down both Duanmu and Shell in one move. Xiaoyan attempted to block him with her pure soul abilities, but he was too swift and easily dodged her ice attacks. Cheng Yun managed to close in on them, declaring that their end was near. The sapling managed to intercept his attack and protect the girls. However, its strength wasn't sufficient, and Cheng Yun was able to sever the sapling's vine. A massive thunderous explosion followed. The force of the blast left the girls' clothes severely torn. Cheng Yan attacked again, confident that he would succeed in killing them this time without any interference. Yang Fan was momentarily distracted from his fight with Xiao, concerned about Guanmu. Xiao dismissed the concern, stating there was no time to worry about others at the moment. Yang Fan managed to block Xiao's attack, and Janjua offered to assist them. Jin Ji attacked Yanhua, questioning if she was sure about her decision as it might lead to her own downfall. A thunderous sound erupted as someone demanded to know who dared to harm his daughter. The man struck Jin Ji with such force that he was knocked back several meters, saving Manhua from imminent death. Manhua looked at her rescuer and realized it was her father, Lei, who had come to her aid. Chung Yun's attack was intercepted by someone, protecting Duanmu and Siobhan. The rescuer told Chung Yun that he wouldn't allow him to kill them. The man was revealed to be Mu Hua Dao, the deputy commander of the Bloody Rose, surprising everyone with his unexpected appearance. Xiao attempted to disarm Yang Fan during their fight. However, Xiao realized this tactic wouldn't be effective and acknowledged Yang Fan's considerable strength. Yang Fan broke free from Xiao's grip and used his sword to push Xiao away to a safer distance. Yang Fan wondered why Yun's father was present, but acknowledged that Yan Lei's timely arrival had prevented significant losses. Yang Fan heard something rapidly approaching from underground. Tianjin emerged from the ground, laughing and revealing that he had been hiding below for a long time to catch him. Tianjin was unable to strike the man in the back as he had been saved, and the man easily blocked his attack. The man who rescued Yang Fan confronted Tianjin, accusing him of lacking shame or conscience. This man, Liu Chuanfeng, was also a deputy commander. Xiao realized that all members of the Bloody Rose team were present, and began to suspect that Yang Fan and the girls might be affiliated with the Bloody Rose as well. Xiao recognized that they had made a serious error. He hadn't anticipated that these seemingly insignificant individuals were part of the Bloody Rose, a group even capable of challenging them. Xiao concluded that their plans for the day were doomed. Yan Lei declared that if the fighting was to continue, his team would also join the fray. As Xiao prepared to speak, two figures appeared behind him. Instead of Xiao, Tianjin declared that the battle would continue and expressed his disregard for the Bloody Rose, threatening to tear them apart. Xiao struck Tianjin for his bold words, questioning his sanity. Xiao held the Thunder God in high regard, but warned that the Fire God's command should not be taken lightly, vowing to remember the events of the day for a long time. He had heard that the Thunder God had turned down an invitation from the Heavenly Wheel and wondered how long the Bloody Rose could sustain itself. Yan Lei was confident he would outlast them, considering them mere pests in the cruel and malicious world of the Heavenly Wheel. The more they bite, the more pleased their masters would be. Xiao approached the man, inviting him to join them due to his impressive strength. Xiao explained their ambition to build the strongest camp, claiming they were much stronger than the Thunder God, with 10 exchangers in their arsenal, thus possessing immense power and resources. The man simply laughed in Xiao's face, leading Xiao to believe he was insane. The man activated his fire sword, intimidating Xiao. Tianjin was about to strike Yang Fan, but Xiao ordered him to hold back. Before leaving, he warned that in a short time they would all face the harsh judgment of the Heavenly Wheel. Tianjin was confused about why they were retreating, considering it was only the Bloody Rose and they had faced them in the second and third rings. He felt they had nothing to fear. Xiao explained that they were up against 7 superpowered individuals and 3 major members of the Bloody Rose. They were not equipped to handle such a confrontation. He knew that the first and second ring programs would soon activate, and by then they would be dead, rendering further action unnecessary. Yan Lei examined his daughter and was pleased to see her. He noted that she had lost a lot of weight and was as light as a feather. She embraced him and remarked that he hadn't shaved in a long time, about 5 weeks. When she remembered her mother, she pushed him away and inquired about her. Yan Lei was at a loss for a response. Yan Lei took everyone to the Bloody Rose base, which had been converted from a military air defense base, making it safer than other locations. The girl continued to search for her mother. Liu Chuanfeng informed her that her mother wasn't currently at the base. Yan questioned why, given the dangerous conditions outside. Her father reassured her that her mother had gone out for supplies and was stronger than him. Mu Hua Dao mentioned that she would return in 2 or 3 days. Her father led her to the restroom. Manhua looked out the window, saddened by the prospect of waiting 3 more days to see her mother. Yan Lei comforted her, saying they would definitely reunite eventually, and assured her that, as long as he was there, she would be safe. Liu Chuanfeng guided Janeway's friends through the corridors, suggesting that father and daughter should catch up on the past. He directed them to follow him, noting that the former military base had ample space to accommodate everyone. Jingshu told her brother she also wanted to see their parents, and Yang Fan assured her they would reunite soon. Yang Fan felt that Yanlei was concealing something. He questioned how supplies for 3 days could be secured and how anyone could survive in such a dangerous situation for that long. He wondered if Yanlei's wife was as strong as claimed, which might explain the possibility of survival. Liu Chuanfang showed them to the 2 rooms prepared for their use. Duanmu chose the left room for the girls to stay in. Cheng Yu agreed and said he and the owner would take the right room. Liu Chuanfang was puzzled why Yang Fan didn't enter a room and asked him about it. Yang Fan inquired if he could use their exchanger, and if so, he would like to make a purchase. Liu Chuanfang agreed, recognizing that as a friend of their commander's daughter, Yang Fan could indeed use the exchanger. He noted that the exchanger was a highly valuable resource, and the request showed Yang Fan's sincerity. He believed that if Yang Fan were not important to their base, such information wouldn't be shared with him. Without hesitation, Yang Fan tossed 2 bullets and activated his craftsman ability. From the 2 bullets, he crafted a high-quality knife. Yang Fan revealed that his superpower was being a craftsman, and with the right materials, he could equip everyone at the base with high-quality gear. Liu Chuanfang was impressed, noting that Yang Fan had forged a first-level weapon from just 2 bullets, and praised him as a true master. Liu Chuanfang decided to show Yang Fan around and asked him to follow. He introduced Yang Fan to the newest exchanger at their base, as all previous exchangers had been depleted. Liu Chuanfang reminded Yang Fan not to forget his promise, and mentioned that he could use the exchanger whenever he needed. Yang Fan approached the merchant to begin their transaction. Liu Chuanfang felt that they were blessed by the gods for not abandoning them in their time of need. He saw Yang Fan as a valuable gift, and hoped he would create an excellent weapon to help the Bloody Rose fight the Heavenly Wheel. Yang Fan noticed that the exchanger was not being used, since all the items in the testing field remained untouched. He planned to explore the rest later, but decided to first examine the red wallet. He selected a test involving ice riders. As soon as he activated the test, ice began to form around him, and he wondered what challenge awaited him. Armored monsters appeared before him. He realized he would need to face multiple opponents simultaneously. He blocked the attack from the first monster. Yang Fan swiftly went on the offensive and defeated the first monster without losing momentum. He quickly moved on to the second monster and defeated it as well. After killing the second monster, he turned his attention to the third, dispatching it with a powerful overhead strike. To him, the monsters were weak and lacked any real advantage. While his back was turned, the fourth monster attacked. Despite the surprise attack, Yang Fan easily defeated the fourth monster with a swift turn. He sensed that his superpower was evolving and that he might soon advance to the 3rd level. Defeating these enemies would provide the combat experience needed for this breakthrough. Another group of ice riders emerged to face him. He encouraged them to be more aggressive, as he needed to become even stronger. After defeating all the opponents, Yang Fan was left feeling exhausted. This test allowed him to elevate his powers by 1 level. He felt he had completed this challenge and was ready to proceed to the next stage. He tried to activate the exit ring, but nothing happened, indicating that the test was not over yet. A horse-mounted rider appeared behind him, likely the boss of this test. Yang Fan realized that the previous enemies were merely a warm-up for this final showdown. The horseman seemed unusual, with an energy similar to the dark seed that signaled an impending apocalypse. Suddenly the horseman charged at him with the intent to kill. Yang Fan had to continue fighting. This rider was at level 4, a strength he had encountered before with Shao, while Yang Fan was at the peak of level 3. He had no option but to respond to the attack. Yang Fan managed to block the horseman's strike, but the immense force sent him flying several meters back. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Yang Fan realized the rider was incredibly powerful, to the point where he struggled to hold his sword. The horseman continued his assault, and Yang Fan was amazed at his speed. At the last moment, Yang Fan managed to grip his sword and evade the rider's attack. He understood that with the rider's speed and strength, the monster could easily avoid attacks even without a weapon. While Yang Fan contemplated his next move, the rider summoned a second weapon, a spear. Closing in on the required distance, the rider struck at Yang Fan with his spear. Yang Fan was alarmed, realizing that this spear attack could be fatal. The horseman aimed his spear at Yang Fan's chest, but he deliberately avoided vital areas. If the attack had been aimed at a critical spot, Yang Fan would not have survived, even with his golden silk chainmail. Yang Fan reflected on how it had been a long time since he was so close to death. even before his rebirth. He expressed gratitude to the rider for making him experience that intense feeling again. The horseman swung his sword, but Yang Fan managed to dodge the attack, causing it to miss. Yang Fan believed it was nearly impossible to defeat the rider and thought his chances of escaping alive were non-existent. Despite the dark energy spreading through his body, Yang Fan decided to test if purified water could help him survive and prevent blood loss. He attempted to break off the spear lodged in him. Yang Fan leaped to a safe distance to avoid the rider's sword and threw a bottle of purified water. The rider easily deflected the bottle, sending it flying in another direction. Yang Fan noticed that the bottle began to ice over upon contact with the rider. Although the bottle didn't achieve its intended effect, Yang Fan realized the rider was wary of purified water, as he had actively prevented it from hitting him. The rider continued to attack, and Yang Fan knew he couldn't endure much longer in his current state. Yang Fan waited for the rider to swing his weapon and prepare for the strike. Timing his attack, Yang Fan jumped to get closer to the rider. With only one bottle of purified water left and his strength dwindling, Yang Fan made his final attempt. The horseman decided to strike with his broken spear. He was struck by the rider again but couldn't dodge the blows. There wouldn't be another chance. With his remaining strength, Yang Fan threw the last bottle of water at the rider. The bottle hit its mark, and steam started rising from the rider's head as a glow emanated. The water caused the rider to vaporize with a dying sound. In his previous life, purified water was an antidote to mutation, but Yang Fan hadn't expected to use it here. He suspected that the testing field was linked to the changes in his world, including the end of the world, the exchangers, the Black Seed, and that someone was orchestrating it all. The system announced that he had successfully completed the test. His rewards included the ability to manipulate ice, a snow-white warhorse, and a potion to enhance third-level strength. These rewards were highly valuable, especially in a world fraught with danger. Yang Fan regretted that he could only reach the third level for now. He noticed a glow indicating his evolution. He was gaining the energy needed for his advancement by defeating the boss. Once his evolution was complete, he immediately consumed the strength-enhancing potion to reach level 3. He picked up an ice extraction card, which began to integrate with him. His left eye changed color, revealing the mutation associated with the second-level superpower artisan. Acknowledging the risks of advancement, he first decided to buy 3 second-level healing potions to prevent bleeding and possible death. After purchasing the potions, he drank one, and felt that it was significantly more effective than the first-level potions. He also bought 3 additional healing potions, 1 more strength-enhancing potion, and 5 bottles of purified water, all of which would be useful. Yang Fan was curious about his weekly gift, and wondered what it would be this time. He received a potion that increased third-level strength. The potion was quite valuable, but he was put off by its cost of 40 red crystals. He only had 1 red crystal from killing a wild boar. He decided to send the girls to the test earlier than planned. After completing the deal, Yang Fan noticed his clothes were too small, realizing that as in his previous life, his body had grown along with his strength. Liu Chuanfeng had been waiting for him outside the room. Liu Chuanfeng congratulated Yang Fan on reaching the 3rd level. He noticed Yang Fan's ill-fitting clothes and inquired about his activities in the testing field. Yang Fan requested 2 additional tests. Liu Chuanfeng agreed, provided Yang Fan would make weapons for their base, and acknowledged the difficulty of finding a weapon exchanger. They had also purchased 2 weapons. Yang Fan agreed to craft a 2nd-level weapon for everyone, but required either the materials or 100 red crystals. Liu Chuanfeng noted that hunting 3rd or 4th level zombies was manageable for them, given their peak 3rd level status. Liu Chuanfeng revealed they had been collecting materials in anticipation of meeting a master like Yang Fan who could equip their team. He asked Yang Fan if he could guarantee that every weapon would be 2nd level and what would happen if an error occurred. Yang Fan demonstrated his strength to reassure them. Yang Fan used a pistol and a claw as materials and began reshaping them. He successfully created an assault rifle with an optical sight and an underbarrel grenade launcher. The man claimed he never made mistakes, and explained that given the right materials, a master of the 4th level could create weapons of any tier, a capability that significantly surpasses that of the 3 previous levels. Liu Chuanfeng inspected the weapon and confirmed it was indeed a 2nd-level weapon with additional features. He was very pleased with the exchange. Liu Chuanfeng handed over a bag containing 50 red crystals, telling him that this could be considered an advance payment. He assured that the remaining amount would be paid once the weapon was completed. The man immediately returned to the merchant to proceed with the transaction. During this time, Liu Chuanfang admired the second-tier weapons, thinking that if all team members were equipped with such weapons, they would be well prepared even when facing an attack from the heavenly wheel. Yang Fan went back to get the last drug for which he lacked enough crystals. He decided that this item should be kept for the group, realizing that it's difficult to sustain an entire base alone, even though in a previous life, his strength had grown rapidly. To survive the apocalypse, it was necessary to have certain strengths. The man returned and asked Liu Chuanfeng to take him to their materials warehouse. Liu Chuanfeng showed him the warehouse, explaining that it was located here and that he could use any of the materials stored there. The warehouse contained many remnants from level 3 mutated animals. Liu Chuanfeng pointed out one particularly valuable item in their base, a level 4 iron rhinoceros horn. He mentioned that they had paid a steep price to acquire it. Yang Fan requested that he guard the door to ensure he wouldn't be disturbed while working, as he needed to focus. The man immediately started crafting weapons for their base. In a single effort, he produced many level 2 weapons, which left him very tired. After fulfilling his part of the deal, he decided to start upgrading his own weapon. He took out his sword and considered combining it with the level 4 horn. However, he realized that mixing a level 4 fire weapon with a bone weapon would be wasteful, potentially losing the weapon's special features. He decided it wasn't worth the risk. The man decided it would be better to upgrade his armor. He crafted new clothes for himself that were significantly better than his previous ones. In addition to creating new armor, he gained 2 special effects and realized he had made the right decision. Afterward, he decided to enhance his weapon. After using all the materials to make the weapons, Liu Chuanfeng was amazed and remarked on how generous he was to produce such a large quantity of weapons. Liu Chuanfeng gave him the remaining 50 red crystals along with a few extra bottles of strength-enhancing drugs, noting that his friends would need them. Yang Fan distributed the drugs to everyone. Cheng Yu was surprised that there was even one for him, considering that such a drug costs 100 white crystals. Duanmu asked where he managed to acquire so many strength-enhancing drugs. Yang Fan explained that he made a deal with Liu Chuanfeng. He instructed them to drink the drugs, reminding them that they had expended a lot of effort to reach this place, and that their physical condition was far from ideal. He also gave each of them a bag for storing weapons, which could be used similarly to the Jing Shu chain. These bags contained the new weapons he had crafted for them, allowing them to store the weapons inside. Yang Fan crafted a flying cannon, a weapon that could only be controlled by someone with mechanical superpowers. Its attack power was comparable to that of a 3rd-level weapon. Jing Shu received a light feather blade of the 3rd level. The special effect of this blade was that it could pierce armor of the same level and even 4th-level weapons. Duanmu created a 3rd-level Thunderfoot, which could imbue her legs with lightning power and increase her speed. She was pleased to have a weapon for attacking and finally felt like she was among the fighters. Even Cheng Yu received his own weapon, which allowed him to control the flow of wind. This was particularly important to him, as his superpower's most challenging aspect was dealing with the intoxicating aroma. Now, with a cloak that controlled 2nd-level wind flow, he felt more at ease. Miao Chun received a 3rd-level waterproof skirt, which was a protective piece of equipment. Although it looked like an ordinary skirt with a sexy frill, it was capable of completely repelling attacks from a 3rd-level weapon. Miao Chun felt embarrassed by such a gift. For Siobhan, he crafted 2nd-level cold shorts that appeared to be ordinary, tight shorts, but were actually essential equipment for someone with ice-based superpowers. These shorts not only enhanced her strength, but also provided 2nd-level protection. He instructed Yan Hui and Duanmu to familiarize themselves with the new equipment as quickly as possible, and then proceed to the exchanger to undergo tests and boost their levels. Their team needed even more strength, and he placed a 2nd-level recovery drug in their bags, urging them not to disappoint him. He ordered Sean and Cheng Yu to accompany Mua Dao to meet Sainan and Chu Shal. He cautioned them that their journey would not be easy and urged them to be cautious. Yi Jingshu ran up to him, asking what important task he would assign her. Miao Chun remarked that she should try on the new equipment and then left. He patted her on the head and told her to take the drug first, promising to explain everything afterward. She grumbled that he was ruining everything for her and asked what kind of drug it was, since he had promised to tell her. When she drank the drug, she did so quickly to avoid wasting time. As soon as she finished drinking, she began urging him to tell her what her task would be, insisting that now, with her third-level strength, she could handle anything. He told her that her primary task was to stay alive no matter what. She just needed to survive. The next morning, everyone was startled awake by the entire base shaking. Miao Chun asked if it might be an earthquake, but Yang Fan suspected that someone was trying to infiltrate the base. A resident of the base rushed over to inform them that the Celestial Wheel Group had invaded their territory, so they needed to defend themselves. 3 people were approaching them in a vehicle. A guy stood on the hood, singing a song about how he would kill the immortal Buddha, fight like the devil himself, and that no one would dare stop him. His name was Zhang Erlei, and he was at the peak of the 3rd level with the superpower of a bomb-making expert. The girl's name was Liu Tony, and she possessed a level 4 superpower with an attack as formidable as the sea. The driver of the vehicle was Zhou Deli, who was at the 3rd level of the lower stage and had the superpower of purple poison. Yan Lei stood with his subordinates and asked the newcomers who they were and why they had come. The girl stepped out of the car and stated that her master had sent her to ask one last time if he would join the Celestial Ring Group. She warned that if his answer was negative, death awaited him. Yan Lei prepared for battle and declared that he wanted to see if they were strong enough to kill him. Liu Chuanfang cautioned the boss that these opponents were very powerful and that he was taking too many risks. Yan Lei believed that if they didn't fight back, the Celestial Wheel would see them as insignificant, and he refused to allow anyone to trample on him. Zhang Erlei asked for permission to deal with Yan Lei and began hurling grenades at him. Zhang Erlei unleashed a barrage of 8-fold grenades, but before they exploded, Yan Lei surrounded himself with a protective barrier. The explosion was massive, and Liu Chuanfang became very worried about Yan Lei. Yang Fan, Jing Shu, and Miao Chun arrived, with Yang Fan reassuring them that Uncle Yan Lei was fine and there was no need to worry. Yan Lei emerged from the cloud of smoke, ready to strike. To him, they were nothing more than worthless weaklings. Liu Tony intervened in the battle, saving her subordinate. She remarked that civilized people should know how to stay calm. Yan Lei then shifted his focus and decided to attack her instead. From his blow, she was sent flying high and very far. Everyone with them began to flee, terrified of the Thunder God and the true power of his strike. Miao Chun realized the immense power that someone with an extraordinarily high level of strength could wield. Yan Lei struck the ground, intending to show them the force of his electric fist. But his blow was deflected by Liu Tong, whose hair suddenly grew very long. Liu Chuanfang noted that her hair had an incredibly strong protective function and realized that she was likely at level 4. Jing Shu was amazed by Liu Tong's incredible strength and jokingly remarked that she would probably never go bald. Yang Fang, puzzled by his sister's focus on such trivial matters, explained that her hair was actually her superpower, which was of a very high level. It didn't concern them that he was the Thunder God and the strongest member of the Blood Rose. Liu Tong said that if he joined them, their master would give him a drug to boost his strength beyond the 4th level, allowing him to become as powerful as she was. Zhang Erlei, annoyed by his refusal, said that since Yan Lei didn't appreciate their kindness, they had no choice but to make him choke on their sophisticated anti-tank grenades. Yan Lei asked them if they seriously thought he would become anyone's lapdog. He charged at them, intending to finish them off, but Liu Chuanfeng shouted at his boss to stop. Liu Tong calmly told Yan Lei that he could use any technique he wanted, but the outcome would remain the same. She countered his attack using her hair. Liu Tong's hair restrained him, preventing him from getting close enough to kill them. Ignoring Lei, she rushed past him. Zhang Erlei hurled grenades at Liu Chuanfang. Yan Lei, realizing that he wasn't going to give up, decided he would fight until the end, aiming to kill her subordinate and leave her to die alone. Liu Chuanfang used his superpower to swallow the grenades. Yang Fan shouted at him, reminding him that Yan Lei wasn't the only one in the Blood Rose, and urged him to quickly spit them out. After he swallowed them, Zhang Erlei suggested that he try a 7-shot burst of bombs. The grenades exploded inside his stomach, and Liu Tong decided to step in to assist him. Yang Fan grabbed his sister's hand and ordered her to stop, pointing out that Liu was injured and that his strength level was much lower than the one with blue hair. He asked her what made her think she could handle this situation. She wasn't concerned about that, She only knew that Uncle Liu and Uncle Yan were trying to protect them. She broke free from his grasp and teleported closer to Liu, shouting that she was going to help him. Zhang Erlei threw grenades at her, mocking her, saying that a mere girl with a second-level strength couldn't possibly save him. Jingshu realized that she couldn't always hide behind her brother and needed to become as strong as him. She drew the dagger her brother had made for her, and with one swift motion, destroyed all the grenades in the air, successfully saving Liu. Jin Shu took the severely wounded Liu's arm and opened a portal. Zhang Erlei watched them pass through the portal, astonished that she had managed to deflect the bombs he had created. He realized she was wielding a weapon that was at least higher than level 3. He hadn't expected to encounter such a valuable prize in this place, and resolved that the dagger must become his, no matter what. She teleported with Liu near the entrance to the base, where 2 more Blood Rose fighters were stationed. She noticed that Zhang Erlei was relentless, determined to kill her to take the dagger. Yang Fan realized that his first battle after increasing his strength level had arrived much sooner than he had anticipated. The doors to the base suddenly opened and 4 purple arrows shot out. The arrows detonated all the airborne grenades. Zhang Erlei was astonished to discover other individuals with superpowers at their base. Yan Wei and Duan Mu emerged outside. Yan Wei demanded to know who dared to create a commotion at their entrance, and questioned if they were tired of living. Jingshu felt relieved and happy that her friends had come to help them. Yang Fan realized that they had completed their transformation to a new level and had passed the test, making them stronger than before, so the guy didn't need to fight. Yang Fan looked at Liu Tong and understood that their trump card had remained unused. Zhang Erlei continued to hurl grenades, not believing they could handle his 12 bursts of bombs. Yan Ye, along with her drone, opened fire and managed to blow up some grenades, but 3 bombs remained. Zhang Erlei hoped these 3 would reach and destroy their target. Yan Yue's actions were deliberate, as others also wanted to showcase their abilities. With her new shoes, Duanmu leaped high and threw a grenade back at Zhang Erlei. One of the grenades flew directly at Zhang Erlei's head and exploded near his face. Duanmu didn't stop there. She aimed to finish him off with a kick, telling him that if he intended to harm her friends, he would have to fight her. Young fans realized that, thanks to the test, they not only increased their strength, but also understood the true meaning of life in the post-apocalypse, learning to treat enemies without leniency. Liu Toni blocked the blow with her hair, preventing Duanmu from finishing off her enemy. Duanmu was astonished that Liu Toni's hair could intercept her attack, something mechanically impossible. She decided to retreat and thoroughly investigate the matter. She couldn't retreat as her hair started wrapping around her body, preventing her from escaping. Liu Tongji questioned if they were not taking the heavenly wheels seriously. Liu Tong began kicking the tied-up Duanmu, accusing her of trickery. Jinghua rushed to help her friend Duanmu. Yan Yan joined in to rescue her dear friend, simultaneously covering them with fire from a pistol and an X-5 drone. Liu Toni couldn't understand why they were so slow-witted, as she had repeatedly told them that nothing would work against her because she was at level 4. The attack failed, and she defended herself with her ability, taking no damage. Yan Wei didn't give up, and decided to attack from the right while her drone attacked from the left. Liu Toni realized they weren't retreating, and decided they should each try her power in turn to understand everything. Yan Lei shouted at his daughter to leave quickly. Yan Yan continued fighting to save her father and friend, believing she had to protect them. Liu Toni pierced Yan Yan and her drone. Yan didn't understand how it happened and didn't feel its speed. Before the drone malfunctioned, it shot at Liu Toni's hair. The drone's beam cut through Liu Toni's hair, allowing Yan Yan to escape. Liu Tong approached Yunusa to kick her, remarking on her tenacity, and said it was better because Liu Tong could mock her more. Liu Toni commented that no one in the Bloody Rose could give a worthy rebuff, and questioned Yan Lei's refusal to join the Heavenly Wheel, wondering if he truly wanted to die. Jingshu asked her brother to let her go, believing she needed to help them. He asked her to wait a little longer for them to understand something. His sister didn't understand and asked what they were supposed to understand. The guy replied that they needed to realize they could rely on each other. Liu Tong wrapped her hair around Yan Yue, taking her hostage too. She taunted Yan Lei, questioning his claim of being the god of thunder, and suggested he should change his name to the snake god. She told the residents of the Bloody Rose to see their leader as a worthless figure, predicting only death for those who followed him. Duanmu looked at Yang Fan, wondering why he hadn't intervened yet and what he was waiting for. Eventually, she understood and started shouting for him to save her, calling him commander. Liu Tongji was surprised to learn they still had a commander and asked how many they had. She noticed a dagger flying toward her. She deflected the dagger with her hair and asked who else was there. While distracted by the dagger, the guy got very close to her. Yang Fan declared himself their commander and promised to finish her off in a minute. This fight would mark his final dominance, and from that day on, no one would dare to call him Yang Fan, only commander. Liu Tony calmly lit a cigarette, saying she had seen many liars like him, all incapable of anything. Exhaling smoke, she told him one must be able to back up their words. Liu Tongji decided to start by cutting off both of his hands. He allowed her to strike first, ensuring the battle would last exactly a minute, fearing she wouldn't last otherwise. One of her attacks came from behind, emerging from the ground. Miao Chun feared for the commander and warned him of the attack from behind. Liu Tong was angry, thinking he was joking with her. She believed he couldn't deflect her blow from such a distance and felt victory was assured. The guy didn't try to dodge and just watched. Her attack caused a powerful explosion. Her attack failed to harm him because his new clothes, made from rhinoceros horn, protected him from the explosion. She saw he had level 4 protective armor and didn't understand where he got it from. Although he was a commander, obtaining such equipment puzzled her. Zhu Deli approached her, noting that not only the kid had a weapon. He noticed all the ordinary people in the Blood Rose had level 2 weapons, thinking they had robbed the god of money. She said that soon the Heavenly Wheel would have more weapons. Liu Tony ordered him to use his superpower and not miss anyone, wanting to destroy them all to make the Bloody Rose truly bloody. Deli spread his lilac poison through Liu Tong's hair. Duanmu felt intense pain and didn't understand what kind of poison it was, feeling like a strong acid was burning her skin. Despite the pain, she didn't want to scream, as she didn't want to distract the commander. Yanlei believed it was his weakness that caused his daughter's suffering. This made Yang Fan very angry, prompting him to attack to save his friends. He realized that Yan Yue and the others were poisoned and wouldn't last long. Time was running out, so he decided to finish off the poison first. Liu Tony directed her poisonous curls at the guy. She mentioned that 30 seconds had passed and claimed they were an ideal combo, as his poison could burn through his armor, even though it was level 4. She knew they couldn't handle the poison. The guy saw it wasn't ordinary poison but corrosive acid. Due to the numerous acid attacks, Yang Fan noticed his armor beginning to corrode. After dodging all her attacks, the guy told her that despite destroying his protective armor, her blow had no effect on him, and he would still finish her off. She told him to look at his feet. He saw his legs covered with purple poison. He realized her plan. She spread her hair across the ground, not for convenient attacks, but to control the entire space. Liu Tong told him he realized it too late. She informed him that she was among the top 5 in the Heavenly Wheel. Her collaboration with Zhu Deli made even their master cautious. She possessed the most powerful power given by her master. Liu Tong decided to give it her all and unleashed her full strength. She attacked the Bloody Rose base, causing explosions everywhere. People realized running was useless, and saw even the commander couldn't resist this unknown force. Lu Chuanfeng urged the girls to run faster, knowing what Liu Tong was capable of and insisting they survive, as they didn't have to die there with him. Jing Shu shouted at everyone, not understanding how they could talk like that while her brother was fighting for them, ordering everyone to be quiet. She believed her brother would never lose. Miao Chun also encouraged everyone, shouting that they should believe in their commander because he would definitely win. These words inspired the people, and they began to believe and shout to Yang Fan that he would succeed and defeat Yu Tong. The guy tried once more to break through the defense created by Liu Tony's hair. He realized he could no longer hide his strength and would have to show what he was capable of. He hit his sword to change his superpower. He switched his superpower from Art Sin to Ice Maker. Liu Tony didn't stay idle and attacked while he remained motionless. Ice began to form around him. This was his first attempt, and he didn't know if it would work. Liu Tong continued attacking, and because of the dust, she couldn't see what was happening. She calmly recited a verse about truth and deception, life and death, and killing demons with a sword, believing the guy was on his way to hell. J.D. Lee remarked on the beautiful moonlight and his desire for spicy chicken legs. Liu Tony replied that after dealing with the Bloody Rose, she would give him some interesting books. She believed he didn't read enough books and should read more to become a sociable person. Before her hair attack, the guy managed to use his ice technique, creating a magical ice mountain of swords against her. They were surprised that an ice mountain appeared out of nowhere. Yang Fan's allies noticed that everything had calmed down, but they were also shocked by what they saw. Jinx, you saw an ice mountain and wondered where it came from. Liu Tong was furious, unable to understand how he had stopped her attack. She noticed doors inside the icy mountain opening and saw a silhouette standing there. A calm and confident guy emerged from the mountain. He was very serious and mentioned there were still 10 seconds left, making it exactly a minute. She realized he had created the ice mountain. She pointed out that his legs were exposed to poison, noticing he could barely move. She believed even with 10 minutes, he couldn't defeat her, and ordered him to stand still and prepare to die. The guy asked her who said he had to go anywhere himself. Yang Fan summoned the frosty warhorse he had won in a trial. Yang Fan decided to do nothing for the last 10 seconds, observing them and hoping they might perform a miracle. His technique required being close to the enemy, and he wouldn't use the knight for that. Liu Tong was surprised by his many interesting items, thinking if she killed him, all his artifacts would be hers. He calculated the distance and found she was within range of his ability. Long pillars of ice rose from the floor around them. The guy created an ice dome and pierced them with ice spikes, causing them to scream in pain. People heard a woman's voice and feared those bastards had harmed Lady Yun Yue, but the thick fog obscured their view. Jing Shu tried to run and help her brother, but Miao Chun held her back, saying the ice flow appeared out of nowhere. They didn't know if it was the work of their friends or enemies. Miao Chun worried that if something happened to her, they couldn't explain it to her brother. After a short time, the ice flow began to collapse and melt. People saw silhouettes in the fog and began to look closer to see who was standing there. When the fog cleared, they saw Yan Lei's boss carrying the unconscious girls, with Yan Fan on horseback. Jing Shu was happy to see her brother and that he had won. Yan Yue's father asked if they wanted to arrest this guy. Yang Fan told him it wasn't necessary because it wouldn't be of any use. Yang Fan finished him off with his ice ability. They all went inside the base. Miao Chun treated Liu Huanfen, while Liu Tong and Zhu Deli were captured by them. Lin Miao Chun could only heal the external wounds but couldn't handle the poison. The guy deliberately left these two alive because it was a third-level poison, and she couldn't get rid of it at the first level. Zhu Deli offered a deal, saying that if they help his boss and cure her, he can get rid of the poison, because only he can do this in the whole city. The guy ordered Miao Chun to help them but ensure they didn't die too quickly. Zhu Deli shouted that if he didn't help Liu Tong, he wouldn't cooperate with them. These words angered Yang Fan, who threatened to kill him for daring to make threats. He told Yang Fan that if he wanted to kill, then let him kill, because if he didn't heal his boss, he wouldn't heal them, and they would all die together. He thought he would save her even if he had to sacrifice his life. Jing Shu put her dagger to his face and said she also wanted her boss to be alive and well. She threatened that if he didn't cooperate, she would cut his boss into pieces right in front of him. Through such threats, he agreed and asked not to touch Liu Tong. Zhu Deli promised he would do everything and said he would give them an antidote. Miao Chun warned him not to try any tricks or he would only wish for death. Yang Fan snapped his fingers and the ropes were cut. The guy ordered him to detoxify, starting with the girls and Yan Lei. He began to cleanse their bodies of the poison and warned that it might hurt a little. Yan Lei was patient and said everything was fine and to go ahead. Don Mu thought that if she managed to study this toxin, it would become a very powerful weapon. Yan Yan was not afraid of pain, but she felt very sorry for her. Zhu Deli approached Yang Fan and reported that everyone else poisoned had been cured, and now it was his turn. As soon as he touched his feet, it did not begin to cleanse but rather continued to poison him. He shouted at them to hurry up and heal Liu Tong, or he would kill him right then. His friends rushed to his aid. He extended his hand and ordered everyone not to come near him. Yang Fan asked him if he was in love with his boss. Deli was surprised by this question and blushed a little. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and started talking about how he treated his boss, considering her more important than his life. Yang Fan told him that if Deli claimed there was only a boss-subordinate relationship, no one would believe him. Yang Fan said that if he got rid of the poison and answered a few more questions, he might consider letting him and his boss go. He then ordered Miao Chun to cure her first. He agreed to this and promised to tell them everything they wanted to know if they let them go. Zhu Deli immediately began to detoxify the poison on Yang Fan's feet. After Lu's treatment, Tony began to come to her senses. Deli was very glad that his boss woke up. She didn't understand what he was doing and couldn't believe it was actually detoxifying them. She ordered him to stop. He was afraid of her reaction and said that it was a deal. If he neutralized the toxin, they would let them go and not harm them. Liu Tong was angry, and said there was no need to let her go because Bloody Rose was nothing more than a second-rate base for raising zombies. Yan did not understand what they were talking about and what kind of zombies were raised. Her father looked away and remained silent. Liu Tong said that since they left her alive, she would kill them all here. She called Yan Lei trash, who didn't even dare admit his wife was dead. She attacked Yan Yue's father with her hair and said that if her master did not admire his abilities, she would not have come to capture him. Zhu Deli asked her not to do this because if she did, they would simply die here. Yan began asking about what she was saying and asking about her mother. Yan Lei was saddened, and all he could manage to say was that he was useless. She tried to stop her and save Yan Lei and Yan. Yan Lei prepared for death and did not resist. Liu Tong's hair was already a couple of centimeters from his face. An ice spear pierced her chest, stopping her from killing him. She was bleeding and furious that he had stopped her from killing Yan Lei. With the last of her strength, she attacked Yang Fan, believing that he should die. Zhu Deli intervened, stating that they were no match for him, and warned that if she persisted, she would face death. He began to weep, acknowledging that he should have been more prudent, as the heavenly Weald took them lightly. He expressed his fear of dying and his desire not to lose her again. Daly urged her to reconsider. She refused to listen to him, commanding him to leave or face death alongside them. Although she knew his preferences, she despised servile behavior. Only the wielder of the heavenly wheel sword, Zuo Ling, was of value to her, and she was willing to go to great lengths for him. Despite understanding that she would kill him, they chose not to leave, as he was unwilling to let her die before him. The young fawn, enraged, grabbed her hair and declared that Daly was not just a pathetic creature, but a worthless being who deserved to die. He showed no mercy and killed her, impaling her with 2 ice spears. As Lu lay dying, Tony struggled to speak clearly and muttered about her actions, mentioning something regarding the heavenly wheel. Zhu Deli held her and questioned why she was so foolish, explaining that the heavenly wheel was merely using them as tools. The man demanded an explanation for why the heavenly wheel sought to unify all the bases in Sichuan. If he provided the answer, Yang Fan would permit him to take it. He mentioned that random merchants are extremely rare within the central ring, and those who are present have a very potent summoning field. This challenge field offers a very generous reward, but the heavenly wheel base alone cannot complete the challenge. Hence, the heavenly wheel needs a significant amount of expendable forces for integration of all the bases. Yang Fan listened to him and ordered that Liu Tony be treated. Zhu Deli covered himself with his own poison and said there was no need to trouble everyone. He requested to be buried alongside his boss. They embraced each other and died together. Duanmu was astonished that such a pure emotion could exist even in this apocalypse. Jin Shu thought that if her brother were ever in danger, she might end up in a similar situation. Yang Fang turned and commanded that they be buried together. Liu Chuanfeng and Yan Lei guided them down a corridor to a specific location. Duanmu advised Yan Yue to stay strong. Miao Chun approached Yang Fan, noting his torn clothes and offering to mend them. She felt the current atmosphere was too heavy and thought it would be better to do something. Yang Fan declined her offer. Jing Shou asked her brother if Lin Zhanjua would remain inactive. He reassured her that Yan Yue was resilient. He noticed that his sister seemed to have grown and begun to understand others' feelings after her experiences. Yan Lei led everyone to a large iron door, announcing that they had arrived. He told his daughter that her mother was inside and asked if she was sure she wanted to see her. He warned that if her mother were alive, she wouldn't want her daughter to see her in such a condition. Yan Yan insisted that he open the door, asserting that despite her state, she was still her mother. When the door opened, Yan Yan saw her mother chained in the room to prevent her from causing harm. Yan Yan rushed into the room to be closer to her mother, while her father tried to stop her. Yang Fan froze her leg to prevent her from putting herself in danger. Yan Yan yelled at him to let her go. He told her she seemed intent on dying or becoming a zombie to save her mother. He also mentioned that her mind was affected as well. Yang Fan produced a test tube with a drug, saying that the infection was severe enough that he could treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Jing Shu mentioned that the solution in her brother's hands could eliminate the zombie virus, and reassured them that they would do everything possible to help, as Yan Yue was also their ally. When approaching Yan Yan's mother from a safe distance, the man poured all the purifying water over her. Yan Li questioned the nature of the disinfection, and Yan Yan explained that she had done it and urged her mother to hold on, promising that she would improve soon. Yang Fan noticed something was amiss as a green aura began to envelop her. She started to recall the past, remembering sitting on the sofa with her child while her husband slept. Feeling exhausted and drowsy, she had asked him for help. She remembered him drinking heavily, smashing bottles on the floor, and accusing her of putting him in a difficult situation, insisting she drink with him. She recalled her mother-in-law's harsh criticism, calling her a young, useless brute despite her efforts. She felt overwhelmed and useless, thinking that no one could assist her. Anger surged within her as she broke free from the chains, and Yang Fan observed her transformation. He warned that the clean water alone wouldn't advance the zombies, and revealed that the dark seeds were exacerbating her negative emotions. He ordered everyone to evacuate. He explained that confrontations with loved ones could elicit both love and anger, and that the dark seed's most dangerous effect was its ability to significantly heighten anger. He instructed everyone to flee, and this time they obeyed. Jing Shu tried to speak to him, but he cut her off, saying he didn't have time to explain, and that they weren't equipped to handle this threat. Her daughter and husband persisted in trying to reach her, pleading for her to wake up. She managed to break the chains and struck her husband with all her strength. Yan Yan feared that her mother would now turn her aggression towards her. Yang Fan got ready to protect Manhua and yelled at her mother, telling her she was no longer his mother. He demanded clarity from her and threatened to kill her. Yan Yan shielded her mother with her own body. Despite knowing her mother was now a zombie, she still saw her as her mom. Her mother was charging up an attack to strike Manhua. Yan Yan pleaded with her mother for forgiveness, as the zombie aimed a blow directly at her face. At the last moment, her mother halted. Manhua wept, saying she had only come to see her and that she loved her. Seeing her mother stop, Yang Fan wondered if there was any chance of saving her, as this situation was unprecedented for him. Yan Yan asked her mother if she remembered her. This plea did not bring her mother back to her senses, and the zombie continued to attack her daughter. Manhua braced herself for death. Yang Fan intervened, using ice shackles to restrain Manhua's mother. He told her that her stubbornness needed to be addressed because calling her mom wouldn't wake her up. While he was restraining her mother, Yang Fan took Manhua, who was unconscious, into his care. He held Manhua by the hand and decided it was time to leave, as there was no longer any point in staying. However, he realized that there might still be something that could be done. Yan Yan was confused by his statement and asked what was possible. He explained that it was possible to restore her mother to human form. Despite this, she still didn't understand how it could be accomplished. He led them out of the room, and the people closed the doors behind them to prevent her mother from following. Yang Fan said that the key to turning her mother back into a human was to receive a reward in the summoning zone in Wuhan City. This was necessary for the celestial wheel in the random trader challenge. Anything could happen in that context. Yan Wei was thrilled and proposed that they go there right away. Liu Chuanfeng was also pleased and said that if there was a chance to save Yan Lei's wife, his bloody rose base would cooperate no matter the cost. Yang Fan warned them not to get too excited, as they were merely cannon fodder in a testing area where even the heavenly wheel might struggle. He emphasized that to ensure success, they needed to strengthen their abilities. Jing Shu was eager to enhance her strength, but she knew it wouldn't be easy, especially since they were currently unable to go out and lacked access to a merchant for evolving potions. Yang Fan could create his own evolution potion, but he needed Duan's help. The girl was surprised to learn that she could be of assistance. Yang Fan instructed Duan to pack her things quickly and to pick him and Xiao Wei up in the evening. He directed the others to stay at the base and await the return of Cheng, Yu, Wan, Sinan, and Xiao Yun. Reflecting on his past life in the notorious People's Park, known for its devouring land and alienation in Chuan City, Yang Fan decided to target it this time. They arrived at People's Park, located in the central part of the Third Ring Road in Huan City. Yang Fan and Duan Mu prepared to assess the situation. Yang Fan listened to the reports being provided. He was informed that Jiao Wan and the others had returned with Saiyan, but they had sustained minor injuries along the way. Miao Tun had treated them, so their injuries were not severe. Yang Fan instructed Duan Mu to conduct a reconnaissance of the plant life at the entrance of the national park as they were about to enter. She immediately activated her abilities to begin the reconnaissance. She reported that within a 5-kilometer radius of the park, there were no mutant plants exceeding level 4. However, she sensed an area inside where her abilities couldn't function, describing it as akin to a life-absorbing black hole. She speculated that there were two possibilities. Either there were no living beings or plants in that area, or there was a powerful mutated species that thrived by consuming the life around it. Yang Fan agreed with the second possibility and asked Duanmu if they were proceeding. He was determined to explore because if they didn't seize the opportunity, they wouldn't know whether the area held valuable resources or was worthless. The girl recognized that her commander's logic was sound. Facing challenges was essential for their growth and development. As they ventured further into the park, Duanmu noted the eerie silence, suggesting that it was likely the first option she had mentioned earlier. Yang Fan sensed something and countered her, saying she was wrong and that a monster was approaching them. A massive mutated snake was slithering toward them, ready to attack. Duanmu identified it as a red chain snake, typically growing up to 5 meters. She was astonished by its size and inferred that it had mutated. Yang Fan reprimanded her for focusing on encyclopedic details and instructed her to act quickly instead of being distracted. The snake was closing in to strike. Xiao Wei came to their rescue. He struck the bold snake that dared to challenge them. With a single blow from Xiao Wei, the snake was instantly killed. Duanmu praised him, remarking on his impressive skill. Yang Fan was astonished that Xiao Wei, who had just reached level 4, could defeat a level 3 red chain snake with a single hit. He realized that Duanmu had been training him effectively. Duanmu examined the snake and noticed its bile was unusual, resembling a diamond. Yang Fan took the snake's bile and noted that it had been modified and crystallized, making it a valuable material. He planned to incorporate it into their equipment to add toxin properties. Duanmu was pleased and commended Xiao Wei for his excellent performance. Yang Fan decided to take responsibility for their progress and urged them to continue searching, as they still hadn't found the materials needed for the evolution potion. As they reached the park's deepest section, Yang Fan observed an abundance of rare flowers and plants, confirming they were in the right place. Duanmu wondered why she hadn't seen these plants before and asked Yang Fan if they were indeed materials for making evolutionary potions. He replied that he couldn't be sure whether the plants could be used for evolutionary potions, as it was up to her to determine. He showed her a sample of the evolution potion he had brought, suggesting she analyze its composition. Yang Fan wanted to gather the necessary plants based on her understanding of the potion's ingredients, as it would be easy to replicate if she knew the composition. Examining the test tube, Duanmu realized that the secret to enhancing everyone's strength was contained within it. She was determined to do everything she could to uncover it. While she was analyzing the composition, Yang Fan collected plants without wasting any time. After some time, Duanmu completed the analysis, which confirmed that all the ingredients were mutant plants preserved using a specific method. She felt confident that she could replicate the potion. She noticed that Yang Fan was not paying attention to her, which she saw as a good opportunity. She took the purified water from him, intending to save it for future research. However, since Yanyua's life now depended on this water, she needed to find out everything as quickly as possible. She began her analysis with the goal of helping Yanyua. Yang Fan noticed her actions but chose not to reveal his awareness. He believed that if she wanted to find out, he would give her the chance. He observed that the plants were resisting and not cooperating with him. Feeling frustrated by their lack of obedience, he activated his powers. The roots of the plants attacked him, but he remained unflinching. Yang Fan encased himself in ice to halt the attack from the roots. He found the situation intriguing, as a 4th-class mutant plant was hidden among them. However, the tree had decided to attack him over a minor issue. Yang Fan summoned a dozen ice blades to fend off the tree. He pondered what action he should take against the blades. He effortlessly sliced through all the hostile roots and calmly proceeded. Yang Fan was surprised that the tree had not emerged yet, considering it was no match for him. A massive, enraged tree emerged from the ground in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan addressed the tree, claiming to be the king and noting that he had been expecting it for a long time. Without hesitation, Yang Fan drew his fiery blade and charged at the tree. At his peak 4th-level strength, his entire body was brimming with power, and he anticipated that defeating this tree would be more enjoyable than dispatching 100 others. Duanmu screamed, pleading with her commander to stop the fight. She approached the tree, touched it, and explained that they meant no harm. They were simply searching for ingredients. She requested the tree's assistance. The tree responded with a growl. Duanmu persisted, asking again for the tree's cooperation. The tree eventually agreed and retreated back into the ground. Duanmu thanked it. Where the tree had been, an egg appeared. Yang Fan was unsure of what it was. The egg floated into the air, began to glow, and then cracked open. A creature resembling Xiao Wei emerged from the egg. Duanmu informed her commander that the tree had agreed to their request, but asked them not to harm the plant life or take any unnecessary materials. She also mentioned that the creature was assigned to monitor them. The creature addressed Yang Fan, acknowledging his strength, but warning that a stronger monster was present in the area, which might seize the opportunity to absorb them. The creature intended to suppress this monster and threatened that if Yang Fan left, humans would be responsible for its destruction. Yang Fan understood the situation and agreed to follow the creature's request. He realized that this was a creature unknown to Duanmu in his past life. The place, known as the Place of Devouring, seemed linked to this creature. He knew he was not yet invincible, and that eliminating this threat now could prevent future problems. Anticipating possible surprises, Yang Fan decided to collect all the materials in advance. His current priority was to enhance his strength, as he felt that without power, everything else was futile. He immediately started gathering materials from the surroundings. Duanmu observed him, noting a power in his ring that she had never seen before. This ability made her and the elderly figure, who had lived for over 700 years, feel a sense of crisis. She believed that cooperating with Yang Fan could help them defeat the monster. From his previous life's experience, Yang Fan knew that strength level was more crucial than evolutionary level. He considered using the materials to create a nutrient potion and analyzing any remaining potions he had. The park was untouched and devoid of visitors. Yang Fan wondered if any traders would appear in this location. After completing the gathering, Yang Fan announced that they were finished and ready to move on to the next location. The creature asked him to wait a moment to discuss something further, promising that if everything went well, all the plant materials in the park would be theirs, and she would not interfere. Yang Fan was surprised at how quickly the creature's abilities had revealed the ring, realizing that manipulating these mutant plants was as straightforward as it had been in his previous life. He suspected that the proposal might have hidden complexities and requested a full explanation before making any decisions. She proposed that they team up to defeat the devouring monster in the park's center. After its defeat, they would be free to collect all the materials in the park, and she would provide them with a special gift. Duanmu sought clarification on what the special gift entailed. She revealed that the gift would be a mutated wisdom core from her own body. Both Yang Fan and Duanmu were surprised by the mention of the wisdom core. She addressed Yang Fan directly, noting that, as a master of his craft, he should understand the value of possessing her wisdom core for their endeavors. Duanmu, seeing her commander's astonishment, was eager to explore the power of the wisdom core. Yang Fan asked if she was certain she could provide the wisdom core. She explained that due to her long life, her mutation was unique, and she possessed 3 sentient cores. Yang Fan was willing to cooperate but wanted verification first. He requested proof of her possession of the wisdom core and added a condition. His condition was that, should they succeed in eliminating the monster, all his treasures, including the crystal cores, would become his. She agreed to his terms and urged them to proceed. Yang Fan warned her to be ready to flee immediately if things went awry. She assured him that unlike humans, plants like her were not as perceptive. Her roots covered the entire park, so it was in her best interest to assist him. If she failed, she would be consumed by the monster. Duanmu was intrigued about the exact nature of the wisdom core and its significance. Yang Fan explained that it was a first-class item capable of accelerating progress and enhancing intelligence. Upon hearing this, Duanmu questioned whether this was contrary to the laws of nature. She observed that the area was almost devoid of vegetation, and the ground was heavily cracked. Yang Fan instructed her to look beyond just her immediate surroundings and to focus forward. She saw a lake surrounded by a desolate wasteland, with something black in the center. She was puzzled by the presence of a black hole in the middle of the lake, and wondered what the plants had absorbed to create such a phenomenon. The creature advised them to be silent to avoid waking the monster. They needed to strike decisively, as an open fight with it would be hopeless. She asked if he was prepared, and if there were no more questions, it was time to enter the lake. Yang Fan was ready and needed to provide his assistant with something. He summoned an ice horse. The horse immediately approached Duanmu and affectionately nuzzled her. Yang Fan explained that the horse was already familiar with her scent, making them almost friends. He instructed her to stay behind, and if any danger arose, to abandon everything, ride the horse, and escape. Duanmu wanted to argue but was told to follow his instructions. She refrained from further objections and acknowledged that she understood. Yang Fan and the creature approached the edge of the black hole and peered inside. She shared her past encounter with the monster, describing it as enormous with a very hard outer shell. She had managed to strike it in the chin area, which she believed to be its weak spot. Following her description, they plunged into the black hole. Yang Fan considered that many evolved organisms thrive in water with minimal oxygen and wondered about the appearance of the monster. She alerted Yang Fan, sensing the creature's approach, and advised him to be cautious. At the bottom of the lake was a level 5 giant crab. Yang Fan noticed that the crab was not asleep. He realized that such a massive mutated creature likely had deadly capabilities, which explained the barren surroundings. He decided that a preemptive strike was necessary. The creature stopped him, explaining that the crab appeared to be sleeping but was actually dozing with its eyes open due to its heightened vigilance. She had been misled by this last time and had suffered as a result. A direct attack would be futile. They needed a more strategic approach. They took cover behind a rock, and she emphasized that the attack must target the crab's weak spot to be effective. She pointed out the weak spot and recounted how she had only escaped after striking there in their previous battle. She had a scar from that encounter and had been severely injured, dropping from level 5 to level 4 and losing one of her wisdom cores. As they prepared, Yang Fan activated his abilities, recognizing the opportunity to strike. He needed to channel all his strength into hitting the scar while she held the crab back. The tree sent its roots to restrain the sleeping crab. Yang Fan moved toward the crab's weak spot, aiming to pierce it. He shouted at the tree to maintain its hold on the crab. The crab awoke, managed to break free from the tree's roots, and regained its freedom. Yang Fan struck the crab's scar, but the sword did not penetrate deeply. He shouted that he was doing his best, but the crab was a level higher than him. Duanmu only heard indistinct noises coming from the depths of the pond. Duanmu was eager to know what was happening and what kind of monster resided there. She urged Yang Fan to return safely and quickly. Yang Fan realized he was no match for the crab and barely felt its presence. The tree warned him to hide immediately as the crab had spotted him. The crab, enraged by the sword embedded in its body, attacked Yang Fan directly. Yang Fan dodged the attack, retrieved his sword, and questioned the crab's strength. His ice sword shattered upon striking the crab, leaving him confused about how it was possible. The crab seized his leg and refused to let go. With no other options, Yang Fan decided to use his ultimate power, hitting the crab with ice. The tree urged him to come up with a solution quickly, warning that being swallowed by the crab would mean certain death. The crab swallowed Yang Fan, leaving him seemingly doomed. The tree believed it was all over, as anything consumed by the monster vanished forever, and it would likely meet the same fate. Despairing, the tree feared it too would perish in the park. Suddenly, a column of ice erupted from the crab's body, piercing its tough shell. The tree was astonished and confused to find that Yang Fan was still alive. Yang Fan emerged from the hole, declaring he wouldn't return empty-handed, and suggested that the monster, if cooked, would be quite tasty. The tree was in disbelief, having seen the crab consume him. Yang Fan explained that with his ice powers, he could create any object, even an exact duplicate of himself. Yang Fan snapped his fingers, and an ice replica of himself appeared, explaining that the real Yang Fan had been swallowed by the crab. While the crab was distracted by the tree, Yang Fan had managed to hide and prepare a devastating blow. He then asked what their next move should be. The crab, still alive, began to regain its senses and start moving again. They needed to finish the crab off. Their plan was to bring it to the surface together, with the tree binding it with its roots to keep it in place. Yang Fan readied himself for the attack. Despite his limited physical strength, he hoped it would be sufficient. The tree, impressed by Yang Fan's strength, viewed him with newfound respect. Yang Fan drove 3 large ice swords into the crab, delivering the final blow. The ice horse, concerned for its master, wanted to rush to his aid, but Duanmu held it back and reminded everyone that they needed to figure out how to assist their leader first, rather than recklessly charging into the pond. As Duanmu calmed the horse, a massive figure emerged from the pond. She was stunned to see the enormous crab. They prepared for a fight, but the crab fell lifeless in front of them, unmoving and dead. Yang Fan emerged from the water right behind the crab. As he climbed out of the water, Duanmu expressed her concern and asked if he was all right. Yang Fan admitted he wasn't fully okay as he was drenched and would appreciate some dry clothes. Duanmu began to remove her dress, offering it to him. Yang Fan blushed and was embarrassed, insisting she stop as it was inappropriate. He asked which dress she intended for him to wear. A creature approached them, directing them to follow it, as their core of wisdom was waiting nearby. The creature guided them to the king's tree, where they were awaited. Yang Fan told Duanmu that they needed to retrieve their spoils of war. The tree expressed its pleasure at their arrival. Yang Fan cut to the chase, asking where the wisdom core was. Duanmu observed the enormous tree, noting its seemingly infinite lifespan, and was eager to study the genetic material from its core. They received the core of the tree, which was shaped like a flower bud and radiated a warm yellow light. Duanmu was intrigued and puzzled over its composition, unsure where to begin her analysis. Xiaohua spoke in his native language, which only Duanmu could understand. She asked Xiaohua what he wanted to convey and if he had a similar item. Yang Fan instructed them to stay calm and not reveal the significance of their acquisition. The creature was astonished when Yang Fan nonchalantly placed the core in his pocket like an ordinary trinket. The tree and the creature scolded him, emphasizing that the wisdom core was a precious treasure and should not be handled so carelessly. Yang Fan reassured them that he hadn't been careless. He had kept it close to his most personal belongings. Duanmu and Xiaohua blushed, feeling embarrassed at the implication. Yang Fan, wanting to shift their focus, reminded them they had their prize and needed to head back to the base quickly. Just as they were about to leave, the tree stopped them, proposing an offer. Yang Fan halted and asked what the offer was. The tree requested to see what Duanmu was holding, noticing something glowing in her hands. Duanmu held a test tube with a glowing drug. The tree explained that the drug had come into its possession after driving away an intruder who had exchanged it with a merchant. The tree believed Yang Fan would be interested in it. Yang Fan was amazed to find a level 5 evolutionary reagent, and Duanmu was surprised, noting that even Yang Fan was only at the 3rd level. Yang Fan asked what the tree wanted in exchange for the reagent. The tree expressed a desire for Yang Fan's patronage, sensing that he could become the future king of these lands. Yang Fan smiled, pleased with the proposal, and accepted the reagent, considering it a wise decision to accept such a valuable gift. Yang Fan took the reagent, noting that the tree's initiative and the value of the gift made it wise to accept it. Duanmu asked if it was safe to use a 5th-level reagent while they were still at the 3rd level. Yang Fan explained that taking a reagent of a higher level involves intense pain as the body's bones are destroyed and reassembled. If one loses consciousness during this process, it can be fatal. He admitted he would not take such risks under normal circumstances. Duanmu found the description of bone destruction and reassembly quite frightening. Yang Fan recounted that in the past, people unaware of the process would try 2nd-level reagents and often die immediately. The tree requested that Duanmu, who had one of its wisdom cores, accompany them everywhere. The core would allow her to share consciousness with the tree and alert them to any threats. Yang Fan agreed to these terms. Yang Fan thought the tree's stated reason was a pretext for constant surveillance, but he felt compelled to accept the gift and agreed to the arrangement, deciding to keep a close watch on the situation. As they left the park, Duanmu informed Yang Fan that all the samples had been collected, and they could head back. Yang Fan's sister called through the ear transmitter, asking if anyone could hear her. Yang Fan was immediately concerned and asked what was wrong. She explained that their base had been attacked by people from the Heavenly Wheel, led by Xiao. The base was surrounded, and despite their resistance, they were outmatched. Yan Yue and Xiao Yuan were already injured. Yang Fan heard an explosion and Xiao Owl's voice boasting about finishing them off, accompanied by mad laughter. He then heard his sister scream before the connection cut off. He tried to call her back, but there was no response. Furious and vowing revenge, Yang Fan swore that Xiao would pay with his life. Duanmu urged Yang Fan to return quickly, as their forces were no match for the Heavenly Wheel, especially with Jing Shou growing stronger. She suspected that the Heavenly Wheel had obtained a powerful resource, making their immediate action critical. Yang Fan took out the test tube with the level 5 drug. Duanmu asked what he intended to do. Yang Fan decided to use the drug, seeing it as his only option. Although he had grown stronger, he feared it wouldn't be enough against their enhanced enemies. As the red-haired woman had warned, the Heavenly Wheel likely had access to many resources, and he needed to use every advantage he had. Despite the intense pain and the risk of his bones being broken and reassembled, Yang Fan resolved not to lose this battle. As he consumed the drug, his body was overwhelmed by a surge of power and excruciating pain. He was determined to defeat his enemies. Duanmu wanted to assist him but was ordered to stay back. She complied and watched from a distance. Yang Fan experienced unimaginable pain, realizing why so many had perished from such a transformation. It felt as though every cell in his body was on the brink of bursting. Overwhelmed by the pain, Yang Fan collapsed to his knees, reflecting on those who could endure such suffering and become nearly omnipotent. He was determined that if they could succeed, so could he. Despite the agony, he drew on his inner strength and forced himself back onto his feet. Duanmu heard an unsettling noise and turned around, shocked to see the source of the commotion. A horde of zombies was advancing toward them. Duanmu and Xiao Wei prepared to fend off the zombies to protect their commander, who was still incapacitated. The ant assigned to Yang Fan stood by, observing the battle without engaging, as its duty was solely Yang Fan's safety. The ant refrained from participating in the fight, indifferent to the other's plight. While Duanmu was distracted by the zombies, a level 2 zombie attacked her from behind. She managed to fend off the attack but was surprised by the zombie's speed. By then, Yang Fan had recovered enough to defend Duanmu. He dispatched the zombie and collected its crystal, questioning Duanmu's fear of level 3 zombies. Yang Fan charged his new explosive attack, emphasizing that fear and doubt should not hinder them from defeating their enemies. His enhanced power proved formidable, eliminating all nearby zombies with a single strike. Duanmu and Xiao Wei were stunned by his newfound strength and were left speechless. Yang Fan gathered the crystals from the fallen zombies and declared that they were finished and should return to the base. Duanmu felt relieved that Yang Fan had reached the 5th level, increasing their chances of repelling Xiao's forces. At the Bloody Rose base, a fierce battle raged. Miao Chun was treating Yan Yue, urging her to hold on a little longer as she worked to stabilize her. Yan Yue, however, suggested Miao Chun save herself instead. Miao Chun was exhausted and struggling to provide adequate medical care, hoping to keep Yan Yue alive until Yang Fan's return. Yang's father had lost an arm in the conflict and was defending himself with a shield. He demanded that Xiao release Yang Fan's sister, threatening dire consequences if his command was ignored. Xiao interrupted, questioning what Yang's father would do if he refused. He challenged Yan Lei's faith in the situation. Yan Lei used his remaining strength to launch a lightning attack against Xiao. Xiao criticized Yan Lei for underestimating him and wrongly assuming he was still at the 3rd level. Yan Lei couldn't withstand Xiao's assault and lost consciousness due to his injuries. Xiao had reached the peak of the 4th level, making those at the 3rd level seem insignificant by comparison. Nan crawled over to Yan Lei, desperately trying to revive him. Xiao questioned Jing Shu about her brother's whereabouts, threatening to kill her friends if he didn't appear soon. She retorted that if they wanted her brother, they should find him themselves. Jing Shu, dismissive, expressed a preference for going to bed early, citing the benefits for her skin. Mujuru Dao was defeated, his stomach impaled by a sword in his fight with Cheng Yuan. Cheng Yuan remarked on the stark contrast between their current and past strengths. Cheng Yuan noted that their previous equality had shifted, and Mujuru Dao was now outmatched. Tianjin, who had undressed the unconscious Shan, ordered him to move away from her, calling him an animal. Tianjin then stated he would enjoy himself with her before leaving. Xiao laughed, relishing his dominance. He felt that aligning with Shuilin Yun had been the right move, as it elevated each of them to the 4th level, making them the foremost power in Sichuan. He took pleasure in the thought of defeating all his adversaries with his own hands. Tianjin interrupted, telling his boss he would return to their conversation later, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Yan Yue, who was struggling to stand, demanded Shan release her so she could finish off the scum who had been tormenting Siobhan. As she stood, she was overcome with pain from her injuries. Miao Chun wondered where Yan Yue was being taken. There was a blast from Tianjin's scream, and he was thrown by the explosion's force. Yang Fan returned, holding Siobhan and questioning how anyone dared to harm his people. Miao Chun, moved by the sight of her commander's tears of relief, was deeply touched. Xiao was pleased to finally see Yang Fan, having grown tired of witnessing his humiliation and hearing his pleas. Cheng Yuan was relieved by Yang Fan's return, believing their salvation was at hand. He suggested Yang Fan rest, but Yang Fan insisted he wasn't finished yet. Yang Fan was determined to show that he still had plenty of fight left in him. He entrusted Xiao Wan to Duanmu and instructed her and the Ents to tend to the wounded, while he handled the remaining threats himself. Yang Fan agreed to assist once but made it clear that they would owe him. He readied himself for battle, declaring it was time for Xiao to face retribution. Xiao mocked Yang Fan, questioning what his subordinates had heard about him, and taunted him for thinking he could single-handedly make them pay. Jin Gi laughed and taunted Yang Fan, suggesting he must have mistaken them for lesser scum like Jin. Jin Gi challenged Yang Fan to try and rescue his friend from under his control. Cheng Yuan wanted Yang Fan to see his sword and understand that, like him, it was a fourth-level weapon. This exemplified the power of the heavenly wheel, which strengthened everyone. Cheng Yuan aimed to finish Yang Fan off, remembering their last encounter where his weapon's advantage had secured his victory. Chang Yun charged at Yang Fan, boasting that his fourth-level sword would render any previous tricks useless. He readied himself to attack and warned Yang Fan that he was about to gut him. Yan Yue warned Yang Fan that Cheng Yuan's sword was faster than her father's lightning bolts and advised caution. Yang Fan remained calm, effortlessly tracking Cheng Yuan's movements with his fifth-level prowess. He commented on how he didn't find Cheng Yuan fast. Yang Fan parried Cheng Yuan's attack by redirecting the blade with his sword, deflecting the blow. Cheng Yuan was baffled by Yang Fan's speed and skill, unable to understand how his movements outpaced the sword. Yang Fan lightly tapped Cheng Yuan's sword with his palm, causing Cheng Yuan severe pain in his hand. Cheng Yuan realized Yang Fan was using rapid strikes to create reverse vibrations that were damaging his hand. Yang Fan taunted Cheng Yuan, asking if he knew what his weakness was. He then attacked, claiming Cheng Yuan was too slow. Yang Fan delivered a rapid series of blows, each causing explosive impacts. After finishing his assault, Yang Fan informed Cheng Yuan that he had delivered 372 blows and asked if he had felt them all. Yang Fan's friends were in awe, with Sunan commenting that having such a powerful leader meant they had nothing to fear. Yan Lei marveled at Yang Fan's newfound strength, noting that just hours ago they were equals. Cheng Yun, beaten and unable to comprehend the situation, was stunned by Yang Fan's speed and power. Duanmu realized Yang Fan had yet to fully reveal his capabilities, leaving her to wonder just how far his limits extended. She was increasingly amazed by Yang Fan, who continued to surpass her expectations. Yang Fan approached Xiao and Jin Gi, who were both visibly frightened. Yang Fan's sister was astonished by her brother's dramatic increase in strength. Yang Fan challenged them to determine who would be next, now regarded as a terrifying force of death. Jin Gi was terrified, recognizing that Yang Fan's prowess had swiftly defeated Cheng Yun, leaving him with no chance of survival if he faced Yang Fan. Jin Gi contemplated finding a way to merge with Yang Fan, feeling that someone as impressive as him shouldn't die so easily. Xiao ordered Jin Gi to finish Yang Fan off. Jing Yuan hesitated, trying to avoid the fight and fearing he would meet the same fate as Cheng Yun. Xiao scolded Jing Yuan for his fear and warned that if he retreated any further, Shuilin Yun's curse would take effect. He questioned whether Jing Yuan truly wanted that outcome. Xiao reassured Jing Yuan that he was underestimating himself, insisting that Cheng Yun was no match for him. Jing Yuan recalled the threat of Shuilin Yun's curse. Genji decided to fight rather than retreat, preferring the chance of fighting the enemy over the certainty of dying at the hands of his own. He warned Yang Fan not to expect an easy victory and called him a loser for his arrogance. Yang Fan taunted Xiao, accusing him of sending another expendable fighter to his death and questioning his leadership. Xiao insisted that Jin Gi was not an expendable fighter and ordered him to demonstrate his true power against Yang Fan. Jin Gi unleashed a sonic blast, a technique powerful enough to shatter third-level zombies into pieces, believing it could easily defeat Yang Fan. Yang Fan remained unmoved as Jin Gi's sonic blast hit him. Yang Fan laughed, explaining that Cheng Yun had fallen because he didn't understand Yang Fan's strength. He also pointed out that Jin Gi's blast had failed, highlighting that his speed alone wasn't enough to overcome Yang Fan. Yang Fan remained unscathed and joked about the dust raised by Jin Gi's attack, saying that if there had been more, someone might have suffocated. Jin Gi was baffled, unable to comprehend how Yang Fan had survived and remained upright without a scratch. Yang Fan mocked Jin Gi, suggesting that he was only a minor opponent compared to the giant crab he had defeated. Jin Gi realized Yang Fan was formidable, acknowledging that his most powerful technique had proven ineffective against him. Desperate, Jin-gi decided to take Lu Chuan-fan hostage, hoping it would be his ticket to safety. Jing-yi warned Jin-gi not to make a move towards the hostage, threatening to kill him on the spot if he tried. Yang Fan, enraged, prepared an ice attack and questioned Jin-gi's capability to kill a person. Jin-gi, contemplating risk, decided to see if he could use the hostage as leverage. Jin-gi moved to execute the hostage without waiting for further orders. Yang Fan shot 2 ice needles, killing Jin-gi instantly. Yan Lei tried to revive Lu Chuan-fan's lifeless body as he sat beside him. Yang Fan informed Xiao that he had run out of cannon fodder and was now alone. Xiao expressed his admiration for Yang Fan, noting how he had become remarkably powerful in just a few days. Yang Fan asked him to stop talking, as he was hoping to have time to eat crab before going to bed. Xiao warned that he would soon make Yang Fan pay for killing his men. He held a test tube, realizing that defeating Yang Fan would require the expensive potion he had. Yan Lei observed the potion Xiao was holding. This potion amplifies demonic power, and can only be acquired by sacrificing years of one's life. Yan Lei wanted to warn young Fan about the potion, but Fan was already aware and said he should drink it because even someone like him clings to life desperately. However, it wouldn't save him. Yang Fan understood that such potions could boost strength, but only within the current level. Drinking multiple vials wouldn't help him surpass the 5th level. Xiao had potential and abilities, but his misfortune was crossing young Fan's path. After consuming the potion, Xiao felt an intense surge of demonic energy within his body. Yang Fan considered that although Xiao might not be his direct rival, his chilling fire ability could be quite beneficial. He wondered if he could claim it for himself. He recalled the crab he had slain. Upon killing the crab, something had emerged from it, leaving Yang Fan curious about its nature. Examining the black stone, he thought it might be a crystal seed, though crystal seeds typically had a different appearance. He noticed that the stone had a strong magnetic force, and concluded that the crab must have been absorbing its surroundings due to this object. Yang Fan decided to keep it, believing it could be even more valuable than the promised core of wisdom. Yang Fan chose to take away Xiao's ability and extracted the crystal germ from his ring. The guy caught showers, and Fist couldn't understand how he managed it, given his fist's extremely low temperature, and questioned why it was even made of flesh. Xiao finally realized he had reached the 5th level. Yang Fan urged him not to dwell on it and told him to behave and surrender his ability. Xiao noticed that everything around him was being absorbed into the stone, including his chilling fire ability. Once the guy absorbed his ability, he immediately freed Yao. People with abilities develop a crystal embryo, and by killing them, one can claim their embryo and their ability. However, with the crab crystal, he could absorb abilities instantly. Xiao still didn't understand what had been done to him. Yang Fan explained that Xiao's chilling fire now belonged to him. Xiao demanded it back. The guy told Xiao that he had taken the most valuable thing from him, just as he had done in a previous life. Now he would leave Xiao here with his stomach ripped open. The guy struck him with all his might, delivering a blow as powerful as a tank shell. 2 days later, Miao Tun continued to care for the wounded. She asked the fighters to be patient a little longer and assured them they would soon recover. Yan Lei motivated everyone, telling them to get better quickly because they would soon be eating crab, and the first to recover would get the most delicious piece. The fighters were encouraged by this and claimed they were already healthy. Xiao Yan reminded them not to get ahead of themselves, as they needed to fully recover per the boss's orders. Yang Fan entered the room and asked what they were discussing, speculating they were talking about his bones. The girls followed him with pots. Jing Shu praised him as their hero and questioned how anyone could speak ill of him. The wounded soldiers were thrilled at the prospect of finally being well fed. They enjoyed the crab immensely, unable to recall the last time they had tasted such delicious food. Yan Yo told Yang Fan that she hadn't seen them this happy in a long time and attributed their joy to him. Yang Fan mentioned that with the increasing number of mutated organisms, there would be no shortage of food, but this would also make them stronger and lead to a future filled with dangers. Yan Yo informed him that he had become the leader of 2 bases and that even her father now trusted him to ensure their safety. She urged him to take a break from worrying about potential dangers, as sometimes relaxation was necessary. They toasted, and she expressed her belief that he would one day guide them all to a brighter future. The guy acknowledged her point and admitted he had been very stressed lately, but now they were all alive. The following day, Everyone assembled in one office where Duanmu had something to share. She presented the test tubes and explained that they were the result of her and her boss's trip to People's Park. They had gathered numerous useful plants and prepared potions to advance to the next level. Each potion was tailored to individual needs. She distributed the potions, stating that since their bodies were at the first evolutionary level, drinking the potions would elevate them to the second level. Those already at the second level would use their potions to reach the third level. Duanmu warned that medicines should be tested extensively before use, but they were out of time for that. Xiaoyan observed his sister and thought about his responsibility to protect her. She was already at the second level, and if Siobhan advanced to the third level after taking the potion while he remained at the second, the gap between them would only widen. Duanmu cautioned that these were experimental drugs and something might go wrong. Xiao told her that despite the many trials she and her boss had endured to acquire the ingredients, everyone should still take the potions. Yang Fan disagreed, stating that it was up to each individual to decide whether to drink the potions. No one was obligated to risk themselves to advance to the next level. They would have opportunities to obtain potions from merchants in the future. Simon declined as he still had responsibilities, while Qi also refused, citing his obligations to his mother and suggesting he might consider it later. Yang Fan asked Liu Chuanfan for his opinion and requested him to speak honestly. Liu Chuanfan was reluctant to take the potion, believing that reaching the next level was not as important as having the boss's support. He questioned whether anyone would dare to attack them after recent events. Yang Fan said that those who chose not to drink the potion were free to leave. Yan Yo wondered why he allowed them to leave, given the current shortage of fighters. He replied that he did not want people who reached the next level under duress to be around him. Yang Fan announced that everyone except Lin Miao Chun should drink their potions. She would hold off for now in case anything went wrong and would need to look after the others. As they left the room, they heard screams. Chong Yo asked if these alarming noises were due to something going wrong. Liu Chuanfen explained that it was their choice and thus their fate. Simon expressed feeling like they had abandoned the others, and Chong Yo confirmed he was not alone, noting that even the girls were not afraid. Liu Chuanfen reassured them that the reluctance to take risks was due to their desire to reach a new level safely, as they only had one life. At the entrance of the Scarlet Rose, 2 sentries were stationed to guard the base. One of the guards spotted a man approaching and aimed at him, warning that they would shoot if he came any closer. The man responded defiantly, saying if they wanted to shoot they should go ahead, and then they'd see who would suffer more. The guards began shooting, as their orders from the boss were to kill anyone who disobeyed. After expending an entire magazine, they noticed the man had vanished. The man had appeared behind them, causing them to feel a trembling sensation. He easily overpowered the guards, who were unable to defend themselves. The man started attacking the main entrance, demanding Yang Fan come out. His strikes caused everything inside to shake, leading everyone to believe an earthquake had begun. Yang Fan realized their base was under attack and instructed everyone to stay in the room while he investigated. After advancing to the 5th level, his intuition had sharpened, and he sensed who might be attacking them. Yan Lei noticed a box under the table and was intrigued about its contents. Opening it, he found numerous green chains inside. Yang Fan had mentioned before leaving that he had prepared gifts for them. Yan Lei was puzzled by how Yang Fan could store such valuable items in a box, as these were spatial chains, which were irreplaceable. Miao Chun noticed there was more inside the box. The man roamed the base searching for Yang Fan, taunting that he had killed his nephew and was now hiding out of fear. He decided to turn the base upside down if Yang Fan continued to hide, charging his fist with immense power. Just as he was about to strike, Yang Fan intervened, stating that it was enough and addressing him by name, Xiao Jiangtian. Xiao Jiangtian noticed that Yang Fan and 2 guards were positioned behind him. He told Yang Fan that since Yang Fan knew his name, he must also be aware of Xiao's desire to avenge his nephew. However, Yang Fan was fortunate this time. Xiao Jiangtian handed Yang Fan a card, explaining that it was an invitation from Zhuerline Yuan, the boss of Heavenly Wheel. The card stated that they would meet in 7 days at the heart of the first ring of Wuhan City. Yang Fan was puzzled about the purpose of the card, as he had already conveyed everything needed. Xiao Jiangtian suggested that Yang Fan could see the card as a protective amulet. With his collection of treasures, many in Sichuan wanted him dead, but this card made him invulnerable. Anyone who attacked him would face the wrath of boss Zhuolin Yun. As he was leaving, Xiao Jiangtian advised Yang Fan to try to stay alive until then, as he wanted to kill him personally in the arena. Yang Fan tossed the card back, indicating he had no use for their protective amulet. He told Xiao Jiangtian to inform his boss that he would soon take everything from him. Xiao Jiangtian watched the card fly back and thought Yang Fan was still showing off. Xiao Jiangtian caught the card between his fingers, but it was covered in fire. Yang Fan had thrown the card with such force that Xiao Jiangtian was pushed back when he caught it. As he departed, Xiao Jiangtian advised Yang Fan to hide, or he would not wait the full 7 days and would finish him off immediately. Although he had never been to the arena, Xiao Jiangtian had heard it referred to as a meat grinder, where low-level fighters often fought each other to the death. This arena was a major source of profit for the Celestial Wheel due to its high concentration of cheap energy. This time, he intended to claim it for himself. Xiao Jiangtian descended to the first floor and entered a room guarded by 2 sentries. He instructed that his orders be communicated clearly. No one was to leave without his consent. He believed that no one in the area could obstruct him. Since everyone was searching for him, he needed to stick to his plan. He required a controlled environment. Any foreign interference during his work could jeopardize his mental stability. Using the crystal, he began to absorb all unnecessary items in the room. The Heavenly Wheel had accepted the challenge, and in 7 days, the final battle arena would open. He had little time, and when the people from the Heavenly Wheel awakened, they would be able to use the special necklace to see what he had prepared for them. From his past life, he knew that only 5 individuals in the Heavenly Wheel were truly powerful. Aside from Chief Commander Zhuo Lin Zhan, the other 4 were known as the 4 wisest rulers, with Xiao Jiangtian being one of them. If Yan Lia and the others improved their skills, they could rival the 4 wisest rulers, with the others providing support. As for Zhuo Lin Yuan, the Heavenly Wheel King, he planned to deal with Yang Fan personally. He decided it was time to begin and took out his precious treasures. The 2 main components were essential for his plan. He intended to use the artisan's powers to perform a fusion through forging, a risky endeavor. This process could enhance his abilities and possibly surpass the limitations of the master's skills. In his past life, no one had managed to combine the essence of absorption with the artisan's skill, so he was uncertain if it was even possible. If successful, he would be the first to achieve this. He urged the components not to fail him, as he would be fighting a formidable opponent from the Heavenly Wheel, as powerful as a god from his past life. He couldn't afford any mistakes. As he attempted the fusion, he noticed that the components were repelling each other, which was a serious problem. The explosion caused by the failed fusion threw him against the wall. He realized that the mutual rejection of the forces had generated an overwhelming power capable of destroying him. It seemed that uniting these 2 forces was impossible, leading him to question if the information from his past life was incorrect. He felt the energy from both abilities invading his mind. He began to cough up blood, realizing that the artisan and the Prince of Ice Flame's abilities were clashing within his body. Roots started sprouting up in the middle of the room. An ant emerged from the roots and informed him that while abilities could be combined, they must be able to coexist. He had missed this crucial detail. He asked what he should do in this situation. The ant explained that skill repulsion was causing the chaos in his body and requested permission to drain the Prince of Ice Flame's ability to resolve the issue. He questioned her sincerity, considering that if she drained his abilities and then attacked, she would surely die. The ant insisted that he could either trust her or face death immediately. He decided to take the risk and trusted her, giving her the go-ahead to begin the process. She started draining the ability from him, causing him pain, but he managed not to scream. As the chaos in his body subsided, he realized she had spoken the truth. He declared that it was time to move on to the next phase and requested the core of wisdom and 3 abilities. The ant was astonished by his endurance through the excruciating process, noting that it felt like a massive force compressing 2 spaces. She was surprised he endured the pain without a sound and questioned what would have happened if she hadn't intervened. He responded that if she hadn't helped, she wouldn't have been able to leave. He hinted at having more secrets than she might imagine. She mentioned how amusing he was and gave him everything as she still remembered their deal. She believed that becoming stronger would be beneficial for her. He had just enough strength for 1 more forging and couldn't afford any further errors. He began the process of combining everything, and his aura's color shifted. She shielded her eyes from the light, commenting that it was very gentle and reminded her of the light she had seen during her initial mutation. His ability's color changed to green. She inquired whether he had succeeded or failed. Feeling that he had succeeded, he informed her of his success. He quickly decided to test his new ability, causing ice blocks to materialize around him. His ice flame shadow warriors emerged beside him. She was astonished, having never witnessed such power before. He fashioned a throne out of ice and explained that this was his new ability, the rank 5 Ice Flame Prince. All the Ice Flame Shadow Warriors knelt before him, recognizing him as their master. The last battle arena is set to open tomorrow at this time. Chong, you ran towards the base. He was being pursued by a horde of zombies. He shouted that he had brought them and succeeded. Chung, you instructed everyone to come out immediately. One zombie was closing in on him, and he feared it was the end. As a minor servant of the Second Order, the zombie was struck by lightning, sparing Chung Yu from harm. Yan Lei appeared near the lightning, expressing fear of the zombies and questioning how he could assist his commander in obtaining the crystal core. Yan Lei, at the peak of the 4th level, had become a Thunder Soul. Chung Yu was still in danger as other zombies continued to chase him. The remaining zombies were defeated by a level 4 intelligent combat aircraft. Weak side 7. Yana asked if she should be concerned. She was instructed to quickly eliminate everyone and retrieve the crystal core for the boss. She was at the peak of level 4. Yan Lei felt that she saw him only as a commander and not as a father. Chung thought that Yan Yua was becoming more beautiful and that she alone was worthy of challenging their boss. The ground started to shake, causing Chung to lose his balance and fall. He was confused by the violent shaking of the ground. The tremors were caused by Duanmu and Xiao fighting the other zombies. Duanmu apologized, explaining that Xiao Wei had been a bit too aggressive. Chung stated that the true boss was Sister Duanmu. Xiao Yun instructed everyone to stop fooling around, collect the crystal cores, and move forward since the boss was waiting. She mentioned that this time it would be decided who would participate in the final battle arena. Yang Fang gathered everyone in a secret room and explained that they needed to understand the current situation, which involved some intrigue. He mentioned that this testing field was special, and he had decided to take only 4 people. Duan Mo noted that recently their strength had increased, and they had become more experienced in combat. She argued that in a crisis, having more people would be beneficial, and questioned his decision. Yan Yan agreed, pointing out that separating them could make them vulnerable to ambushes by the Heavenly Wheel. He explained that the situation in the arena might change drastically, with a high chance of people turning against each other. Sending more people would lead to greater losses. Yan Yue mentioned that this kind of situation had never occurred in any sports arenas she had visited before, and wondered what was happening. Chung asked if there was truly someone there with extraordinary abilities like his own, possibly related to incense or something similar. The guy interrupted everyone to emphasize that this time, the arena was unique. He would provide details to the 4 chosen participants later, while assigning an equally important task to the others. He informed his sister that she would need to complete the task without him. She replied that she wanted to stay with him, even if the arena was dangerous, and she wasn't afraid. She told him she had grown up and didn't need his protection anymore, though she was afraid of one thing. Jingshu was scared that one day she might wake up and find he was no longer there. He started patting her on the head and questioned how she could decide she wouldn't want to complete the task without even knowing what it was. He explained that the task for those not participating in the battle was to find the new location he had selected and establish a completely new base there. He made sure everyone heard this clearly. Jingshu thought it was a good plan but didn't understand how it concerned her, as the task seemed doable without her. He revealed that the chosen location was not far from where their parents lived, admitting he was somewhat selfish for wanting to bring them to the new base. He added that everyone could bring their loved ones along, as the new base would be like an earthly paradise, with endless merchant cycles and abundant mineral ores. Duanmu agreed that finding a new base with these benefits was a sensible idea, especially as the current environment was becoming increasingly unstable. Miao Tun also expressed concern for her parents and thanked him. Mu Dao inquired about the name of the new base. Yang Fan revealed he had already chosen a name, Spark. He explained that the spark would continue to shine until it ignites a new era. They would survive the post-apocalyptic world and witness the birth of a new one. He felt that, under his leadership, a new world was about to emerge, giving purpose to his life. Chung reflected on how most bosses were focused on killing their own people and capturing crystal cores, never considering the creation of a new world. Hearing Boss Yang Fan's words made him feel overwhelmed with emotion. Yan Lei was surprised by the young man's vision and didn't expect such profound thinking from him. He realized his daughter had made an excellent choice in allies. The Cho sisters admired their boss for his grounded nature and felt hopeful because of him. Yang Fan appointed Chu Xiaoyun as the lead for establishing the new base, with Duan Mu as her assistant. Saiyan wanted to speak, but couldn't. She felt she would rather stay by her boss's side than help create a new base. She understood her role in contributing to Iskra's development. The guy handed Duan Mu a folded map indicating the location of Spark. Duan Mu questioned whether they were really expected to do this. She realized that being given this task meant they were not chosen to participate in the competition. He acknowledged that he wasn't sure if they could succeed, but chose those he believed to be the most reliable for the job. He explained his choice. Xiao Yun was experienced and capable, while Duan Mu had excellent skills in building relationships and a sharp intellect. If they couldn't handle the task, he doubted anyone could. Xiao Yun felt pressured by the boss's praise and worried about letting him down at such a critical moment. She wondered how she could continue to be part of Spark if she failed. Duan Mu thought about the boss's confidence in her and felt she couldn't refuse the responsibility given to her. Xiao Yun reassured him that they would handle the construction of the new Spark base. Duan Mu promised to support Xiao Yun with her utmost effort. The guy named Yan, Lei, Yan Yua, Chu, Xiaovan, and Mu Dao were chosen, with the 4 of them going to the battlefield. The fate of the new base would be determined by the others. Yang Fan was pleased to see that everyone expected him to give orders and felt that the time for action was approaching. With 8 hours remaining before the last battle arena opened, Xiao Yan reviewed the map and noted that the boss had marked the base's location on the southwest side. They needed to avoid the city to steer clear of zombies, find their loved ones, and establish the new base. Duan Mu pointed out that the location was over 2,000 kilometers away and stressed the importance of caring for ordinary civilians since they couldn't rely on the military alone. Duan Mu reminded them never to abandon their comrades. Yang Fan observed from the tower, noting that they had adapted well and would soon leave the safe zone. Their success now depended solely on them. He had created a map based on his memories of the Heavenly Wheel's main base from his past life. In 10 years, he would return to one of the largest bases in the country. He wondered if his invasion would be seen as coming with everything ready. Realizing that the Heavenly Wheel would soon be gone, he felt everything was proceeding as planned. Yang Fan declared that it was time to start. Yan had been anticipating this moment. Xiao Yun assured him that she could be relied upon. The first step of his plan was to move their shadows. He stamped his foot, causing his ice guards to appear. The ice guards began merging into the shadows of the others. Yan inquired about this. Xiao Yun described it as a strange kind of shadow. Yan Lei asked about the satellites hiding in the shadows. The guy explained that these were his shadows, part of his powers and his incarnation. Each shadow was at level 4, and even if they were defeated, they would return to him to recover, allowing them to be used without concern in critical situations. Xiao Yun asked if he meant that they might lose their lives in the last battle arena. Yang Fan assured her that this wouldn't happen, as he knew the secrets of the testing field. Besides the monsters that would appear unexpectedly, there were also unusual rules. He explained that opponents in the death battles would be selected randomly. They could face someone from the Heavenly Wheel or one of their own. Yan Lei inquired if there was a way to avoid this situation. Yang Fan advised that their only option was to prevent their opponents from dying for as long as possible. He mentioned that the shadows would carry his blood with them and suggested they do the same. The shadows would prevent them from encountering each other. This technique was used by the Heavenly Wheel in his previous life, and only the Li Sheng brothers, who were blood relatives, managed to avoid meeting each other during the last battle arena's bloodbath. He speculated that similar or identical genes might be automatically recognized as belonging to the same person. While this was just his theory, if he was wrong, he would need to adapt his approach. At the very least, he hoped to provide them some reassurance. Yan Lei observed his shadow and decided to keep it hidden, noting that it didn't seem as capable in combat as he was. Yan saw that her shadow had a large shield, which could prove very useful in critical moments. Xiaowan noticed she had received a guard, and remarked that the boss had chosen him despite her abilities not being suited for hand-to-hand combat. Yang Fan suddenly jumped over the railing of the tower, shocking MANHUA. Ice formed under his feet like steps as he descended. He mentioned that he would inform them of which Heavenly Wheel members they should be particularly cautious of during their journey. Yang Fan told them that, in addition to the 4 wise rulers of the Heavenly Wheel Emperor, there were several other formidable individuals in the arena they would need to be wary of. He hoped everyone would make it through the arena. At the heart of Chuan City, a crater contained a rock formation. On this mountain stood the merchant of the last battle arena, waiting for all participants. Yang Fan and his team arrived, using ice to clear a path to the merchant, and announced their arrival at the final battle arena. Upon descending, they noticed that no one else was present yet. Yun Lei remarked that they had arrived too early, as no one from the Heavenly Wheel had shown up. They felt a sudden increase in gravity pressing them down. Yan noted that the increased gravity made his body feel heavier. Mu Dao realized that the Heavenly Wheel members had arrived. Xiao Yun observed Yang Fan standing calmly and thought he was incredibly strong. She felt that if her body hadn't reached its current level, she might not have been able to stand. Yang Fan explained that this was the supernatural ability of one of the 4 wisest rulers of the Heavenly Wheel, known as Blue Sacred Sky, which was approximately a rank 5 ability. His friends were surprised to learn that their opponents would be at level 5. The girl approached them and commanded that no one should raise their head in the presence of the Emperor. All the participants had gathered, with 15 people standing on the rock. Among them were 6 members from the Heavenly Wheel: Liu Yu, the largest of them, Wang Wei with blue hair, Shen Ming, the girl, Zuo Cheng, the old man, Xiao Zhan Tian, their uncle, and their leader, Zuo Lin Yuan. Zuo Lin Yuan told Shen Ming not to overdo it, reminding her that they were to meet everyone else here in the same manner. Shen Ming agreed to tone down her power, acknowledging their friendly relations with the Emperor. Yang Fan's team was frustrated by the Heavenly Wheel's early arrival and their dismissive attitude. They noticed the strength of their opponents, confirming the boss's warnings. Zuo Lin Yuan approached Yang Fan, apologizing for his subordinate's behavior and asking him not to take offense. He promised that if they won, his team would not treat Yang Fan's group poorly. He also mentioned that they had detected many mutants and high-level zombies approaching the testing field. As some of the last humans on the planet, he urged them to unite for the survival of the human race. Yang Fan silently regarded Zuo Lin Yuan and his extended hand. Zuo Lin Yuan's team believed they had to restrain themselves as long as their leader was friendly. Xiao Tian thought Yang Fan's refusal to acknowledge their boss's status was disrespectful. Recognizing the difficulty of the arena, he decided patience was the best approach. Yan Lei noticed a fleeting murderous intent in the Heavenly Wheel members' eyes, likely due to the upcoming arena match. He felt that reciprocity and etiquette was important, but thought it best not to create a scene. Yang Fan shook Zuo Lin Yuan's hand, smiled, and expressed his hope that everyone would achieve their goals. Zuo Lin Yuan complimented Yang Fan's response and suggested they begin. He then called manager Xiao. Xiao Zhan Tian presented a box of crystals to the merchant and instructed him to start the competition. The merchant performed a spell in his language, enveloped in a blue aura. Upon completing the spell, a portal appeared. Zuo Lin Yuan was the first to enter the portal, wishing everyone good luck. A creature sat on the mountain, pondering its own existence and questioning if it could even be considered human. A mutated ram approached and observed the creature. After killing the ram, the creature wondered if humans possessed a heart. A portal appeared nearby. Forest animals observed the portal with curiosity. One by one, the animals entered the portal, as if they understood where it led. The creature wondered if entering the portal would make it human. A portal opened before the cloaked figures. One of them remarked that this was the 3rd gate, with the others filled with living beings. Another member of the group commented that those beings were merely their food. The guy found himself in the system and questioned what the last battle arena was. He noted that the energy there was somewhat intimidating, and guessed that others were likely experiencing the same. A window appeared, asking if he wanted to participate in the last battle arena. He promptly chose to participate. A message explained that the winner would receive the highest reward from the kingdom, while the loser would lose all their abilities. The system outlined the rules. Participants would randomly move through 3 different dimensions, completing missions in each to earn rewards. Exiting the competition during this process was not allowed. The final arena would be judged objectively, with only 1 out of 10 winners having a chance to survive. The top participant would gain divine care and knowledge about the world. As he began to teleport, the system advised him not to panic. He thought that divine care and knowledge were likely why the heavenly wheel rose so quickly. Reflecting on the last battle arena in his past life, he was teleported to a desert. The system noted that there were 2 more exit points and that 7 people, 1 object, and 376 other creatures had joined the call. He saw that his first location was a desert and wondered who would end up in such a place. Xiao Jintian emerged from the second portal and, upon seeing Yang Fan, remarked on his misfortune. He expressed that Yang Fan was someone he did not wish to ally with and threatened to destroy him if not for their boss. Yang Fan remarked that it seemed like a coincidence, as he was also thinking about the same thing. Xiao Jiantian dismissed the matter, saying he had no time for such concerns. He clenched his fists and noted that people would begin teleporting to this place one by one. He wondered what kind of boss awaited them at this level and questioned if Yang Fan was aware of the divine care. Yang Fan acknowledged that he was aware, but didn't know who would receive it. He mentioned that the rules for the last battle arena had been distributed to everyone. While he was sure everyone had the information, he couldn't recall if it detailed how to earn and use points. A circle of fire formed around them. Xiao Jiantian announced that others were arriving. A horde of mutated creatures approached them. Meanwhile, other participants began to emerge from different portals. The girls noticed the presence of mutant monsters. A girl with white hair called for assistance, promising to reward anyone who helped her. Yang Fan was surprised by the large number of people and worried about the difficulty of finding common ground. He observed that there were no monsters at the entrance and speculated that there might be connections between the last battle arena and other worlds. The system welcomed the participants and declared that they were in the land of endless desert. The rule was to stay alive and defeat the Lord of the Sand. The boy realized that with yellow sand everywhere, defeating the boss would be impossible if they didn't cooperate. They saw creatures approaching them and sensed that the Lord of the Sand was moving beneath the sand. Xiao Jiantian instructed everyone to come together, as the Lord of the Sand and the mutants were their enemies. He emphasized the need for unity to survive. Yang Fan knew that fighting together was not an option. Survival would depend on separating from the group. Behind the girl and the bald man, the Lord of the Sand emerged from the sand with its mouth wide open. The guy quickly reacted, jumping away from the monster to avoid being devoured. The girl attempted to leap away from the monster, pleading with him that if he saved her, she would do anything for him. She begged him for help. He simply stood by, watching her without responding or offering assistance. Stuck in the sand, she continued to plead for help, promising that once they were out, she would fulfill any request he had. He turned away and walked off, unwilling to look back as she continued to scream and beg. Once the Lord of the Sand had devoured her, it quickly retreated into the sand. The bald man realized that the monster would pause its attacks for a while. The girl speculated that after the monster consumes one person, it stops attacking momentarily, providing them with a chance to rest. The guy sat on the sand, reflecting on how close he had come to being attacked, and noting that no one would have offered help. He felt there was no morality in this place. Yang Fan observed the surviving girls deep in thought. He understood that sexual appeal was not a tool of manipulation here, and guessed that these two might soon face the same fate. Everyone received a notification that they had earned 3 points. The guy was surprised by the points, but unsure of their significance. He theorized that each creature in the arena corresponded to a certain number of points, and that the winner would be the one with the most points. The girl's consumption by the Lord of the Sand indicated that the points were awarded per creature. Fewer points for Yang Fan meant more survivors. He felt that this situation was unhealthy, as living people had become mere points to be earned. While he wasn't certain about other dimensions, he suspected that all places might have turned into purgatory. He hoped that they would be all right. The bald man noticed a notification stating that the top 10 players would win. He realized that human lives were equated to points. The girl decided she needed to find a strong ally, thinking of human lives as merely expendable. The hooded man considered that people were an integral part of the system, finding this concept quite fascinating. As they were reading the notices, they recalled they were not alone and heard numerous footsteps approaching. A mutated bear charged toward them, causing everyone to scatter in different directions. The girl yelled to escape, warning that mutants and the ruler of the Sand Kingdom could attack at any moment. The girl fled from a mutated snake, puzzled as to why the Lord of the Sand hadn't consumed these monsters. The snake captured her, and she called out for someone to come and rescue her from the serpent. Everyone fled, and the guy thought that returning would mean certain death alongside her. The girl couldn't save her as she needed to focus on her own survival. Xiao Zhantian leaped up, activated his squeeze, and declared he would assist her. He struck the snake with a powerful blow, causing its head to explode into pieces. People were astonished by his strength, noting that he defeated a third-level monster with a single hit. They recognized his true worthiness in the heavenly wheel. Yang Fan was puzzled by how he had become such a person in his past life. Xiao Zhantian was a formidable force, and the guy suspected he had some hidden agenda. He caught the girl in mid-air to prevent her from falling and reassured her that everything was over and there was no need to be afraid. She expressed her gratitude, complimenting him on his handsomeness and saying she admired him. The girl saw this as a great chance to get closer to such a powerful man, believing that as long as he was around, she would be safe. Xiao Zhantian was still charging his explosive fist and assured her that everything was fine, and he wouldn't let the mutants take his precious points. Xiao Zhantian then killed the girl he had just rescued, leaving her confused and unable to comprehend what was happening. He addressed the other participants, stating that they all had to die by his hand because points were crucial. Yang Fan realized that points were indeed earned by killing people and suspected that the game's hidden rules would not be disclosed openly. They wouldn't earn points for killing mutants, which seemed to confirm his suspicions. The participants began to flee, understanding that Xiao Zhantian would kill them all for their points. Xiao Zhantian called out to Yang Fan, dismissing the other participants as weaklings and suggesting they eliminate them, divide the points, and then join forces against the Lord of the Sand Kingdom to complete the level. The participants feared Xiao Zhantian and thought he and Xiao Zhantian were equally dangerous. The bald guy shouted that the Lord of the Sand would soon launch another attack and hoped the monster would kill both of them. The guy found it amusing that Xiao Zhantian was resorting to such petty tactics out of fear that others might score points off Yang Fan. Xiao Zhantian turned to the girl with black hair, acknowledging her intelligence compared to others, but doubted she would survive until the Lord of the Sand's next attack. She realized that Xiao Zhantian's fourth-level strength made it impossible for her to defeat him. Xiao Zhantian almost caught up to her, preparing to use his superpower and asking where she was trying to go. The girl running away could hardly believe she was about to die in this place. A massive mutated plant emerged from the sand. Lily ensnared Eugene Tian with its vines. Despite being bound by the vines, Eugene Tian was still attacked by a mutated mantis. A fierce battle erupted, culminating in a large explosion. Xiao Zhantian emerged victorious, but completely disregarded the mutants, cursing them for causing him to lose all his points. Xiao Zhantian observed Yang Fan battling a crab and considered killing him, though he knew Yang Fan was different from the rest and could potentially handle everyone. Realizing he couldn't manage alone, Xiao Zhantian thought about leveraging the Lord of the Sands to his advantage. Before that, he aimed to gain points from other participants. The guy was attacked by another zombie but managed to dodge its assault. After the zombie missed, Yang Fan retaliated with a single blow, killing it. He promptly extracted the crystal core from the zombie's corpse. Yang Fan noticed a crab approaching as he retrieved the crystal. Realizing he had forgotten about it, Yang Fan struck the crab with ice needles. As he collected trophies from the crab, a hooded man approached, complimenting Yang Fan's skills and suggesting he was clearly above level 4. The man offered to recommend him if he wished to join their group. Yang Fan inquired about the group and their identity. The hooded man revealed they were the demonic robes, with their leader at the peak of the 5th level. He assured Yang Fan that joining them would improve his chances of survival. Yang Fan had heard of this group, known for their terrible reputation. He noted that they thrived on slaughter, tyranny, and rape. The hooded man explained that the demonic robes were merely a band of criminals led by an extremely evil individual who had gained power from an evolutionary potion, making Yang Fan think joining them was a hopeless endeavor. The demonic robe member claimed he knew a lot about their organization and questioned whether what he said mattered in this world. He proposed joining them to create a world where Yang Fan could fulfill all his desires. He argued that in a world where death could come at any moment, why not live a life where all one's wishes are granted? He suggested that traditional morality was repugnant in such a world and encouraged Yang Fan to abandon all restraints and pursue his desires. Yang Fan asked him to stop, expressing his disdain for such brainwashing attempts. Yang Fan asserted that evil remains evil and filth remains filth regardless of the circumstances, shocking the demonic robe member. Angrily, the member grabbed his robe and retorted that if Yang Fan wanted to stick to his morals, he should be prepared to die with them. The member revealed explosives hidden under his cape, pulling out a detonator and threatening to kill himself and Yang Fan, declaring that Yang Fan would only be a hindrance to his leader. Yang Fan expected to see a beautiful girl under the cape, but was deeply disappointed when the hood was removed. With a snap of his fingers, Yang Fan encased the robed man in ice. Yang Fan told him that morality might not apply to him, but he was still a person. The explosives detonated within the ice, killing the robed man. In his past life, Yang Fan had wanted to destroy the demonic robes more than anything. Although he had forgotten about them until the final battle in the arena, he was determined to succeed this time. A notice appeared, showing that Xiao Zhantian was in first place with 9 points, while Yang Fan was in second place with 3 points. Xiao Zhantian approached Yang Fan and mentioned that he had dealt with the various minor threats. He carried the unconscious girl, intending to use her as bait for the Lord of the Sand, believing the monster would be eager to reach her. He tossed the girl to the ground and announced that his bait was ready. The monster, moving beneath the sand, ignored the girl and continued to advance toward them. Xiao Zhantian realized that the creature was not interested in the bait and was planning to attack them directly. Xiao Zhantian hoped that if luck was on his side and the Lord of the Sand attacked Yang Fan, he could use the girl to kill the monster. Yang Fan found himself trapped between 2 threats. Xiao Zhantian decided to make him a target for the Lord of the Sand. Yang Fan understood Xiao's plan and managed to dodge the attack, catching Xiao by surprise. With Yang Fan no longer in the way, Xiao Zhantian struck at the Lord of the Sand. The monster quickly retreated into the sand to prepare for another attack. The guy now behind Xiao questioned whether Xiao aimed to kill him or the monster. Xiao claimed he was the leader of the fighting team, personally invited by the boss, and that he would not fight against him. The Lord of the Sand returned, once again ignoring the girl. Yang Fan remarked that the second wave of the attack was imminent, and the monster hadn't eaten the girl because it hadn't finished digesting the previous victim, but Xiao had provoked it. Xiao was pleased, believing that once they defeated the boss, they could escape. At that moment, he thought Yang Fan would already be dead. The Lord of the Sand changed its course and decided to go after the girl. Xiao proposed a plan. When the monster emerged to attack the girl, they should strike it simultaneously, and urged Yang Fan to use all his abilities. The girl fell into the monster's mouth, pleading for help. They did nothing, and merely watched as the monster devoured her. The guy only began attacking the monster after the Lord of the Sand had eaten the girl. Xiao seized the opportunity to strike while the guy was distracted by the monster, seeking revenge for his nephew. Yang Fan didn't have time to evade the attack and was hit, resulting in a powerful explosion. Xiao hoped for Yang Fan's death, using his 10-fold explosive blow technique, which could potentially kill even a 5th-level master. As the dust settled, Xiao realized his attack had been blocked by a shadow with a shield. Yang Fan took advantage of the situation, surprising Xiao and piercing his shadow with his sword. Yang Fan confronted Xiao, accusing him of planning to kill him from the start, and stating he had no interest in allying with him. Xiao was surprised that Yang Fan had figured this out, as he prided himself on being a skilled deceiver. Yang Fan sensed the murderous aura and explained that reaching the 5th level would allow one to feel such a powerful aura. Xiao's murderous intent was apparent from his arrival, but recognizing it was difficult. Yang Fan's ability allowed him to detect hidden killing auras. Xiao laughed, never expecting to lose because of this. He wondered what drove Xiao to kill, even against his boss's wishes, considering it an act of betrayal. Xiao fell to his knees, saying that Yang Fan's actions had led to his downfall. Xiao Tiantian reminisced about the past, recalling when he was still young and used to visit for holidays. Zhan Tian's father had remarked that he was so focused on his work that he was late to his own birthday, and his younger brother had commented on the hard work not translating into financial reward. His sister inquired if he was still working for the regional manager, noting that he still had the image of someone merely trying to earn money. The second brother suggested that since he had no wife or children, he might as well buy a bed and live at the company, questioning the purpose of his relentless work. Little Owl tugged at his jacket sleeve and said he had a gift for his uncle. Owl stood in front of him, hiding the gift behind his back, and asked him to close his eyes. Zhan Tian complied, closing his eyes as instructed. Owl revealed the gift, telling him he could open his eyes. John Tian saw that his nephew had given him a cake and wished him a happy birthday. Owl mentioned that he remembered not only his grandpa's birthday, but also his own. Previously, only his grandmother had congratulated him, but now his nephew knew about his birthday too. Xiao Zhantian was overwhelmed with joy on this special day, feeling as if little Owl was like his own son. He told Yang Fan that his feelings were beyond understanding, emphasizing that he would do anything for his nephew and for the heavenly will. To him, his work was insignificant compared to this. If needed, he would even sacrifice his life. Xiao Zhantian, determined not to give up, mustered his remaining strength to attempt to kill Yang Fan. The Shadow Guard defended his master and finished off Xiao Zhantian. Before dying, Xiao Zhantian felt as though his end was near. As he passed away, he saw the ghost of Little Owl reaching out to him. Reflecting on his last moments, Xiao Zhantian acknowledged that he was not a reckless adversary and deserved respect. The Lord of the Sand emerged from the sand, and the remaining participants realized they were the only ones left in the kingdom, with the game nearing its end. A notification appeared, showing that he had earned 15 points and was in first place in the kingdom. It also noted that only one survivor remained in the location. Everything had gone as expected. Killing others allowed him to accumulate their points as rewards. Observing the monster, he considered the possibility that it might explode after being defeated, similar to what often happens in video games. The Lord of the Sand launched a swift attack at Yang Fan. Yang Fan leaped to evade the attack and readied ice needles for a counterstrike, aiming to assess the strength of the 5th-level Lord and determine whether brute force alone would be used or if other tactics were involved. Yang Fan directed his ice needles at the monster's head. The Lord of the Sand proved to be highly agile, catching all of Yang Fan's ice needles. Observing the monster's impressive speed and reactions, Yang Fan noted that Xiao Zhantian's attack had only provoked it, a common trait of 5th-level creatures. He aimed to deal with it swiftly. Yang Fan decided to engage in close combat, forming a sword from ice. Yang Fan jumped onto the monster, questioning if it would be as easy as it seemed. The Lord of the Sand began to writhe and tried to dislodge Yang Fan. Yang Fan realized the monster was trying to use him, indicating it had some level of intelligence. However, Yang Fan was determined not to be easily thrown off. Using ice, he managed to cling to the monster and avoid falling. This allowed him to maneuver around the monster's body. Yang Fan felt that if they had encountered each other a week earlier, the monster might have had a chance, but his ice water skills had significantly improved. He believed that the monster's head was likely its weak point, wondering if it would be any different in this case. The Lord of the Sand persisted, attempting to swallow Yang Fan. To prevent being consumed, Yang Fan created a large ice cube in the monster's mouth. Following that, Yang Fan summoned a chain and launched it toward the monster. Using the chain, he managed to hook onto the monster's fang. He remarked that the main difference between humans and alien creatures is that, at equivalent levels, monsters are significantly easier to defeat than people. By leveraging the chain, he climbed onto the Lord of the Sand's head. He continued explaining that monsters tend to lose because they lack rationality, much like how robots are far more primitive compared to humans. He fashioned an ice spear and pointed out that not only is the head a weak spot for all creatures, but the eyes are vulnerable as well. He then thrust the spear into the monster's eye. The monster started convulsing in agony, causing Yang Fan to leap away from it. He was confident that with his next strike, the monster would be completely blinded, tipping the scales of victory in his favor. The Lord of the Sands prepared an attack with an ability, which surprised him since he hadn't expected it to use such powers. Yang Fan conjured a 5-layer ice shield. This shield proved sufficient to withstand the monster's attack. If he had deployed the 5-layer shield even a moment later, the outcome might have been dire. He was swept away due to having used his strength to its full extent. However, he soon realized he needed to approach the battle with greater seriousness. Yang Fan summoned his shadow army to combat the monster. The Lord of the Sands submerged itself beneath the sand. Yang Fan was puzzled by the monster's behavior and assumed it was frightened. He noticed something unusual about the sand and discovered it was quicksand. This quicksand was different from ordinary types. It was far more powerful and pulled bodies with greater force. The Shadow Knights attempted to reach their master to rescue him, but he advised them not to struggle as they wouldn't be of any assistance. He dispersed his soldiers to avoid them obstructing his efforts. The Lord of the Sands used its ability again to keep Yang Fan trapped in the sand. Yang Fan realized the monster was taunting him. He was nearly fully engulfed by the sand, and he suspected that the monster intended to kill him, indicating that it was sentient. He felt suffocated, disoriented, and unable to move even a finger. He regretted not maintaining a safe distance from the start, and had a strong sense of impending doom. He tried to recall the last time he experienced such fear, but he didn't want to revisit those memories. He was cornered against a wall, where thugs threatened him, demanding he hand over his money. Yang Fan stood over him, surrounded by the gang. The leader threatened him, saying that if he didn't produce the money, he would see what kind of fish swim at the bottom of the river. Terrified, the boy clutched his bag tightly and insisted he had no money. Yang Fan attempted to grab the bag from him and questioned why he was holding it if it was empty. Eventually, Yang Fan managed to wrest the bag from his grasp. A soft toy fell out of the bag. The boy reached for it desperately. The gang members stepped on his hand, applying force to prevent him from retrieving the toy. The gang leader picked up the toy, noting its fine craftsmanship and suggesting it must have been expensive. He leaned in and told the boy that if he could afford such a toy, he must have money. Yang Fan proposed selling the toy, suggesting the boy could visit a toy store to get a refund for it. Yang Fan thought the toy was quite lovely, and imagined that Jing Shu would be thrilled to receive it. The little girl cried out, demanding they leave her brother alone. The girl with the crutch demanded they leave her brother alone, warning them of trouble if they didn't. Her brother urged her to come back, calling her iron and saying they were just joking. She asked her brother if they were really just kidding because it looked to her like he was in pain. Despite his pain, he started laughing and claimed he was having fun and finding it amusing. The bald man suggested that they could have a lot more fun. Yun questioned her brother about his strange expression. The girl tried to approach her brother but stumbled over a stone. She lost her balance and fell into the river. The bald man claimed she would drown and suggested it was a deliberate act by the cripple. Yang Fan yelled at him to be quiet and to get an adult for help. The man hit Yang Fan and accused him of being out of his mind, warning that if his father found out, he would beat him severely. They fled, believing it was no longer their problem. Yang Fan rushed to the boy, urging him to stay calm and to call for help from an adult immediately. The boy pushed Yang Fan away, saying there was no one to call and no time left. Without hesitation, Yang Fan jumped into the water, calling out to his sister that he would save her. He reached her and reassured her that her brother would rescue her. He held her, comforted her, and promised everything would be fine as he would take her home. He realized his leg was entangled in seaweed, preventing him from escaping and understanding that he was being dragged toward the bottom. The boy yelled at Yang Fan, asking for help and saying his leg was caught in seaweed. Yang Fan realized the river current was so strong that jumping in might lead to his death. He couldn't afford to die, as it meant never seeing his parents or little sister again. Yang Fan shouted back that he couldn't swim. Despite their attempts to escape, they drowned and were carried away by the river. Yang Fan had lied about not knowing how to swim. He was actually terrified of death and paralyzed by fear, unable to save anyone. He resolved that he couldn't afford to lose. Gathering his resolve, Yang Fan thought about who would carry on if he failed, who would start a fire from a spark, and who would save those who depended on him. Summoning all his strength, Yang Fan triggered a massive explosion several dozen meters away. This explosion allowed him to sever the head of the Lord of the Sands. Yang Fan declared his victory, emphasizing that losing was not an option for him. He looked around, thinking that defeating the boss would likely result in the destruction of this dimension, but he wondered about the reward for his victory. The notification indicated that since he was the only one left alive, he could claim all the cumulative rewards for the challenge. However, he realized these rewards couldn't be issued immediately. His rewards included 20 points, a fruit from the Sand World, a fragment of the World Truth Key, and a yellow card to return to the starting point. Examining the World Truth Key fragment, he recalled that a similar informational notice had been provided before entering the test site. The system announced that the test was fully completed and he would be returned to his original space. Back in his original space, Yang Fan wondered about the status of the others and decided to contact them. He inquired through the earpiece about their progress. MANHUA responded that she was fine, noting that her test involved a mix of alien monsters and zombies, but they were within her capabilities. Sean reported that he was also well, thanks to the commander and his enhanced abilities, finding the enemies not too challenging. Yang Fan tried to reach Yang Lei and asked if he could hear him. They suggested that Yang Lei might have damaged his earpiece during the battle, given the strength of their opponents, which could easily happen. Siobhan reassured Yang Fan, stating that Yang Lei was stronger than she was. Since she returned safely, he should be fine as well. Yang Fan agreed that Yang Lei was strong and advised them not to worry about him, urging them to focus on taking care of themselves. A window with the second test appeared, and he confirmed with his friends that they could all see it. He encouraged them to proceed to the next test without delay, emphasizing the importance of completing it quickly and not wasting time. Yang Fan prepared to teleport. Yanyo pondered the start of the second test and hoped her dad would return soon. She heard Sean telling her not to press the button. Yanyo asked what was happening, and Xiaoyan began calling the commander, asking if he could hear her as she had a question. There was no response, and Siobhan explained that the commander couldn't hear her, so she needed to relay the information. Yanyo wondered if this was something the commander shouldn't know. Zhao once mentioned that Duanmu had asked her to pass on a message, hoping it wouldn't cause too much concern. Additionally, Yanhua needed to agree to assist the commander in passing this test, and only after that would Xuan convey Duanmu's message. Yanyo decided there was no need to discuss this further, as she was determined to help the commander pass the test. She recalled that the item that could help save her mother could only be obtained after completing the test. Xiao Wan relayed the message, explaining that Duanmu discovered the elements in the commander's pure water wouldn't be enough to restore Yang Fan's mother to her previous human form. Xiao Wan didn't fully grasp the details, but conveyed Duanmu's exact words. She also mentioned that Duanmu wanted to explain everything in person but couldn't. Xiao Wan also revealed that she had secretly tested a sample of her mother's blood and found that it no longer contained any human DNA. Yang Fan had given her hope merely to console her, but as her best friend, Duanmu wanted her to know the truth. Siobhan asked if Yanyo was okay, reflecting on whether she had unintentionally turned everyone into the bad guys. She questioned why she had agreed to make Duanmu appear as a villain. Yanyo assured her that she was fine and understood everything. She thanked Sean and Duanmu for their honesty and asked to proceed to the testing field. Xiao Wan asked her not to be too saddened and offered her condolences. Yanyo resolved not to cry or let her grief destroy the warmth and support the commander had given her, acknowledging that he probably knew she couldn't be saved but still gave her the strength to continue, even knowing she might resent him in the future. She thought that with such a commander, she had no right to succumb to sorrow and needed to pass the test at all costs, not wanting to disappoint him. The second test commenced in an ancient Colosseum. Yang Fan recognized the Colosseum as a famous ancient Roman landmark and speculated that the box might be one of the Colosseum's warriors. Other participants began to teleport in, and he thought everyone had agreed to conclude the test quickly. He wondered what kind of opponents he would face this time. 3 robed men appeared. One remarked that luck was not on Yang Fan's side and that facing all 3 would result in being cut into pieces. The lowest ranked among them declared he wanted Yang Fan's head, with the rest divided among themselves. Yang Fan felt they were treating him like prey and thought these robed figures were quite naive. More people began to teleport in. They attacked him, eager to kill the thin boy before the others arrived. They looked forward to the sight of his veins bursting and his blood spilling across the arena. He wondered if the competition rules remained the same. If so, his points would increase again. To defend himself, he summoned his Shadow Knights. The 3 robed men had no chance to react and were quickly defeated. Noting that the scoreboard hadn't appeared, he assumed that points weren't awarded for killing opponents in this challenge. 2 girls arrived. One found the bloodshed impressive, while the girl in the hat admired Yang Fan's strength and expressed her liking for him. Yang Fan was puzzled by how boastful the youth seemed. The hybrid and 2 others teleported in. The hybrid remarked that there were 2 more attractive men and asked Yang Fan for further instructions. The hybrid expressed a desire to become human. Once everyone had teleported, a mission window appeared and everyone began to read it. Shun inquired about teamwork, while the hybrid continued to express his wish to become human. The task was to select 3 people to continue the mission, after which they would meet the god of war of Doomsday. Yang Fan interpreted this as a call for mutual elimination until only 3 remained, who would then face the boss. He considered whom he should leave behind. Looking at the group, he realized he had few choices, mainly the 2 girls. The girl in the black dress suggested they first focus on eliminating the green hybrid, then decide who to keep. Her friend assured them not to worry, as she and her sister would ensure their comfort, and were counting on their help. Shu Shun, you asked if they had already decided that both of them would survive. They mentioned that if one of them were to die, the other would likely commit suicide. However, since this test requires 3 people, and there are currently 4 working together, the absence of one could prevent the boss from appearing. The girl in the dress said that even when they are with guys, they always choose only one. Chu Shen, did you really think he wouldn't be threatened like this? Yang Fan asked him not to look at him, and he wasn't going to reveal his thoughts because he was from the heavenly wheel and didn't trust him. Choose, Shun. You didn't anticipate his loyalty. He's prepared to do anything for Mr. Zuo Lin Yun, and killing Yang Fan, then teaming up with these 2 beauties against the hybrid, seems to be the best option for him. While Chu Shun was talking and distracted, the hybrid attacked him from behind and impaled him with its hand. The hybrid insisted that killing him would make him a real man, emphasizing his desire to become one. The girl in the dress mentioned that the hybrid had just helped them make a decision. She regretted that the choice had to be made against such a handsome man. You didn't anticipate the sudden attack and said that he couldn't die so easily. He used his ability and observed that the hybrid's body structure was identical to a human's, with similar vulnerabilities. Chu Shun managed to escape and struck the hybrid to push it back to a safe distance. The hybrid, impressed by his strength, became even more determined to kill him. The hybrid reiterated that this person was strong and that he wanted to kill him. Chu Chu realized that this person had managed to evade the hybrid's attack. He believed the hybrid was aware of its own weaknesses and had avoided the strike to prevent harming itself. However, the commander only provided him with 1 bottle of restoration potion, so he needed to avoid such a situation. Tushin told Yang Fan that teaming up with this hybrid was impossible and suggested they unite to first deal with the hybrid before fighting each other. Tushin believed that cooperating with someone he disliked was the best option. His plan was to eliminate the green hybrid and then find a way to kill Yang Fan. Yang Fan questioned why he would team up with him, pointing out that both the hybrid and Yang Fan were targets. Chu Shun asked what would happen if the hybrid evolved after being killed. He wondered if he would be able to defeat it. He noted that his strength was at level 5, and if he couldn't win, Yang Fan would also struggle. Chu's words were logical. A 5th-level fighter could serve as an excellent power source for the hybrid. The girl in the dress mentioned that anyone who completed the 1st level should know that a participant won't receive a reward if they don't complete the mission. Therefore, this handsome guy would no longer be able to increase his powers here. The hybrid charged at Chu Shun, declaring it would kill him to become human. Chu Shun asked Yang Fan to cooperate, promising to reveal his special ability in exchange. He explained that his ability, called the Premonition of Death, allowed him to see the enemy's weak spot at the start of the battle. If he targeted it directly, the fight would end immediately. Tushin identified the hybrid's weak points as between the eyebrows and temples, suggesting attacking these areas to defeat it. Yang Fan decided to intervene and attack the creature from behind. The guy said that since he was so earnest, they would first kill the hybrid and then see what happens next. Yang Fan attempted to decapitate the hybrid, but it dodged and ducked, causing the blade to pass over its head. Anticipating such a move, the guy summoned the Shadow Knight. Tushin confirmed that it was a success. The Shadow Knight prepared to deliver the final blow. The hybrid began to contemplate its impending death. It wondered about death and recalled a past moment at some base where someone was shouting about what was happening. People were shouting that things were dire and that they had turned into zombies. Among the corpses was a red cocoon feeding off them. A hybrid emerged from the cocoon. A zombie approached the hybrid to consume it. When the zombie bit him, its teeth broke. The small hybrid tore a portion of the zombie's brain out. The hybrid consumed the brain and rapidly grew. It declared that by eating people, it would become human. Over the next few days, the hybrid killed and devoured all living things. It even fed on people, understanding their pleas for mercy. The hybrid believed it should consume the strong, thinking they would help it become a human. It wondered what it would do once it became human and why it desired to be human. A man had begged the hybrid to let him go so he could return home and see his mother. The hybrid realized that becoming human meant having a mother. It only knew that a mother was a comforting presence and wanted to have that. The Shadow Knight pierced the hybrid's head through.